The Black Spider by Jeremias Gotthelf. Narrated by Tony Walker. Above the mountains rose the sun, shining in limpid majesty down into a welcoming but narrow valley where it woke to joyous life creatures that had been created to take pleasure in the sunshine of their days. From the forest's gilded edge the blackbird trilled its aubade, while the amorous quail intoned a monotonous minne-lieder from amid the flowers sparkling in the dew-bespangled grass, and high above the dark firs lusty crows danced nuptial roundelays, or else cawed tender lullabies above the thorny little beds of their unfledged chicks. Halfway down this sunny slope, nature had placed a dell filled with fertile, sheltered farmland, and there, stately and gleaming, stood a beautiful farmhouse framed by a splendid orchard, in which a few tall apple trees were still resplendent with the season's last blossoms. Half the succulent hay, watered from the well behind the house, was still unharvested. The other half had already found its way to the stables. All about the house lay a Sunday gleam, such as cannot be produced with just a few strokes of the broom applied of a Saturday evening between day and night. Such gleaming splendour bears witness to a precious inheritance, inborn purity, that, like family honour, must be upheld day after day, for a single unguarded moment can besmirch it for generations with stains as indelible as blood-stains, which are impervious to whitewash. It was no wonder that both the earth made by the hand of God and the house built by human hands now shone out in their purest resplendence. A star shone above them in the blue heavens on this day, a blessed day of celebration. It was the day on which the Son returned to the Father, as a sign that Jacob's ladder still stands, the stairway to heaven that angels climb and descend, as do the souls of human beings, once they have disentangled themselves from their mortal husks, assuming they sought their salvation in the realm of the Father and not here on earth. It was the day on which all the world's vegetation burgeons heavenward, opulently blooming and providing a symbol, renewed each year, of human destiny. There was a glorious ringing from beyond the hills, without it being possible to tell where it was coming from, a general tintinnabulation. It came from the churches down in the broad valleys, where the bells proclaimed God's temple open to all whose hearts are open to the voice of their God. All around this lovely house was a great bustling and activity. Beside the well, horses were being curried with particular care, stately mothers with playful foals frolicking about them. In the wide trough beside the well, contented-looking cows slaked their thirst, and twice the boy had to take up broom and shovel because he had not cleared away the traces of their contentedness thoroughly enough. Sturdy maids gave their own red-cheeked faces a lusty scrubbing with handy cloths woven of coarse linen, their hair twisted into two knots above their ears. With industrious zeal they fetched in buckets of water through the open door, and in mighty bursts the dark column of smoke rose up straight and tall from the low chimney into the blue air. Slowly, bent over, the grandfather walked around the house leaning on his cane, silently observing the bustling of the farm hands and maids. Here he patted a horse, there sat a blundering cow back on course, used his stick to show the inattentive boy the scattered straw he'd overlooked, all the while, at regular intervals, taking the tinder-box from the deep pocket of his long waistcoat to relight the pipe that gave him such pleasure in the morning, even if it drew poorly. In front of the house, the grandmother sat beside the door upon the bench that had been swept nice and clean, slicing excellent bread into a heavy earthenware bowl, each piece thin and trim, not in the chunks some cooks and chambermaids wantonly hack off, many of them big enough to choke a whale. Proud, well-nourished chickens and beautiful doves fought over the crumbs at her feet, and whenever a bashful little dove failed to get her share, the grandmother would toss her a crumb of her own along with a friendly word to console her for the other's impetuousness and ignorance. Inside, in the spacious, immaculate kitchen, a mighty fire of fir twigs blazed. Coffee beans crackled in a wide pan that an imposing woman kept stirring with a wooden spoon. while beside it the coffee mill creaked between the knees of a freshly washed maid. But at the parlour door, which was open, stood a beautiful, rather pale woman, still holding the open sack of coffee in her hands, saying, "Nurse, don't roast the coffee so dark today. People might think I was trying to stretch it. The godfather's wife is dreadfully mistrustful and always sees things in the worst possible light. Half a pound more or less makes no difference today, and don't forget to have the wine soup ready to serve when it's time. Grandfather would say it isn't really a baptism if the godparents aren't served a bowl of wine soup before they set out for the church. No scrimping, no saving. Do you hear? There, in the bowl on the tile shelf, you'll find saffron and cinnamon. The sugar's here on the table, and use enough wine that you'll think you've used too much by half. At a baptism, there's never any need to worry about things going to waste." As you can hear, a child's baptism is about to be celebrated in this household, and the nursemaid is proving herself every bit as skillful a cook as she was a midwife when the woman's child was born. But she'll have to hurry if she wants to cook all the dishes tradition requires on this simple stove and still finish in good time. A strapping fellow bearing a prodigious piece of cheese now emerged from the cellar. He chose a plate at random from the shiny tile shelf, placed the cheese upon it, and was about to carry it into the parlour to put it on the brown walnut table. Oh, Bents, the beautiful pale woman exclaimed. "How they'll laugh if we have no better plates than these for a baptism." And she went over to the gleaming cherry-wood cupboard that went by the elegant name buffet, where the household's treasures were displayed behind glass. She took out a beautiful platter edged in blue. At its centre, a large spray of posies surrounded by proverbs. For example, "Let this be known where men are found, 3 lumps of butter make a pound. On man God showers grace, in mud it's another case. In hell hot fires burn, and the potters up at dawn. The cow on grass doth graze, but man must to his grave." Beside the cheese, she placed the mighty Zupfe, that speciality of bakers in the Bern region, woven like a woman's braids, beautifully brown and yellow, and baked using the finest flour, eggs, and butter, as big around as a 1-year-old child and almost as heavy. And above and below this, she set 2 additional plates. Piled high on these plates were appetizing little cakes, the yeast cakes called Habküchlein, and Eierküchlein, or egg cakes. Warm, thick cream already filled the prettily flowered crockery pitcher that stood ready on the stove, and coffee boiled in a 3-legged gleaming pot with a yellow lid. A breakfast had been made ready for the baptismal party, such as is rarely enjoyed even by princes, let alone peasants, except for the Bernese. Thousands of Englishmen race round Switzerland, but not one of these harried lords or their stiff-legged ladies is ever served such a breakfast. "Everything's prepared. If only they'd come soon," the nurse sighed. "It always takes time before all are ready and have eaten their fill, and the pastor is unforgivingly punctual and scolds anyone who doesn't come on time. And grandfather will never let us take the cart," the young woman said. He believes that if a child's driven to its baptism rather than carried, it grows up lazy and never learns the proper use of its legs. If only the godmother would come. She always takes the longest. The godfathers are quicker and can always run to catch up if need be." Soon the whole house was just as nervous about the guest's delay as the woman herself. "Are they here yet?" was heard on all sides, while faces peered from corners everywhere, hoping to catch a glimpse of the guests, and Turk barked with all his might to summon them. But grandmother said things used to be different. Everyone understood the importance of rising early on these days, because the good Lord waits for no man. Finally, the boy raced into the kitchen with the news that the godmother was on her way. She came, covered in perspiration and laden with gifts like the Neujahrkindlein, that child of Bernese legends said to bring treats to every boy and girl on New Year's Day. In one hand, she gripped the black strings of a large bag with a decorative pattern of flowers containing a nice big Zupfe, wrapped in a fine white cloth, a gift for the new mother. In the other hand was a second bag, a little one, which held a garment for the child, along with a few items for the mother. Above all, beautiful white stockings. Then, squeezed beneath her arm, she carried the box with the little wreath and the lace cap with its splendid black silk hair ribbons. Joyful cries of welcome resounded on all sides, and so many hands reached out in friendly greeting that she could barely unburden herself to respond. From all sides, eager hands relieved her of her load, and then the young wife came to the parlour door, and a new round of greetings commenced, until the nurse summoned everyone into the parlour, opining that they could just as well exchange these traditional pleasantries there. Nimbly the nurse seated the godmother at the table, and the young wife came in with the coffee, ignoring the godmother's protest that she'd already had her coffee. Her aunt, she said, would not hear of her leaving the house without breakfast, as she considered this harmful to young girls. But she wasn't young any more, and the maids hated getting up early, and that's why she was so late. If it had been up to her, she'd arrived long ago. The thick cream was poured into the coffee, and despite the godmother's protestations that she didn't like sugar, the woman tossed in a lump of it. For a long while the godmother would not hear of them cutting into the soup for her sake, but in the end a thick slab was placed in front of her, and she submitted to eating it. She long resisted the cheese as well, saying there was no need. The hostess replied that her guest must be under the impression she was serving her a skimmed milk cheese, as only this could explain her repugnance. The godmother was forced to give in, but she absolutely refused the cakes, saying she wouldn't know where to put them. The woman countered that the godmother must think there was something wrong with the cakes and be accustomed to better, and then what could she do but eat them? As this coercion continued, the godmother slowly, carefully sipped at her cup of coffee until it was finished, and now an actual dispute broke out. She turned the handleless cup upside down, declaring that she had no room left for anything more, and that if they didn't leave her in peace, she would have to play some tricks of her own. The housewife replied that she truly regretted the godmother was so displeased with the coffee. She'd given the nurse most urgent orders to make it as good as possible. There was indeed nothing she could have done to prevent it turning out so badly, and no one wanted to drink it, and the cream was surely not to blame. She'd skimmed it herself, which was certainly not her daily custom. What could the poor godmother do but accept another cup? All this time the nurse had been scurrying impatiently about, until finally she couldn't restrain herself. She blurted out, "If there's anything I can do to help you get ready, just say so. I've plenty of time." "Please don't make such a fuss," the housewife said. But the poor godmother, who was bursting at the seams, now felt driven to finish her coffee quickly, saying between sips of the scalding drink, "I'd have been ready long ago if I hadn't been forced to take more than I can put away, but I'm coming now." She got up, unpacked her little bags, handing over the tsupfer, the clothes, and the traditional godmother's gift of a shiny thaler coin wrapped in paper on which a baptismal proverb had been beautifully written out, repeatedly apologizing for the poor quality of these offerings. Her hostess regularly interrupted her to proclaim her dismay that the godmother had gone to such expense it was almost too much, and if they'd known, they would never have dared to ask her in the first place. And now the girl set to work with the help of the nurse and housewife, sparing no effort to transform herself into a lovely godmother, from her shoes and stockings all the way up to the little wreath atop the luxurious lace cap. The nurse was impatient, but these intricate preparations took time, and the godmother kept discovering flaws. Then the grandmother came in and said, "I've come to see for myself how lovely our godmother is," and she casually remarked that the bells had already rung for the second time, and that both godfathers had arrived and were waiting out in the front room. And indeed the two godfathers sat there, an old one and a young one, having refused the new-fangled coffee which they could drink any day of the week, in favour of the steaming wine soup, this old-fashioned but tasty Bernese concoction made from wine, toasted bread, eggs, sugar, and cinnamon, along with saffron, that equally old-fashioned spice that was a requirement at any baptismal feast, whether in the soup, ragouts, or sweet tea. They tucked right in, and the old godfather, known to all as cousin, allowed himself no end of jokes at the expense of the child's father, saying that they didn't intend to spare him anything today, and that they assumed, judging by the soup he'd served, that he begrudged them nothing, as he'd clearly spared no expense. Indeed, he must have handed over a 12-measure sack the previous Tuesday when he sent to burn for the saffron. When no one understood the cousin's meaning, He explained that a neighbour of his, who'd recently hosted a baptismal feast, had given his messenger a big sack and 6 kreutzers, instructing him to bring back 6 kreutzers worth of the precious yellow powder, since his womenfolk had insisted it be used in all the dishes served at the celebration. But all he got was a measure or 2. Then the godmother came in, like a young morning sun, and was welcomed by her fellow godparents, who made her sit down at the table, for a large dish of wine soup was set in front of her, and this she was to eat, for after all there was surely time yet while the child was being prepared. The poor thing resisted with all her might, claiming she'd already eaten enough for several days and could scarcely breathe, but to no avail. Old and young pursued her with jests and earnest protestations until she picked up the spoon, and strange to say, one spoonful after the other found its way into her. But then the nurse returned with the beautifully swaddled infant, put on its little embroidered cap with the pink silk ribbon, laid it in the lovely ceremonial eiderdown, placed the sweetened pacifier in its little mouth, and said she had no wish to delay anyone, she just wanted to make sure all was in readiness. Then they could set out as soon as they pleased. Everyone gathered about the child, praising it as custom demanded, and indeed it was a plump, attractive little boy. The mother was delighted and said, "I so wish I could go to the church with you and join you in entrusting my child to God's care when you witness a child's baptism. It helps you remember your promises. Besides, it's such a burden to be forbidden to set foot beyond the eaves of the house for an entire week, especially now with all the planting to be done." But the grandmother said that they were not yet so impoverished that her daughter-in-law should have to make her first church visit within a week of giving birth, like a pauper's wife. And the nurse added that she didn't like it at all when young mothers went to church with their babies. They never stopped worrying that something might be amiss at home, and so were never fully at their devotions in the church. And then, on the way home, they would hurry, fearing some neglect had become overheated, and some fell gravely ill, and even died. Then the godmother picked up the infant in its eiderdown. The nurse covered the child with the beautiful white baptismal cloth with the black tassels at the corners, careful not to disturb the lovely bouquet at the godmother's breast, and said, "So go now, in God's holy name." And the grandmother interlaced her hands and silently prayed a fervent blessing. But the mother accompanied the procession as far as the door, saying, my sweet, now I must go an entire 3 hours without seeing you. How shall I possibly endure it?" At once her eyes filled with tears. She quickly wiped her face with her apron and went into the house. Swiftly the godmother strode down the hill, following the path that led to the church, the child Mary in her strong arms, and behind her came the 2 godfathers, the father and the grandfather, to none of whom it occurred to relieve the godmother of her burden, and though the hat of the younger godfather bore a splendid sprig of flowers marking him as a bachelor, and though the look in his eyes suggested he'd taken something of a liking to her, still he maintained a facade of perfect nonchalance. The grandfather recounted how dreadful the weather had been the day he himself was carried to the church, with so much hail and lightning that the churchgoers scarcely imagined they would escape with their lives. Afterward, people had prophesied all sorts of fates for him on account of this storm, some a dreadful death, others great success in warfare. Meanwhile, he had lived out his life quietly, just like everyone else, and now that he had reached his 75th year, he would neither die young nor experience great military triumphs. They were already more than halfway there when the girl came chasing after them, who was charged with carrying the child home as soon as it had been baptized, while the relatives and godparents remained in the church to hear the sermon, as the lovely old custom required. This girl, too, had taken pains to look beautiful on this day, but she had tarried too long over her handiwork, and now she offered to relieve the godmother of the child, but the godmother would have none of it and could not be swayed. This was too fine an opportunity to demonstrate to the handsome single godfather how strong her arms were, and what exertions they could withstand. Strong arms on a woman suit a proper farmer far better than delicate ones, flimsy little sticks that can be blown in all directions by any passing nor'easter. And strong maternal arms have proved the salvation of many a child after a father's death, when the mother is left alone to wield the rod and hoist the household's wheels out of whatever potholes and ditches they might encounter. But all at once it was as if someone had seized the strong godmother by the braids or struck her forehead. She practically recoiled, handed the baby to the girl, and for a moment lagged behind the others, pretending to adjust her garter. Then she caught up again, joined the menfolk, and began to take part in their conversations. She tried to interrupt the grandfather, bringing up this and that to distract him from the topic of discussion. But as old people are wont to do, he stuck to his subject, and whenever he lost the thread, he would pick it up again. Now she attached herself to the child's father, and with questions of all sorts attempted to lure him into private conversation. But the father, laconic, kept dropping the thread she was attempting to spin. Perhaps he was immersed in thoughts of his own, such as every father should have when his child is being carried to the church to be baptized, particularly his first son. The closer they approached to the church, the more people joined the procession. Some of them stood waiting already at the side of the road, psalm books in hand. Others came running with greater haste down the narrow footpaths, until the procession seemed grand indeed as it entered the village. Hard by the church stood the public house, so often the two are closely conjoined, honourably sharing both joys and sorrows. The company went inside, gave the baby a dry diaper, and the child's father ordered a jug of wine, ignoring the others' protest that they'd had their fill and desired nothing more to eat or to drink. But once the wine was served, everyone took a glass, especially the girl, who must have thought she'd better drink wine when it was offered, since she might not have another opportunity for a long time. But the godmother could not be moved to take a single drop, despite all the attempts made to persuade her, which threatened to go on forever, until the publican's wife finally said that they should stop pressing her, pointing out that the girl was growing paler by the moment and needed Hoffman's drops more than wine. But the godmother didn't want any drops either. She was scarcely willing to accept a glass of plain water, though at last she submitted to having smelling salts applied to her handkerchief. It was not her fault that she had become the target of suspicious glances, yet she could not justify herself or even ask for help. The godmother was suffering from the most dreadful fear and was forced to conceal it. No one had told her what name the child was to be given, and according to custom it was the godmother's duty to whisper this name to the pastor when she handed him the child, since he might otherwise easily confuse all the names entered in his register when there were many children to be baptized. In the general haste of the preparations and their fear of arriving at the church too late, no one had remembered to tell her what name had been chosen for the child, and she had been peremptorily forbidden by her aunt, her father's sister, to ask the name unless she meant to ensure the child's unhappiness. For if a godmother asks a child's name, the child will suffer from curiosity as long as it lives. And so she did not know the name, was not allowed to ask, and if the pastor too had forgotten it and asked her the name loudly in front of everyone, or else accidentally baptized the boy Magdalena or Barbara, how people would laugh, and what disgrace would follow her the rest of her days. This prospect appeared to her ever more frightful, and the legs of the sturdy girl shook like beanstalks in the wind, and perspiration ran in rivulets down her pale cheeks. Now the publican's wife announced that it was time to go on for all who did not wish to hear stern words from the pastor. But to the godmother she remarked, "I'm afraid this will be the end of you, missy. You're as white as a freshly washed shirt." The godmother replied that it was from all the walking, and assured the woman that she would feel better once she was out again in the fresh air. But she didn't feel better. All the faces in the church looked dark and severe, and now the baby started screaming as well. Brutally loud shrieks, murderously loud. The poor godmother began to rock him in her arms, fiercely and ever more fiercely the louder he shrieked, until petals began to fall from the sprig pinned at her breast. Her chest felt ever heavier and more constricted. She strained audibly to breathe. The more violently her breast heaved, the higher the child flew up in her arms, and the higher he flew, the louder he shrieked, and the louder he shrieked, the more stentoriously the pastor read out the prayers. Their voices beat a tattoo against the walls, and the godmother no longer knew where she was. All around her was a rushing and roaring like waves in the sea, and the church whirled with her in a dance high up in the air. Finally, the minister said Amen, and now the terrible moment was here. Now it would be decided if she would be made a laughing stock for generations to come. Now she was to lift the cloth, to give the child to the pastor, to whisper the name in his right ear. She folded back the blanket, trembling and quaking, and handed over the child. The pastor took it without looking at her, with no sharp or questioning gaze. He dipped his hand in the water, moistened the brow of the suddenly quiet child, and baptized not a Magdalena or a Barbara, but a Hans Uli, an honest, veritable Hans Uli. It now seemed to the godmother not only as if the entire range of Emmental mountains were being lifted from her heart, but the sun, moon, and stars as well, as if someone were carrying her out of a fiery furnace into a cool bath. But her limbs continued to tremble for the rest of the sermon and refused to come to rest. The pastor's sermon was lovely. In striking terms, he preached that human lives ought to be nothing other than a gradual ascent to heaven. But she couldn't calm her mind enough for genuine prayer. And by the time the sermon was over and everyone got up to leave, she'd forgotten the text. She eagerly awaited the moment when she could reveal her secret fear and the explanation for her pallor. Much laughter ensued, and she was forced to listen to many a joke about curiosity and the way women folk feared it, while nonetheless passing it on to all their girls, while it did the boys no harm at all. Everyone agreed the godmother needn't have worried about asking. But soon the lovely fields of oats, the charming acres of flax, and the splendid burgeoning of meadow and field drew everyone's attention and filled their thoughts. They kept finding reasons to walk slowly, to stand still. Yet the beautiful May sun climbing up the sky still managed to warm them by the time they got home, and a glass of cool wine was a welcome refreshment, though every last one of them resisted. Then the company sat down in front of the house, while industrious hands flew about in the kitchen and the fire crackled mightily. The nurse glowed like one of the three who came forth from the burning fiery furnace. The call to table came quite early, before 11, but this was just for the servants, who were fed in advance of the others, and amply. But all were glad to have them, and the farmhands in particular, out of the way. Conversation flowed slowly in front of the house, and yet it didn't dry up. Before eating, the stomach's thoughts disturb the thoughts of the soul, but no one enjoys this state of mind, and often it is cloaked in languorous discussion of indifferent topics. Already the sun stood high in the south when the nurse appeared at the door, her cheeks blazing, but her apron still gleaming white, and brought the universally welcome news that if everyone had arrived, it was time to eat. But most of the guests had not arrived, and like the servants in the Gospels, the messengers that had been sent to them returned bearing excuses of every sort, with the difference, though, that all of the guests did in fact wish to come, just not yet. One of them had sent for workmen, another had visitors, and a third had a quick errand to run. But they sent word not to wait, the party should proceed. Soon it was decided that they would go ahead, for if they waited for every last guest to arrive, they might be waiting until the moon rose in the heavens. How idiotic, the nurse grumbled, keeping people waiting like that. Of course, in their heart of hearts, they were all eager to be there, she said. In fact, the sooner the better, but they didn't want to show it. And so now there would be the extra bother of warming the meal again, and no telling if there would be enough to go round. There was no end to it. The question of what to do about the absent guests had been quickly decided, but the guests who were present still remained to be dealt with, and it proved no easy matter to lure them into the dining room and get them to take their places. Not a single one of them wanted to be first to give in. When at last all was seated, the soup was brought to the table, a lovely beef soup, tinted and spiced with saffron, and so stuffed with the lovely white bread that the grandmother had sliced that little broth remained visible. Now heads were bared, hands folded, and long and solemnly they all prayed to the giver of these fine gifts. Only then did they slowly take up their tin spoons, wiping them on the beautiful, delicate tablecloth, and set about eating the soup, saying to one another that if such a soup could be had every day, there would be no wanting anything else. When they had finished the soup, they wiped their spoons on the tablecloth once more, and the souper was passed around so that each of them could cut off a piece for himself, as the dishes of ragout in saffron broth were brought out. A ragout of brains, one of mutton, and one of pickled liver. When the guests had coolly helped themselves to the ragout, heaping dishes of sliced beef came out, both fresh and smoke, to suit all tastes, along with the dried beans and dried quarters of choke pear, accompanied by thick slices of bacon and splendid back cuts from 300-weight pigs, so beautifully red and white and juicy. All these dishes were served in succession, and when a new guest arrived, everything was brought out again in order, starting with the soup, and each was compelled to begin where everyone else had begun, with no one spared a single dish. All this while, Bence, the child's father, kept industriously filling everyone's glasses from the beautiful white bottles that held more than 1.5 litres and were opulently adorned with escutcheons and proverbs. Where his arms would not reach, he delegated the butlership, solemnly compelling his guests to partake with frequent admonitions. "Quaff freely, friends, the wine is there to be drunk." And every time the nurse brought in a platter, he held out his glass to her, and others held out their glasses as well, and if she'd taken it upon herself to respond, things might have gotten wildly out of hand in the kitchen. The younger godfather was taunted for not compelling the godmother to drink enough. His tormentors jeered that if he couldn't give a better toast, he'd never get a wife. "Oh," the godmother finally replied, "Hans Uli surely has no desire for a wife." Single lads nowadays, she explained, had quite other things on their minds than marrying, and most of them weren't up to it anyway. "Well, certainly," Hans Uli said, declaring himself to be in full agreement. "Most girls, these days," he went on, "were such namby-pamby creatures. What kind of a wife would they make? They seemed to think that all it took to be a proper wife was to wear a blue silk scarf about one's head, dainty little gloves in summer, and delicate embroidered slippers in winter. If a fellow has no cows in his stable, that's certainly a misfortune, but it's possible to change. But if he marries a wife who costs him house and home, he's truly done for since he has to keep her." It was better, he concluded, for a young man to think of other things than marriage and to let the girls be. "Quite right, entirely correct," said the older godfather, a short, unprepossessing little fellow, humbly dressed, who nonetheless enjoyed a great deal of respect. Everyone called him cousin, for while he had no children, he had full ownership of a farm and an investment of 100,000 Swiss francs. "Yes, that's entirely correct," he said. "Women folk these days are worth nothing at all. I don't mean to say there isn't the odd woman here and there who would grace a household, but they're few and far between. Nothing but foolishness and frippery in their heads, vain as can be, dressed like peacocks and fussing about like bewildered storks. If they put in half a day's work, they have a headache for 3 days after and spend the next 4 lying in bed. When I was courting my old lady, things were different. You didn't have to worry that instead of a proper housewife, you might wind up with a fool or even a devil in your home." "Not so fast, Godfather Uli," said the godmother, who'd been waiting to speak for some time. "Listening to you, you'd think there hasn't been a decent farmer's daughter since the days of your youth. You just don't know them. You've stopped casting your eye on young girls, as is only right for a man your age. But they still exist, and they're just as fine as back in the days when your old lady was a girl. Not to boast, but my father sometimes says that if I keep on as I've been, I'll even outdo my blessed mother, may she rest in peace, and she was a famous one. The pigs my father brought to market this year were the fattest ever. The butcher told him he'd like to see the girl who fattened up those pigs. But boys these days, now, that's something to complain about. What's wrong with them? Smoking their pipes, sitting about in public houses with their white hats cocked to the side, gaping and staring with eyes as wide as the city gates while they chase after every game of 9-pins, every shooting match, every wanton creature. They're great masters of all that. But when the time comes to milk a cow or till a field, the lad's on his last legs. And when he picks up a tool, he's as helpless as some fine gentleman or scholar. Sometimes I've even sworn to myself that it's no use taking a husband if you don't know how he'll turn out. And even though here and there you'll find a boy who has the makings of a good farmer, that's not the same as knowing what sort of husband he'll be. At this, the others burst into laughter, so that the blood rose to the girl's cheeks, and they made fun of her even more, asking how long a trial period she would recommend if you wanted to know for sure what sort of husband a man would be. The laughter and joking went on when a great deal of meat was consumed, nor were the slices of dried pear neglected, until at last the old godfather said it was time to take a rest and get up from the table for a little while. His legs were stiff from sitting, and a pipe never tasted better than after eating meat. This advice met with general approbation, though the parents of the newly baptized child went out of their way to convince their guests not to get up from the table, for once they'd left it, it would be nearly impossible to coax them back again. "Have no fear, cousin," the older godfather said. "If you put something tasty on the table, you'll have us back again in a trice. And once we've stretched our limbs a little, we'll all be the better prepared to do some proper eating." The men now made the rounds of the stables, had a look at the hayloft to see if there was still old hay up there, praised the lovely grass, and peered up into the trees to gauge the bounty that might be expected come harvest time. Beneath one of the trees that was still in blossom, the godfather, they all called cousin, paused, saying that this was surely the best spot to sit for a while and light a pipe. It was nice and cool, and they would still be near at hand when the womenfolk had prepared the next course. Soon the godmother came to sit with them, having visited the garden and seed beds along with the other women. The rest followed, and one by one they sat down in the grass, careful not to soil their pretty skirts, while their petticoats with their bright red trim were in danger of receiving a souvenir from the green grass. The tree around which they had all gathered stood above the house at the bottom of a gently sloping hill. To glance over the scene was to see first of all the lovely new house, and then the eye might drift beyond it to the far rim of the valley, taking in many a flourishing farm along with the green hills and dark valleys. "So now you have a splendid house with everything just as it should be," the cousin said. "Now you can make your home here and everything will have its place. I could never understand why some people go on living in cramped conditions when they have money and wood aplenty to build a new house, like you, for example." "You must be joking, cousin," the grandfather said. "The one way isn't better than the other. Building's a thorny business. Even if it begins well, there's no knowing it won't end badly, and sometimes an obstacle will come up, or something else. It's different wherever you are." "I find this house exceptionally beautiful," one of the women said. "We've been talking about having a new one built for some time now, but we're afraid of the cost. When my husband comes, he'll have to take a proper look at this one. I'd be in heaven if we could have one like this. I can't help asking, though, and please don't take the question amiss, why you left that rough black window post beside the first window. It's not very attractive." The grandfather's face grew thoughtful. He drew harder on his pipe, and finally remarked that they'd been short on wood when they were putting up the house. There hadn't been enough new wood handy, and in their hurry to get done, they'd taken some from the old house. "But that can't be," the woman said. "You can see that black piece of wood's too short for the window. It's been braced on both the top and the bottom. I'm sure one of your neighbours would have been happy to give you a new one." "Well, yes," the old man replied. "We didn't plan it very well, but we couldn't keep bothering our neighbours. They'd already helped us out quite a lot with wood and carting." "Listen, Grandpa," the cousin said, "you're leading us on a merry chase. Why not tell us the honest truth? I've heard rumours, but no one ever tells the whole story the way it was. How better to while away the time until the womenfolk have finished preparing the roast than to share the tale? Tell us everything that happened." The grandfather continued to duck and dodge, but at last he was persuaded. The cousin and the women refused to relent until he'd given his word, though he told them outright that he hoped that what he was about to relate would remain with them and go no farther. A story, like the one he was about to tell, could make some people shun a house, and he didn't want to bring trouble on his kinfolk in his old age. "Whenever my eyes fall on this piece of wood," the venerable old man began, I cannot help but feel amazed that from the distant Orient, where the human race is said to originate, human beings came as far as this place and found this sheltered nook within this narrow valley. And I then think of all the hardships endured by those who were cast or driven this way, and who they might have been. Often I sought to discover more, but learned only that this region was populated very early on. Indeed, that Summerswald is said to have been a township even before our Saviour walked this earth, but no chronicle tells of this. And yet it is known that more than 600 years have passed since the castle, that is now the hospital, was built, and probably already then a farmhouse stood here that belonged to the castle, along with a large portion of the surrounding lands, and had to pay taxes and fees and perform feudal service. Indeed, the people were serfs and had no rights of their own, such as every man now enjoys when he reaches maturity. The lots of men differed greatly in that time, and serfs who were well treated by their lords might be neighbours to others who were brutally, almost unendurably oppressed, not even sure of their lives. Their circumstances depended on their lords, who differed greatly in their natures, but who all had almost limitless power over their serfs. The serfs had no one to go to with their grievances. It is said that things were at times far worse for the serfs bound to this castle than for the serfs bound to other castles in the region. Most of these were held by families and passed down from father to son, and so a lord and his serfs might grow up together, and many a lord was like a father to his men. This castle, however, passed into the hands of knights who were known as the Teutons, and the one who had charge of it was called the Comtor, or commander. These superiors came and went, and so now there would be a Saxon in the castle, and now a Swabian. No loyalties arose, and each new lord brought with him the customs of his land. These knights were sent off to Poland and Prussia to fight the heathen, and there, although they were in fact a religious order, they grew accustomed to an almost heathen way of life and comported themselves in a most ungodly manner, and when they came home again, they thought themselves still in the land of the heathen and continued to live in this way. Those knights who preferred an easy life and shady bowers to bloody battles fought in desert lands, as well as those who needed to rest, to tend their bodies and recover from their wounds, came to these estates that the order, as this fellowship of knights was called, owned in Germany and Switzerland, and each behaved according to his nature and pleasure. Among the most brutal was Hans von Stoffeln of Swabia, and it was under him that the events you wish me to recount took place. The story has been passed down among us from father to son. This Hans von Stoffeln got an idea in his head to build a large castle up there on the hill called Berghagen. It stood just at the place where even now you can see the castle's spirits sunning their jewels when a storm is brewing. Usually the knights would build their castles above a road, just as inns are now built beside the road, the better to plunder the people going past, though admittedly in different ways. Why it was the knight wanted his castle built upon this wild, desolate hill, amid these barren wastes, none can penetrate. In any case, this was what he wanted, and the peasants who were bound to the castle had to build it. The knight did not ask what labours the season required. Haymaking did not interest him, nor did the harvest or sowing. So many cartloads were to be delivered, so many hands were to contribute their labours. At such and such a time, the last roof tile was to be laid, the last nail driven in. This work was rewarded by no reduction in the bushels of wheat he demanded as tax or the fees to be paid. He did not forego the customary tribute of a Shrove Tuesday hen, nor so much as a Shrove Tuesday egg. Mercy was unknown to him, and the needs of the poor were no concern of his. Like a heathen, he drove his men to work with curses and blows, and when one of them grew weary, his strength flagging, or tried to rest, he had him whipped, sparing neither age nor weakness. Up on their hill, these savage knights delighted in hearing the whip crack, and abused the labourers in other ways too, maliciously doubling their labours without hesitation. They took pleasure in the poor men's sweat and fear. At last the castle was finished, its walls 5 ells thick, No one knew why it had been built up on the hill, but the peasants were happy that there it at last stood, if stand it must, the last nail driven in, the last roof tile in place. They wiped the sweat from their brows, looking with sorrowful hearts upon their holdings, sighing as they saw how far this unholy construction had set them back. But a long summer still lay before them, and God above, and so they summoned their courage and took up the plough and consoled their wives and children who had suffered severe hunger and now found new torment in these labours. But no sooner had they driven their ploughs to the field when a message arrived proclaiming that all peasants bonded to the castle were to present themselves one evening at a given hour at Summerswald. They trembled, and they were filled with hope. For although they had never been treated well by the castle's present occupants, experiencing only wanton cruelty at their hands, yet it seemed to them right and proper that the lords should reward them for their extraordinary service. And since they thought this, many of them imagined the lords thought so as well, and would present them with gifts or announce a reduction in their fees. They arrived punctually on the appointed evening, their hearts pounding, but had to wait for a long while in the courtyard while the squires mocked them. These squires too had been in heathen lands. Besides, then as now, even the lowliest gentleman's squire supposes himself entitled to despise and mock worthy peasants. At last they were summoned to the great hall. Before them the heavy door swung open. Inside, around the heavy oak table, sat the knights all in black and brown, savage curs at their feet. At the end of the table was von Stoffeln, a savage, mighty man with a head like a double Bernese bushel, eyes big as plough wheels, and a beard like the mane of an old lion. None wanted to be the first to enter. Each kept pushing the others forward. At this the knights laughed till the wine splashed out of their cups, and the dogs lunged in fury. For when dogs see timid, trembling limbs, they smell blood. Utterly ill at ease, the peasants wished themselves back home again, and tried to hide behind one another. Then the dogs and the knights fell silent, and von Stoffeln began to speak, his voice as resonant as the voice of 100-year-old oak. "My castle is finished, but something is wanting still. Summer will be here soon, and the castle wants a shady walk lined with trees. You have 1 month to plant it. Take 100 full-grown beeches from atop the Mooneberg, with their branches and roots, and plant them upon Berghagen, and if a single tree goes missing, you will pay for it with chattel and blood. Outside you will find food and drink, but tomorrow the first beech must stand upon Berghagen." Grateful for the food and drink, one peasant supposed the knight be inclined to mercy and kindness. He began to speak all the work they had to do, of their hungry wives and children, of the winter to come, when this task would be easier to accomplish. At this the knight's face throbbed furiously, and his voice burst forth like thunder blasting from a cliff. And he declared that if he was merciful, they were insolent. In the land of the Poles, a man would kiss a knight's feet in gratitude when his life had been spared, and here they had children and cattle and roofs over their heads, and still they were not satisfied. "I shall humble you and teach you to obey as sure as my name is Hans von Stoffeln. And if within a month 100 beeches do not stand in their places, I shall have you whipped until not a trace of you remains, and your babes and women will be thrown to the dogs." No one dared to protest, nor did any man wish to partake of drink or food. Hearing the baleful command, they rushed to the door, jostling one another to get out, with the knight's thunderous voice at their heels, followed by the laughter of the other knights, the squire's taunts and jeers, and the howlings of the dogs. After the first bend in the road, out of sight of the castle, they sat down and wept. No one could find consoling words, and true outrage was beyond them, for deprivation and torments had left them only enough strength to bewail their lot. From a spot 3 hours away, they were to transport the beeches with their branches and roots along overgrown roads up the steep mountainside. And yet quite near this mountain grew many lovely beeches, and these they were to leave standing. The work was to be completed in a month, so they must haul 3 trees a day for 2 days in a row and 4 on the third, carting them through the long valley and up the steep slope with their exhausted beasts. And all this in the month of May, when a farmer must be diligent in his fields, working day and night, and scarcely ever ceasing in his toil, if he wants to have bread and sustenance for the winter. As they wept there, disconsolate, none able to look on the other to behold his fellow's misery, since each was overwhelmed with misery of his own, and none able to return home to wife and child with news of this misery, suddenly they saw before them, they did not know how he'd come there, a tall, spindly huntsman, dressed in green from top to toe. Upon his jaunty cap swayed a red feather. A little red beard blazed in his swarthy face, and nearly concealed between curving nose and pointy chin, like a cave under an overhang, a mouth opened and asked, "What is the matter, good people, that you sit here wailing so piteously as to drive the very stones from the earth and the branches from the trees?" Twice he spoke, and twice received no response. Then the green man's face grew even blacker, the red beard so red it seemed to crackle and sparkle like fir twigs on the fire. The mouth contracted to an arrow-like point before it opened to inquire, in the sweetest, gentlest tones, "But, good people, what use is it to sit here wailing? You can weep until a new flood comes, or until your cries drive the stars from the sky, but surely this will be of little avail. But if someone asks you what the matter is, someone who means well by you, who might even be able to help, then, instead of weeping, you should answer sensibly. That would be of far greater use." But then an old man shook his white head and said, "No offence, but no huntsman can relieve our sorrows, and a heart swollen with misery cannot speak." The green man shook his pointy head and replied, "Father, your words are not foolish, but it is not as you say. Strike what you will, a stone or a tree, and a sound will be heard. It will lament. So too must man must lament all that he suffers, and to every man he meets, for perhaps the next one will come to his aid. I am a mere huntsman, but who knows, if I have in my stables a stalwart team of horses capable of hauling loads of stone and wood, or beeches and firs." The word team slipped into the poor peasants' hearts and became a spark of hope, until all fixed their eyes on the green man, and the old man's mouth gaped even wider. It was not always right, he said, to confide one's burdens to just anyone, but since all could hear that he meant well, that he might be able to help, they would keep no secrets. For more than 2 years, he went on, they had suffered cruelly to build the new castle, and not a single household in all the lordship had been spared the most bitter hardships. Now, when they had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking themselves free at last to toil on their own behalf and drive their ploughs out into the fields with fresh courage, now the Comptoir had ordered them to plant beside the new castle a double row of Müneberg beeches before the month was out. They didn't know how, with their worn-out beasts, they would ever get the job done in the time allotted, and even if they did, what good would it do them? They would not be able to plant their fields, and they would perish of hunger when winter came if the work hadn't killed them first. How could they return home with such news, adding new woe to old? Here, the green man's face assumed a pitying expression. He raised his long, thin, black hand threateningly in the direction of the castle, vowing harsh revenge against tyranny, and he promised to help them. His team, the like of which was not to be found in all the land, would load up the beeches, as many as they could bring, to Kilstalden on this side of Summerswald, and cart them to Berhagen, as a kindness to them and in defiance of the knights, and for a modest payment. The poor men pricked up their ears at this unexpected offer. If they could agree on the terms, it would be their salvation, for they could cart the beeches to Kilstalden, the hill upon which the church stood, without neglecting their own fields to their ruin. And so the old man said, "Tell us then what you would ask of us, that we might come to an agreement." Here the green man's face took on a sly expression. There was a crackling in his beard. His eyes began to flicker like the eyes of a snake, and a ghastly smile played about the two corners of his lips as they parted to speak the words. As I said, it's not much. All I ask is an unbaptized child. Like a lightning bolt, these words shot through the men. The scales fell from their eyes, and like chaff in a whirlwind, they flew in all directions. The green man howled with laughter until the fish in the brook hid themselves, and the birds sought their thicket. Gruesomely, the feather swayed to and fro atop his hat, and the little beard bobbed up and down. "Consider," he cried shrilly after the fugitives, "and take counsel with your wives. 3 nights from now, you will find me here again." The words stuck in their ears like barbed arrows in flesh. Pale and trembling in soul and in every limb, the men flew home, avoiding each other's eyes. Not for all the treasure in this world would any of them have turned his head. And as the men, distraught, flew into their homes, the way doves shoot into their dovecots when pursued by hawks, they brought their terror home with them. Everyone trembled to learn the news that had sent their limbs flying in all directions. Tremulous with curiosity, the wives crept after their husbands until they could speak a private word undisturbed. Each man told his wife what he had heard in the castle, and the wives listened with anger and curses, and each man said whom they had met, and what he had offered. Then the women were seized with nameless terror. Cries of lamentation rang out above mountain and valley, and every woman felt as if it were her own child that the unholy one had demanded. But one woman did not cry out like the rest. This frightfully clever, daring woman was said to hail from Lindau on the Bavarian side of Lake Constance, and she lived right here on this very farm. She had fierce black eyes and little fear of God or man. She was already angry at the men for not rejecting the knight's demands straight away. Had she been there, she would have known what to say. When she heard of the green man and his offer and of how the men had flown before him, she became even angrier and reproached the men for their cowardice, for not having looked the green man boldly in the eye. Perhaps he would have declared himself satisfied with some other payment, and since this was castle work, it would do their souls no harm if the devil did it for them. Her soul was filled with fury that she hadn't been there herself, if only to have seen the devil with her own eyes and to know what he looked like. Fury brought no tears to this woman's eyes. Instead, she spoke harsh words against her own husband and all the other men. Only the next morning did they reach the foot of the mountain where the castle stood, and still the beeches had to be planted. It was as if an unlucky star ruled over them. One misfortune after the other befell them. Harness straps burst in twain, carts broke down, horses and oxen fell or refused to obey. On the second day it was even worse. New troubles called forth new efforts. The unfortunates struggled unrelentingly, and yet not a single beech stood in place, and the fourth had not yet been brought as far as Summerswald. Von Stoffeln cursed and berated them, and the more he berated and cursed, the mightier their unlucky star became, the more intractable their beasts. The other knights laughed and mocked. The spectacle of the peasants' struggles and von Stoffeln's wrath seemed to give them a good deal of pleasure. They had laughed at von Stoffeln's new castle atop its naked peak, and so he had vowed that 1 month hence a double row of beautiful shade trees must be standing there. And so now he cursed, and the knights laughed, and the peasants wept. The peasants were seized by terrible despondency. Not a single cart had escaped damage, not a single team been spared injury. 2 days' labour had not sufficed to transport even 3 trees to their new homes, and their strength was exhausted. Night had come. Black clouds rose up. Lightning flashed for the first time in the year. Men had sat down at the road's edge, the same bend in the road where they had sat 3 days before, but of this they were unaware. The peasant Hornbach, the husband of the woman from Lindau, sat there with 2 farmhands, and others sat beside them. They were awaiting the arrival of the beaches from Summisfalt, reflecting on their misery and resting their shattered limbs. Just then, with a whistling rush, as the wind whistles when it escapes from a chamber, a woman flew up with a large basket on her head. It was Christine of Lindau, wife of the peasant Hornbach, who had come into possession of this female when he had followed his lord into battle. She was not the sort of woman who is content to stay at home, quietly going about her duties, with no other concern than her household and children. Christine always wanted to know what was afoot, and any matter on which she was prevented from giving her opinion she took to be going badly. For this reason she had not sent a maidservant to bring the men their noon meal, but had loaded the heavy basket onto her own head, and had sought out the men, for a long time in vain, for which she reproached them. Nor was she idle meanwhile, for she could speak and work at the same time. She set the basket down, uncovered the pail filled with porridge, laid out the bread and the cheese, and stuck spoons in the porridge, 1 for every man present, master and servant, and bade anyone with an empty stomach come and eat. Then she asked how the men's work had gone that day, and how much had been accomplished in the 2 days past. The men, however, had neither appetite nor words. Not one picked up a spoon. Not one answered her. Only one flippant little farmhand, who found it a matter of indifference if it rained or the sun shone on harvest day, as long as the year went round and his wages were paid and there was food on the table at every meal, took up his spoon and told Christine that they had not yet planted a single beech, and that everything was going as if an evil spell had been cast upon them. How she scoffed then, calling these fears idle imaginings, and the men as weak as women in childbed, working and weeping, wailing and waiting, would not, she declared, put beeches on Berhagen. Should the knight unleash his malice on them, it would be no worse than they deserved, but for the sake of their wives and children the matter would have to be taken in hand quite differently. At this, a long black hand slid suddenly down over the woman's shoulder, and a shrill voice cried out, "Quite right she is." And there in their midst stood the green huntsman, a grin upon his lips, and the red feather atop his hat swayed merrily to and fro. In their terror the men scattered, flying up the slope like chaff in a whirlwind. Only Lindau Christine was unable to flee, and she learned the meaning of the old saying, "Paint the devil on the wall, and you will meet him in the flesh." She remained rooted to the spot, transfixed, unable to avert her eyes from the red feather on his cap and the little red beard flapping merrily up and down in his swarthy face. The green huntsman's shrill laughter pursued the fleeing men, but the face he turned to Christine was gentle, and with a courtly gesture he took her hand. Christine tried to draw her hand away, but she could not escape him. It was like meat sizzling in the grip of red-hot tongs. And now he began to speak prettily, and his red beard flicked lustily up and down as he spoke. He had not beheld so fine a woman in quite some time, he said, and the sight made his heart laugh in his breast. Besides, he liked his women bold, and the ones he liked best were those strong enough to hold their ground when their menfolk ran away. As he spoke thus, the green man appeared less and less fearsome to Christine. Surely he can be reasoned with, she thought, and she didn't see any cause to run away. She'd seen far rougher men than this. Something could be arranged. She was ever more confident, and if one knew how to speak to him, he might do one a favour. Perhaps in the end one could even outwit him, just like any other man. The green man was saying he couldn't understand why he was so feared. He meant well by humankind, and if people received him uncharitably, why should they be surprised if he didn't always treat them the way they wanted? Christine summoned her courage and said that he had only himself to blame if he frightened people so atrociously. Why did he demand an unbaptized child? He might have spoken of some other form of payment. Talk like that aroused suspicion. A child was human, after all, and no Christian would hand over a child before its baptism. "This is my customary payment, and I will accept nothing else." Who cares about an infant that no one even knows yet? It's best to give them away early when no one has taken pleasure in or cared for them. For me, the younger the better. The earlier I begin raising a child in my own way, the further I can bring it. Baptism is unnecessary for my purposes. I don't want it. Now Christine understood that he would not be satisfied with any other payment. But the thought continued to grow within her. Why should this be the only man who couldn't be tricked? She said that a person who wanted to earn something had to be content with what others could give. At present, there was not a single unbaptized child in any of their homes, and none would be born within the month, but the beaches still had to be transported by then. Now the Green Man became courteous and attentive, saying, "I don't insist on receiving the child in advance. As long as I'm promised that the first child born will be brought to me unbaptized, I'll be satisfied with that." These words were very much to Christine's liking. She knew that no child would be born in her lord's lands for quite some time. Once the Green Man had kept his promise and the beeches were planted, they wouldn't have to give him anything at all, neither a child nor anything else. They would have masses read to shield and protect them, and enjoy a hearty laugh at the Green Man's expense. These were Christine's thoughts. And so she thanked him boldly for his kind offer and said it was worth thinking about. She would speak to the men. "There's nothing left to think about, nothing to speak of," the Green Man said. "I instructed the lot of you to appear here today, and I will have my answer. I have business in many other places as well. You're not my sole concern. You must either accept or refuse my offer, for afterwards I will hear no more of it." Christine tried to turn matters to her advantage, being reluctant to shoulder this burden alone. She might even have resorted to caresses in the hope of gaining time, but the Green Man was in no humour for this and didn't waver. "It's now or never," he said, adding that as soon as the bargain had been struck for the child, he would cart as many beeches to Berhagen each night as the peasants could bring to Kilstalden by midnight. He'd be there to fetch them. "Think no more of it, my lovely," he said, tapping Christine sweetly on the cheek. Her heart palpitated. She would have preferred to draw the men into this business so they could take the blame later. But there was no time to lose. No man stood by to serve as scapegoat, and still the belief had not abandoned her that she was craftier than the Green Man, and would later surely come up with a way to outsmart him. For this reason, Christine said that for her part she agreed, but if later the men refused, there was nothing she could do about it, and he shouldn't hold her responsible. And the Green Man declared himself passably satisfied. Christine's limbs and soul began to quake. Now, she realized, would come the fearful moment when she must sign the Green Man's contract with blood of her blood. But the Green Man made things easy, saying that he never required a signature from a beautiful woman, just a kiss. At once he pursed his lips before Christine's face, and there was no escape. She stood transfixed, rigid, immobile, and now the pointy mouth touched Christine's face, and it seemed to her a sharp iron made of fire pierced her through her very marrow, her body and soul, and a yellow lightning bolt flashed between them, showing Christine the Green Man's devilish countenance twisted in pleasure, and a thunderclap crashed down over her as though the skies had burst in two. The Green Man was gone, and Christine stood as if turned to stone. Her feet seemed to have sent roots shooting deep into the earth in that fearful moment. At last she regained control of her limbs, but her mind was filled with a tumultuous roaring, as if a mighty flood were hurling its waters down cliffs as high as towers into a black ravine. Just as one cannot hear one's own voice amid the thundering of water, Christine was not conscious of her own thoughts amid the great roar thundering in her mind. Unconsciously, she flew up the mountainside and felt, glowing ever hotter, a burning on her cheek, where the Green Man's mouth had touched it. She rubbed at it and washed, but the flames would not subside. A tempestuous night followed. Every peak, every crevasse howled and roared, as though the spirits of night were celebrating their nuptials high aloft in the black clouds, winds striking up wild roundelays for a grisly dance, with lightning bolts for wedding torches, and thunder the marriage blessing. Never had such a night been seen at this time of year. Now there was furious activity at a large house in a dark mountain valley, with many people clustered beneath its sheltering roof. Ordinarily, a farmer will stay on his farm during a storm, fearful for the safety of hearth and home, to guard and protect his homestead. He keeps watch as long as thunderheads fill the heavens. But shared adversity outweighed the peasants' fear of the storm. Adversity brought them together in this house, which those driven from Munenberg by the storm had to pass, as did those fleeing Barhagen. The misery made them forget the terrors of the night, and they lamented and bemoaned their misfortune. Nature, raging out of doors, only compounded their wretchedness. Horses and oxen had taken fright or balked. They had kicked their carts to splinters or plunged over cliffs. And now many of the injured groaned in pain, while others shrieked as their dislocated limbs were set and bound. Those who had beheld the Green Man also fled to this place of misery, gripped by ghastly fears. They quaked as they told of his renewed appearance. Quaking, the company listened to the men's report, emerging from the room's darkest reaches to gather around the fire where the men sat. And when the wind wailed in the rafters, or a thunderclap crashed above the house, the whole assembly cried out in terror, convinced that the Green Man was breaking through the roof to appear in their midst. But he did not come, and their fear subsided. And as the old misery persisted, and the laments of their suffering increased, thoughts began to rise within them of the sort that can easily cost a man his soul. They began to calculate how much more all of them together were worth than a single unbaptized child, gradually forgetting that a crime against a soul weighs 1,000 times heavier than saving even thousands and thousands of human lives. Slowly they came to give voice to these thoughts, their words mingling with the tortured moans of the suffering. The peasants began to ask about the Green Man, expressing dissatisfaction at not having engaged him properly. He had taken no one, and the less fear they had of him, the less harm he would do. If only they'd been braver, they might have helped the whole valley. Then the men began to make excuses. They didn't say that it was dangerous to toy with the devil, that a person who lent him his ear would soon give him his whole head, but instead spoke of the Green Man's terrifying figure, his flaming beard, the fiery feather atop his hat, making it look like the turret of a castle, and the horrific, unendurable smell of sulphur. But Christine's husband, who had grown used to his wife's backing, said that they should just ask her, and she could tell them whether the smell could be endured. Everyone knew how courageous she was, so they looked for Christine, but no one saw her. Each had thought only of his own salvation, not that of others, and now, sitting in safety, each assumed all the others to be safe too. Only now did it occur to them that no one had seen Christine since that fateful moment, and she had not come into the house with them. Her husband began to wail most bitterly, and the others with him. Only she could help them, they all thought. Suddenly, the door flew open, her hair dripping, her cheeks red, and her eyes burning darker than ever with an unholy fire. Christine stood in their midst. They welcomed her with a warmth to which she was not accustomed, and each wanted to be the first to tell her what had been thought and said, and how worried about her they'd been. Christine soon saw what they were getting at, and concealing her inner fury behind scornful words, she reproached the men for their over-hasty flight. Not one of them had stopped to help a poor woman, nor turned back to see what might befall her at the Green Man's hands. At this, a storm of curiosity broke out. Everyone was impatient to hear how she'd fared, and those in the back craned their necks to hear better and get a closer look at this woman who had stood so close beside the Green Man. At first, Christine said that they didn't deserve to hear a thing. Not after tormenting her as a stranger in their valley, with the women calling her wicked names and the menfolk failing her at every turn. And if she were not more good-hearted than the rest of them, and more courageous, there would be no hope and no way out of their misery. Christine went on like this for quite some time, hurling harsh words at the women, who had never been willing to believe her when she said that Lake Constance was larger than the castle pond. And the more they tried to sway her, the more unrelenting she became. insisting in particular that they were sure to put the worst possible interpretation on what she was about to say, and that if things went well, they wouldn't be grateful at all, and if they went badly, they would saddle her with all the blame. At last, the entire group was practically down on its knees before Christine, begging and entreating her, with the wounded crying out imploringly. Christine appeared to soften, and she began to relate how she had held her ground and come to an agreement with the Green Man, but she said nothing of the kiss, of the way it burned upon her cheek, and the tumult it unleashed in her brain. But she did explain her devious thoughts since then. The most important thing was to have the beaches brought to Berhagen. Once they stood in their places, there would be time to decide what to do next. The main thing was that until that time, as far as she knew, no child would be born among them. Many felt a chill ripple down their spines as she spoke, but the thought that there would still be time to consider what to do next pleased all of them. One young woman, though, began to weep most bitterly. You might have washed your hands beneath her eyes, without saying a word. An old, venerable woman, however, tall and with a face fit to bow down or to flee, stepped forward and declared it was ungodly to wager certainties upon uncertainties, and to gamble with eternal life. Those who enter into relations with the evil one, she said, will never be rid of evil. If you give him a finger, your body and soul will belong to him. No one, she said, could help them escape this misery but God, and if someone forsakes him in his misery, in misery he will drown. But the venerable old woman's counsel was met with disdain, and they bade the young woman be silent, saying that weeping and wailing were no help. They needed a different sort of help. As soon as they had reached an agreement, they would hazard it. Even in the worst possible case, they would be no worse off than before, and this would not be the first time men had tricked the wickedest spirits. And if they should find themselves at a loss, surely a priest could give them counsel and succour. But not a few of them, as they later confessed, thought secretly in the depths of their hearts that it was not worth parting with so much money or going to such pains merely for the sake of an unbaptized child. When the decision was made to do as Christine proposed, it was as if all the whirlwinds were colliding above the house, like hosts of wild hunters hurtling past. The house posts swayed, the beams buckled, and trees splintered against the walls like spears against an armoured breast. The women within grew pale, overcome with horror, but they did not reverse their decision, and as morning dawned, they began to act upon it. The morning was beautiful and clear, all traces of storm and wizardry gone. Their axes hewed twice as sharp as before, the ground was loose, and each of the beaches fell just as they wished it to. Not a single cart broke down. The animals were willing and strong, and the men protected from every mishap, as if by an invisible hand. There was just one strange thing. Down below Summerswald in those days there was not yet a road leading to the far end of the valley. It was still marshland there, fed by the unbridled stream called Grüne. And so one drove up to Stalden by the village road that went past the church. Just as in the days before, they drove 3 carts at once so that they could give each other aid, be it with word, deed, or beasts. And now they had only to pass through Summerswald and descend Kilstalden, beside which a small chapel stood. Below it, on the level road, they were to unload the beaches. But as soon as they had driven up to Stalden and approached the church on the level road, the weight of their carts grew not lighter but heavier and heavier. They had to hitch up additional animals, as many as they had, and then whip them cruelly and seize hold of the wheel's spokes, and all the while even the gentlest nags balked as though something invisible had come from the churchyard and was blocking their path. And the faint tolling of a bell, almost like the errant echo of a distant death knell, came from the church, so that a peculiar horror seized the strongest men, and both men and beasts trembled as they approached the church. Once they had passed it, the way became smooth again, and they could easily unload their carts, easily return for a new load. 6 beeches were unloaded side by side at the appointed place that very day, and the next morning 6 beeches stood planted upon Berhagen, and throughout the valley no one had heard so much as an axle turning about its hub, the cries that carters make as they work, the neighing of horses, the oxen's monotonous bellows. But 6 beeches stood planted there, and could be seen by all who wished to look, and they were the same trees that had been laid out at the foot of the Stalden, and none other. The entire valley marvelled, and curiosity was widespread. The knights were especially eager to learn what sort of pact the peasants had entered into, and how the beeches had been transplanted. They would have liked to use heathen methods to press the peasants to reveal their secret, but they soon saw that even the peasants did not quite understand, and were half terror-struck. Moreover, von Stoffeln forbade the knights to intervene. He wasn't indifferent to how the beeches got to Berhagen. As long as the beeches were being brought up the hill, he was just as happy to see the peasants spared. His knights jeered, he now saw, had driven him to commit an act of foolishness, for if the peasants were destroyed and the fields remained unplanted, it was the lords who would suffer the greatest loss. Nonetheless, once von Stoffeln had made a decree, he stood by it, and so it suited him that the peasants had sought and found relief, even if they had ransomed their souls. For what were the souls of peasants to him, once death had taken their bodies? He laughed now at his knights, and protected the peasants from their malice. The knights, however, wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, and sent their squires to keep watch. These squires were then found the next morning, half dead in ditches, where an invisible hand had thrust them. 2 knights now betook themselves to Berhagen. These were men of great mettle, and in the land of the heathen no perilous adventure had proved too much for them. The next morning they were found lying on the earth as if paralyzed. When they were once more capable of speech, they said that a red knight with a flaming lance had run them down. Now and then an inquisitive female could not resist peering in the midnight hour through a crack or chink at the road leading through the valley. At once a poisonous wind would blow upon her. Her face would swell, and for weeks neither nose nor eyes could be seen, and her mouth found only with difficulty. Under these circumstances people soon gave up peeking, and not a single eye gazed down the valley at midnight. Once, though, a man suddenly found himself on the point of death. He was in need of a priest's final solace, but no one dared go for the priest, for midnight was near, and the road would lead past Kilchstalden. Then an innocent little boy, beloved of God and men, set off unbidden to Sumiswald out of fear for his father. As he came near Kilchstalden, he saw the beeches flying up from the ground there, each drawn by 2 flaming squirrels, and beside them he saw a green man riding a black billy goat, a fiery scourge in his hand, a flaming beard on his face, and swaying atop his hat a feather red as glowing embers. The procession flew through the air, high over hill and knoll, as quick as a wink. This the boy saw, and no harm befell him. Not 3 weeks had passed, and already 90 beeches stood upon Berhagen, making a lovely avenue, for each was thickly covered in new growth, and not a single tree had withered. But the knights, even von Stoffeln, did not often walk there, for always a feeling of dread crept over them. They would have liked best to know nothing at all of the whole business, but no one put an end to it, each consoling himself with the thought that if something went amiss, someone else was to blame. The peasants, though, felt ever more at ease with every beech that was planted, for with each tree their hope grew of satisfying their lord and cheating the green man. He had taken no pledge, and once the 100th tree was planted, what need would they have to concern themselves with him? Still, they weren't sure they trusted the situation. Each day brought fears that he might be playing a trick on them, and would leave them in the lurch. On St. Urban's Day, they carted the last beeches to Kilchstalden, and young and old slept poorly that night. It was hardly to believe that he would complete his work with no more ado, without child or collateral. The next morning, young and old were on their feet long before the sun, and in each the same eager fear was stirring. But for a long time no one dared approach the place where they had laid the beeches, lest a snare had been set there for those who wanted to deceive the green man. A rough young cowherd, who'd just come down from the mountain with a pannier of the soft cheese called ziger, finally took the chance. He ran to the place and found no beeches lying there, and no sign of trickery or mischief. Still, they were distrustful. They made the cowherd precede them to Berhagen, and there they found everything as it should be. 100 beeches lined up in formation, not one of them withered, nor did any of the peasants have a swollen face or aching limb. Jubilation arose in their hearts, and they began to mock the green man and the knights. For the third time they sent the rough young cowherd to do their bidding, instructing him to tell von Stoffeln that on Berhagen everything was finished, and he could come and count his trees. The knight heard it with a shudder, and sent word to the peasants to quit the place at once and go home. He would have liked to tell them to tear the whole thing down again, but he refrained from this on account of his knights. He didn't want them saying he was afraid, and he knew nothing of the pact the peasants had entered into, and who might have a part in it. When the cowherd arrived with this message, the peasants' hearts were even further inflamed with defiance. Revelling youths danced up and down the shady avenue, and wild yodels resounded from chasm to chasm, from one mountain top to the next, echoing back from the high walls of the Summiswald castle. Sober-minded elders voiced words of caution, bidding them cease, but defiant hearts pay no heed to their elders' warnings, saying that any misfortune is the fault of the elders, with all their warnings and fearfulness. The time is still to come when it will be recognized that defiance itself can summon misfortune out of nowhere. The celebration spread through mountain and valley and all the houses, and wherever a finger's length of meat could be found in the smokehouse it was cooked, and if a hand's breadth of butter was left in the crock they set to baking cakes. The meat was eaten, the cakes disappeared, the day had passed, and a new day dawned in the heavens. The day was fast approaching when a woman would give birth to a child, and the closer this day came, the more urgent was their fear. Fear that the green man would show himself again, would demand his due, or else lay a snare for them. The wretchedness of that young woman whose day was fast approaching, who could describe it? All through the house her lamentations resounded, gripping every member of the household, and no one knew what to do, only that they had bound themselves to one who could not be trusted. The fateful hour approached, and the unfortunate woman clove to God evermore, embracing the Holy Mother not merely with her arms, but with her body and soul and all her heart, imploring her protection in the name of her blessed Son. And it became ever more clear to her that in living and dying, in one's hour of need, the greatest consolation lay in God, for where he was, the evil one could not exist and had no power. She had come to believe that if a priest in the Lord's service attended the birth of a child bearing the holiest of all things, the sacred body of the Saviour, and armed with powerful incantations, no evil spirit would be able to approach, and straightway the priest could administer to the newborn the sacrament of baptism, which customs at the time permitted. Then the poor child would be forever safe from the perils that the foolhardiness of its parents had brought upon it. Others shared her belief, and the young woman's lamentations touched their hearts, but they were ashamed to admit to the priest that they had entered into a pact with Satan, and since that day none of them had gone to confession, nor spoken with him about the matter. This priest was a deeply devout man. Even the knights of the castle did not trifle with him, though he spoke truth to them. The peasants knew he could do nothing to prevent a bargain once it was struck, but now none of them wished to confess how matters lay, and their consciences told them why. Finally, the lamentations pierced the heart of one of the women. She ran to reveal the entire business to the priest, along with the young woman's request. A violent horror seized the pious man, but he lost no time with empty words. Boldly he strode into battle against his powerful adversary to defend a poor soul. He was a sort of man who does not shy away from the hardest battle, for he wishes to be crowned with the crown of eternal life, and knows full well that no one will be crowned who does not do righteously in battle. All around the house in which the young woman awaited her time, he drew a sacred ring with holy water, which evil spirits may not cross, then blessed the threshold and the entire room, and peacefully the woman gave birth, and the priest baptized the child unhindered. Out of doors all was calm as well, with bright stars flickering in the clear sky, a gentle breeze playing in the trees. Some claimed to have heard whinnying laughter from far in the distance. Others, though, insisted it was only the screech owls at the edge of the woods. All who were gathered there rejoiced, and their fear vanished forever, they supposed. Having gotten the better of the green man, they assumed they would be able to do so again and again. A great feast was prepared, guests summoned from far and wide. In vain did the Lord's priest warn against this sumptuous celebration. He urged them instead to tremble and pray, for their enemy had not yet been defeated, and they had not yet atoned to God. It seemed to him, he said, that he should impose no penance on them, for a penance far more furious and harsh was hurtling towards them, sent by God's own hand. But they refused to listen, and tried to mollify him with food and drink. He left them then, dismayed, praying for the ones who knew not what they did, and readied himself for battle with fasting and prayers, a faithful shepherd to the flock entrusted to his care. In the midst of all these celebrants sat Christine, but she was oddly quiet, with flaming cheeks and dull eyes, and a strange twitching could be seen in her face. As an experienced midwife, she had been present at the birth, had assumed the role of godmother during the baptism, her insolent heart devoid of fear. But when the priest sprinkled the holy water over the child, baptizing it in the name of the Holy Trinity, she felt as if a glowing iron had suddenly been pressed to the spot where she had received the green man's kiss. In sudden terror she had flinched, almost dropping the child. And since that moment the pain had not relented, but instead grew more acute from hour to hour. At first she sat quietly, suppressing the pain, her newly awakened soul tormented by heavy thoughts, and her hand flying more and more frequently to the burning spot, where it felt as if a poisonous wasp had alighted, thrusting its fiery barb deep into her core. But there was no wasp to shoo away, and the stings grew ever more fiery, and her thoughts ever more filled with terror. And Christine began to show people her cheek, asking what they saw there. And again she asked, but no one saw anything at all, and soon no one was inclined to waste time inspecting Christine's cheek. Finally, she did convince an old woman to look once more, just as the cock was crowing to announce the dawn. And the old woman saw the almost invisible speck on Christine's cheek. "It's nothing," the woman said. "It'll go away on its own." And off she walked. Christine tried to comfort herself, saying it was nothing, it would soon go away. But the pain did not let up, and imperceptibly the speck grew, and soon everyone could see it, and asked about that black dot on her face. No one thought much of it, but their words were like barbs driven into her heart, awakening the heavy thoughts once more, and again she was forced to remember that this was the very spot where the green man had kissed her, and that the same burning pain that had flashed through all her limbs at the moment of the kiss now burned and gnawed at her without respite. Sleep abandoned her, and everything she ate tasted of fire. Agitated, she went here, went there, seeking comfort, and finding none. For the pain continued to sharpen, and the black dot grew larger and blacker, isolated, dark streaks radiating from it, and at the edge of the spot that was closest to her mouth, a bump had risen. So Christine suffered and fled through long days and long nights, and still she hadn't revealed the fear in her heart, nor spoken of what she had received from the green man just there. But she would have sacrificed anything in heaven or earth to rid herself of these torments. She was presumptuous by nature, and agony made her ruthless. Once more a woman was expecting a child. Now, this time there was much less fear. The peasants were light-hearted. As long as they took care to summon the priest in good time, they thought they could defy the Green Man. But Christine was not light-hearted. The closer the day of the birth approached, the more terrible the burning in her cheek became, and the more the black spot swelled, stretching distinct legs out from its centre, and sprouting little hairs, shiny points and stripes appeared on its back. The bump became a head, and from it flashed glinting, venomous glances, as if from two eyes. Everyone shrieked at the sight of this venomous spider upon Christine's face, rooted in her face, growing there, and they fled in fear and horror. There was much talk, all sorts of different advice. But whatever this affliction might be, no one was sorry for Christine, whom they shunned, fleeing her presence at every turn. And the more they fled, the more she pursued them, hurrying from one house to the next. The devil was reminding her of the promised child she knew, and she tried to prevail on the others to make this sacrifice, hounding them in her infernal terror. But the others hardly paid attention. Christine's torments caused them no pain. She herself was to blame for her sufferings, and if they couldn't escape her, they said, "What's that to us? No one promised the child, and no one's going to give one up." Furiously she importuned her own husband. Like the others, he fled from her, and when he could flee no more, he spoke cold-bloodedly, saying soon it would get better. It was just a common mole. When it had finished growing, the pain would cease, and then they could tie it off. But the pain did not cease. Each leg was like hellfire, the spider's body like hell itself, and when the woman's time came, Christine felt a sea of flame surrounding her. It was as if fiery knives were gouging at her marrow, and fiery whirlwinds howling through her brain, and the spider swelled and reared, and its venomous eyes bulged amid the short bristles. When Christine, racked with fiery torments, could find sympathy nowhere, while the woman in labour remained well guarded, she threw herself, reeling in her madness, down the path she knew the priest must take. Swiftly the priest came striding across the slope, accompanied by the sturdy sexton. The hot sun and the steep path did not obstruct his steps, for he was charged with saving a soul and warding off eternal misfortune. And as he was coming late from the distant home of an invalid, he feared terrible consequences. In her despair, Christine flung herself at his feet, grasping at his knees, begging him to release her from her torments, to sacrifice the child, which did not yet know life. And the spider reared even higher, glinting black and horrific in her flushed face, and hideously eyeing the holy implements and symbols the priest bore. Quickly he thrust Christine away, making the sign of the cross. The enemy was before him, he saw, but he abandoned this battle to save a soul. Christine sprang up, charging after him, trying everything in her power. But the sexton's firm hand kept the raging woman away from the priest, and he arrived in time to safeguard the house, to receive the child in his consecrated hands, and place it in the hands of him whom hell can never overpower. Outside, Christine had all this while been fighting a dreadful battle. She fought to take possession of the child before it was baptized, to enter the house, but strong men prevented her. Powerful gusts buffeted the house. Pale flashes of lightning whipped about it. But the Lord's hand gave it shelter. The child was baptized, and Christine circled the house, powerless and in vain. Racked with ever more infernal torments, she uttered sounds. They were not the sounds of a human breast. The animals stood quaking in their stalls and tore loose from their ropes, and the oaks in the forest convulsed in a great horrified rustle. Inside the house, rejoicing broke out at this new victory, at the impotence of the green huntsman, and the struggles of his accomplice. Outside, Christine lay struck down by indescribable torments, and in her face labour pains began such as no woman on earth has ever known. The spider in her face swelled up higher than ever, sending fiery barbs through her very bones. And now Christine felt as if her face was bursting open and glowing coals were being birthed from it, quickening into life and swarming across her face and all her limbs, and everything within her face had sprung to life, a fiery swarming all across her body. In the lightning's pallid glow she saw, long-legged and venomous, innumerable black spiderlings scurrying down her limbs and out into the night. And as they vanished, they were followed, long-legged and venomous, by innumerable others. Finally, there were no more left to swarm after the others. The burning in her face subsided, and the spider settled back again into her flesh, becoming an almost invisible dot again, its dying eyes gazing after the infernal brood it had given birth to, as a sign of how the green huntsman likes being toyed with. Spent as if she had just given birth, Christine dragged herself home. Though the fire in her face no longer burned so sharply, the fire in her heart raged still, and though her exhausted limbs longed for rest, the green man permitted her no rest. For once he has a person in his clutches, this is what he does. In the house, meanwhile, they celebrated and rejoiced, and so for a long time they did not hear the animals bellowing and thrashing in their stalls. Finally they heard and were startled. A few went to look and returned deathly pale with the news that the finest cow lay dead, and the rest of the beasts were thrashing and flailing in ways they had never seen. Something was not right, they said. Strange forces were at work. All celebrations ceased, and everyone ran outside to look to the animals whose bellowing resounded over mountain and valley, but they did not know what to do. They tried both worldly and spiritual arts against this curse, but in vain. Before the day dawned, all the animals in the stable had died, and as silence set in at the house, they began to hear bellowing here and bellowing there. The affliction was spreading from stable to stable, where in their terror the beasts piteously cried out to their masters for succour. They sped home as if flames were shooting from the roofs, but they brought no succour. In stable after stable death laid low their livestock. The wails of man and beast filled the mountains and vales, and the sun, that when it last departed had left behind so gay a valley, now looked down upon a scene of abject misery. When the sun rose, the peasants saw that the stables where their livestock had fallen swarmed with innumerable black spiders. They crept over the animals, the fodder, and everything they touched was poisoned. And every living thing began to thrash about and was soon struck down. The spiders could not be cleared from the stables they infested. They seemed to have sprung up from the ground, and no stable they had not yet beset could be shielded from them, for suddenly they would creep out of the walls, or else scores of them would drop from the rafters. The peasants drove their livestock out into the fields, but they were only driving their beasts into the jaws of death. For as soon as a cow set foot on a meadow, the ground began to teem with life. Black, long-legged spiders sprouted from the earth, horrific alpine flowers that crept up the animals' legs, and dreadful cries of anguish resounded from mountain to valley. And all these spiders resembled the spider upon Christine's face, as children resemble their mother, and no one had ever seen spiders like these before. The cries of the suffering beasts could be heard as far as the castle, and soon shepherds arrived there as well, announcing that their livestock had also fallen victim to the venomous creatures. And with mounting fury, von Stoffeln received the news of how herd after herd was being lost, and of the pact with the green huntsman, who had been cheated twice, and how the spiders resembled, as children their mothers, the spider in the face of the woman from Lindau, who had entered into an agreement with the green man on her own initiative, never properly informing the others. In his wrath, von Stoffeln rode across the mountain and roared down at the unfortunate peasants that he had no intention of losing herd after herd for their sake. They would have to make good any losses he suffered and keep their promises and bear the consequences of their own actions. He was not about to suffer losses on their account, and those he did incur must be compensated 1,000-fold. They should be on their guard. This is what he said, little concerned about what he asked of them. That he himself had driven them to such a pass never crossed his mind. They were responsible for their deeds. By now, most people understood that these spiders were a scourge sent by the evil one, a warning that the pact must be fulfilled, and that Christine must be more closely involved, and that she hadn't told them everything about the bargain she had struck with the Green Huntsman. The thought of him made them tremble anew. They no longer mocked him, and they feared their worldly lord as well. If they satisfied the demands of these two, what would their heavenly lord say? Would he permit it, and not demand a penance of his own? Filled with trepidation, the most respected among them gathered in a remote barn and ordered Christine to come and give a clear account of the bargain she had struck. Wild-eyed and vengeful, Christine came. Once more she was being tormented by the growing spider. When she saw the men's apprehension, and that no women were present, she told them plainly what had happened, how the Green Man had been quick to take her at her word, and as a pledge had given her a kiss which she had heeded no more than any other, how in that very spot the spider had grown, causing her infernal torments from the moment when the first child had been baptized, and how when the second child was baptized and the Green Man duped, the spider had inflicted the most infernal agony upon her as it gave birth to the innumerable spiders, for he would not suffer himself to be duped without recompense. As the 1,000 mortal torments that racked her limbs had now made her realize. For the spider swelled anew, multiplying her torments, and if the next child was not the Green Huntsman's, no one could say how dreadful the new scourge might be, nor how dreadful the night's revenge. Christine spoke, and the men's hearts trembled, and for a long time no one dared to utter a word, but then bits of broken sounds began to issue from their fear-choked throats, and these added up to just what Christine had said, without any one man having corroborated her words. One man alone stood up and spoke briefly and to the point. The best thing, it seemed to him, would be to strike Christine dead, for once she was dead, the Green Man would be content and no longer have any grip on the living. Hearing this, Christine gave a savage laugh. She walked up to him and said he could strike her down on the spot. She had no objection, but what the Green Man wanted was not her, but an unbaptized child, and just as he had marked her, he could easily mark the hand lifted against her. The man's hand twitched, and he sat down and listened in silence now to what the others said. And in broken phrases, with no man speaking out clearly, but each stammering a few chosen words that said very little, they resolved to sacrifice the next child. But no one volunteered to perform this deed. None was willing to bear the child to Kilkstalden, where they had laid the beeches. None had hesitated to take advantage of the devil, it seemed, for the general weal, and yet none was eager to make his personal acquaintance. And here Christine willingly offered her services, for one who had already kept company with the devil could scarcely suffer further harm from a second meeting. They all knew to whom the next child would be born, but no one spoke of it, and the child's father was not among them, having come both to spoken and unspoken agreement. They parted. The young woman, who, not knowing why, had trembled and wept that fateful night when Christine first brought word of the Green Huntsman's offer, was to bear the next child. She could not be sanguine or optimistic about how things had gone in the earlier cases. An unnameable fear cast a pall across her heart, and neither prayer nor penance helped. Wary silence surrounded her. No one spoke of the spider any longer, and every eye that rested on her awakened distrust, for she thought it must be calculating the hour when her child might be taken from her to assuage the devil. Alone and forsaken, she now confronted this sinister force. Her only succour was her mother-in-law, a pious woman who stood by her, but what help is one old woman against a savage crowd? She had her husband, who made all the promises and assurances one might expect, but he was overcome with sorrow at the loss of his cattle, and thought little of his poor wife's fears. The priest had promised to come as swiftly and as soon as he was summoned, but much might take place between the moment of sending word and his arrival, and the unfortunate woman had no messenger other than her own husband to shield and protect her, and moreover she lived beneath the same roof as Christine, and their husbands were brothers, and she herself had no relatives of her own, for she had arrived here an orphan. Imagine the mortal fear that tormented this poor woman. Only in prayer with her husband's pious mother did she find a shred of hope, but when she saw the wicked eyes watching her, it vanished. Meanwhile, the sickness persisted, and the terror as well. It was only now and again that an animal was stricken and the spiders showed themselves, but as soon as the peasants' fear subsided, as soon as any one of them thought or remarked that this plague would soon simply disappear, and that before sinning against the child they should think about what it meant to do so, Christine's infernal torments would blaze up once more. The spider would swell, and death would strike with renewed fury in the stables of anyone who had thought or spoken in this way. Indeed, the adversity appeared to increase as the awaited hour grew near, and they saw they would have to plan carefully to take possession of the child safely and without fail when the time came. Above all, they feared the child's father, and to use force against him was repugnant to all. Christine took it upon herself to win him over, and she succeeded. He wished to know nothing about the business. He would do as his wife bade him. He would go for the priest, but without haste, and would not concern himself with what took place in his absence. In this way he made peace with his conscience, and he would make peace with God by having masses read, and perhaps there was even something that might be done for the child's soul, he thought. Perhaps the devout priest would succeed in winning it back from the devil, and then they would be clear of the whole business. They'd have done their part, and still gotten the better of the evil one. This is what the woman's husband thought, and in any case, however things turned out, he himself would be guiltless as long as he had not joined in the business with his own hands. And so this stalwart woman had been sold, but not yet knowing this, she still anxiously hoped for rescue, and yet it had been decided in the council of men that the dagger would pierce her heart. But what the Lord above had decided was still concealed by the clouds that lie between us and the future. There had been many storms that year, and the time for the harvest had come. Every available set of hands was summoned to get the grain safely stored away while the weather was fair. A hot afternoon had arrived. The clouds were poking their sombre heads above the dark mountains. The swallows flitted fretfully about the roof, and the poor woman felt so anxious and afraid, all alone in the house, for even the grandmother had gone out into the fields to help more with wishes than with deeds. And now splitting pains shot through her. Everything went black before her eyes. She felt her hour approach, and was alone. Fear drove her from the house. Stumbling, she made her way towards the fields, but soon she had to sit down. She tried to send her voice out ahead of her, but it refused to issue from her constricted breast. With her she had a small child who was only just learning to use his little legs, and had never before been to the field walking on his own. His mother had always carried him. Now the unfortunate woman was compelled to make this tiny boy her messenger, not knowing if he would find the field or even if his legs would carry him that far. But the devoted boy could see how frightened his mother was, and so he ran and fell down and got up again. And the cat chased its rabbit, doves and chickens ran about his feet, his little lamb pursued him, head-butting and playful, but the boy saw none of this. He allowed himself no delay and faithfully delivered his message. Breathless, the grandmother arrived, but the woman's husband hung back, saying he would follow as soon as he'd unloaded his cart. An eternity passed before he finally came, and another before he finally set out again, slowly down the long road, and in mortal fear the unfortunate woman felt her hour approaching more and more quickly. Joyfully Christine had observed all this out in the fields. The sun was burning down hot upon her hard labour, but the spider was scarcely burning at all, and she found her step light as the hours wore on. Cheerfully she went about her work, in no rush to return home, knowing how slow the messenger would be. Only when the last sheaf had been loaded, and gusts of wind portended the approaching storm, did Christine hurry toward her prey that was assured her, or so she thought. And as she went home, she gestured meaningfully to many who passed her, and they nodded in return, quickly bearing the message home. Many a knee shook, and many a soul longed to pray in its helpless fear, but was unable. Inside, in her bedroom, the lamentable woman whimpered as the minutes drew themselves out into eternities, and the grandmother was unable to silence her wails with prayers and words of consolation. She had locked the doors of the room and placed heavy implements before the doors. So long as they were alone in the house, it was endurable. But then they saw Christine arriving home, and heard her stealthy footsteps at the door. There were other footsteps too, and furtive whispers. No priest came, and no one else they could trust, as the moment usually anticipated with such joy came ever closer. So it can be imagined what fear engulfed these poor women like boiling oil, without help and without hope. Christine, they could hear, did not stir from the door. The lamentable woman felt the fiery eyes of her savage sister-in-law right through the wood, searing her body and soul. Then the first whimpers of a baby were heard, stifled as quickly as possible, but too late. The door flew open beneath furious, well-prepared blows, and like a tiger pouncing upon its prey, Christine threw herself upon the poor mother. The old woman who had thrust herself into the fray was knocked to the ground. In a mother's holy fear, the woman made one last effort, but her weak body collapsed, and the child was in Christine's hands. A heart-rending cry burst from the mother's breast, and then the black shadows of oblivion wrapped themselves about her. Fear and horror seized the men when Christine emerged with the stolen child. Premonitions of a dreadful future rose before them, but not one had the courage to put a stop to things. Their fear of the devil's plagues was stronger than their fear of God. Only Christine felt no fear. Her face glowed radiant as the face of a victor after successful battle, and it seemed to her the spider stirred, caressing her, the gentlest itch. The lightning bolts that flickered about her as she made her way to Kilchstalden seemed like festive lanterns to her. The thunder, an affectionate grumble, and the bloodthirsty storm, a sweet rustling of leaves. Hans, the husband of the unfortunate woman, had kept his promise all too well. Slowly he had made his way, stopping to contemplate every field, gazing after every bird, watching as the fish in the brook leapt up to catch little flies before the storm. Then he would lurch forward and pick up his pace, at times even breaking into a run. There was something in him that drove him forward, that made his hair stand on end. It was his conscience telling him what a father deserved who betrayed his wife and child. It was the love he still bore for his wife and the fruit of his loins. But then something else held him back, something stronger than the first thing. His fear of men, his fear of the devil, and his love of all the devil could take from him. Then he walked more slowly again, slowly as a man walking his last road to the gallows. And perhaps he really was walking towards the place where his life would end. Many walk their last roads without knowing it. And if they did, how differently they might walk there. And so it grew late before he came to Summiswald. Black clouds swooped over the Mühneberg. Heavy drops fell, scarring the dust, and heavily the bell in the tower began to toll, warning all mankind to turn their thoughts to God and implore him not to make this storm their last judgment. The priest stood in readiness before his house, prepared to set out the moment the Lord who held sway above him should call him to the side of a dying man, or to a burning house, or whatever else. When he saw Hans approaching, he recognized the difficult errand he was being sent on. He tied up the long ends of his cassock and sent word to his sexton in the bell tower to relinquish his post and make haste to accompany him. Meanwhile, He placed the refreshing drink before Hans, thinking he must be weary from his rapid march in the heavy air. Hans had no need of this, but the priest did not suspect his treachery. Hans drank unhurriedly. The sexton arrived with some delay and was happy to share in the drink Hans offered. Before them the priest stood ready, in no need of a draught before heading into battle. He was reluctant to bid his guests to take leave of the jug he'd placed before them, reluctant to violate the laws of hospitality, but he knew a law that was higher than these, and this dilatory drinking sent fury racing through his limbs. At last he announced that he was ready to depart, for a woman beset with cares awaited them, threatened with grievous harm, and it was his duty to stand between her and an evil deed with his holy weapons. And so they must not delay. They must come at once. Refreshment would surely be found at their destination for anyone still thirsty. But Hans, husband of the waiting woman, said there was no great hurry. Things always went slowly where his wife was concerned. No sooner had he spoken than a lightning flash illuminated the room, blinding them all, and such a thunderbolt crashed above the house that every post and timber shook. The sexton murmured a blessing and said, "Listen how it's carrying on out of doors. Heaven itself confirms what Hans has said, that we should wait, and what use would it be for us to go now? We would hardly have a chance of making our way up there alive, and he himself says there's no great hurry where his wife is concerned." And indeed such a storm was raging as had not often been seen in human memory. Storm winds roared from every cleft and chasm, gusting from all sides, and all these winds converged at Sumiswald, where every cloud became a warring army, each assailing the next, attacking its life force in a wild melee of cloud as the storm took root there, thrusting forth bolt after bolt, and bolt after bolt struck the earth, as if the storm meant to carve out a passage through the middle of the earth to the other side. Without respite, thunder bellowed. The storm howled its wrath. The cloud's bosom had burst open, and great floods poured forth. Watching this great battle of clouds erupt with such violence and force, the priest made no reply to the sexton, but he did not sit down again either. An ever greater terror gripped him, and he felt a powerful urge to race out into the raging elements, hesitating only for the sake of his companions. Then it seemed to him that over the thunder's fearsome roar he heard the blood-curdling cry of a woman in despair. And then the thunder became the voice of God, cursing his dilatoriness with fearful wrath, and at once he set out, disregarding the other's protests. Out into the fiery storm he strode, into the wind's fury, the floods unleashed by the clouds slowly and unwillingly. The others followed. The wind bellowed and howled and roared until it sounded like the trumpet blast heralding the last judgment and the end of all worlds, and sheaves of flame rained down upon the village as if to set every last hut on fire. But the servant of the one who gives the thunder its voice and commands the lightning has nothing to fear from these fellow servants of the same master, and he who walks God's path can safely entrust himself to God's storms. And so the priest strode without fear through the raging winds on the road to Kilchstalden, carrying the blessed holy weapons at his side and with God in his heart. But the other two did not follow with the same resolution, for their hearts held something different. They did not want to make their way down Kilchstalden, not in such weather, not in the depths of night, and Hans had an additional reason to be reluctant. They begged the priest to turn back, to take other paths. Hans knew shorter ones, the sexton better ones, and both warned of the waters sure to be raging in the valley of the swollen Grune. But the priest would not listen. He disregarded their words, driven by a wondrous force. He hastened upon wings of prayer in the direction of Kilchstalden, his feet striking no stones, his eyes blinded by no flash, trembling far behind him, and protected, or so they fancied, by the sacred host the priest carried. Hans and the sexton followed. But when they had left the village behind them and reached the place where the Stalden descends into the valley, the priest stopped short and shielded his eyes with his hand. Down below the valley a red feather shimmered in the lightning's glow, and the priest's sharp eye beheld a swarthy head rising out of a green thicket, and upon this head the red feather swayed. And as he continued to gaze, he saw on the opposite slope, flying swift as could be, as if driven before the wind's most violent gusts, a wild figure hurrying towards this dark head, upon which, like a banner, the red feather waved. This sight filled the priest with a holy battle lust that seizes warriors whose hearts are consecrated to God when they sense the presence of the evil one. Just as a seed is seized by the urge to grow when life enters it, or a flower by the need to unfurl, the will to action seizes the hero when his enemy raises his sword. And like a parched man plunging into a river's cool waters, or a hero into battle, the priest sprang down the slopes of the Stalden, plunging into the fierce battle, thrusting himself between the green huntsman and Christine, who had been just about to place the child in his arms, plunged right between them, hurling before him the three highest holy names as he raised the sacred host to the green man's face, sprinkling holy water on the child and striking Christine at the same time. With a dreadful cry of pain, the green man bolted off, shooting into the distance like a streak of fiery red, until the earth devoured him, struck by the holy water. Christine crumpled with a horrific hissing sound, like wool in fire, like lime in water, shrinking into a ball, hissing and spitting fire, every part of her shrinking, but the bloated, black, terrifying spider in her face. And she shrank and shriveled into it until only the spider was left, sitting, venomous and defiant, atop the child, its eyes shooting thunderbolts of fury in the priest's direction. The priest sprinkled holy water that struck the spider, hissing like ordinary water on a hot stone. The spider grew larger and larger, stretching its black legs over the child and fixing the priest with an ever more baleful gaze. And then the priest, seized by a courage born of faith, reached out a bold hand to grasp hold of it. It was as if he were grasping a bundle of fiery thorns. But undaunted, he kept his grip, and then hurled the foul creature aside, took up the child, and raced with it as quick as he could to its mother's side. Now that his battle was over, the clouds' battle also ceased, and quickly they retreated to their dark chambers. Soon silent starlight flickered in the valley where not long before the fiercest battle had raged, and the priest, almost breathless, reached the house where so heinous a deed had been perpetrated against mother and child. The mother lay unconscious, having sent forth her life along with her piercing cry. Beside her, deep in prayer, sat the old woman, who still trusted in God, believing him mightier than the devil was evil. But when the priest brought the child, he brought life back to the woman. Awaking, she beheld her child once more, and blissful joy streamed through her, such as only angels in heaven know. And in the mother's arms the priest baptized the child in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And now it was forever safe from the devil's clutches, unless it voluntarily wished to enter them. But God would guard against this, for the child's soul had been entrusted to his care, although its body had been poisoned by the spider. Soon the soul of the child departed, its little body scorched as if by flames. The poor mother wept, of course, but when each part goes to the place where it belongs, the soul to God and the body to earth, consolation comes with time, sooner for some, later for others. As soon as the priest had carried out his holy office, he began to feel a strange tingling in the hand and arm with which he had seized and hurled the spider. Small black spots appeared on his hand, and as he watched they swelled and grew, and his heart quivered with deathly pangs. Blessing the women, he hastened home, for as a faithful soldier he wished to return the hallowed weapons to their place, so that another might wield them after him. His arms swelled to enormous size, with black blisters rising ever higher, and he struggled with a deathly exhaustion, but it did not overcome him. When he came to Kilchstalden, he saw Hans, the ungodly father who had been missing all this time. Hans was lying on his back in the middle of the road. His face was swollen and charred, and right in the middle, huge, black, and terrifying, sat the spider. As the priest approached, the spider puffed itself up, the hairs on its back venomously erect, its eyes flashing baleful glances like a cat preparing to spring into the face of her mortal enemy. The priest began to recite a psalm, holding out the hallowed weapons before him, and the spider recoiled. It crept long-legged down from the blackened face and disappeared into the hissing grass. So now the priest returned home, restored the sacred host to its place, and with violent pangs racking his body, consigning it to death, his soul waited in sweet tranquillity to join its God, for whom it had nobly striven in valiant battle, and soon God brought it peace. But a sweet peace calmly awaiting its Lord was not to be found down in the valley, nor upon the mountain peaks. From the moment when Christine had raced down the mountainside with the stolen child, hastening to the devil, an unholy terror had struck the hearts of the peasants. During the terrifying storm they had trembled in deathly fear, for their hearts knew full well that if God's hand were to come down to destroy them, it would be more than deserved. When the storm had passed, the news went from house to house that the pastor had brought the child back and baptized it. But since then, neither Hans nor Christine had been seen. The dawn discovered many pallid faces, and the lovely sunshine did not lend them its hues, for they knew that the most terrible thing of all still lay before them. Then they heard that the priest had died, covered in black blisters. Hans was found with his horrible face, and there was strange confused talk of the terrible spider into which Christine had been transformed. It was a fair harvest day, but not a single hand stirred to its toils. The peasants gathered as people do on the day following a day of great misfortune. Only now did they truly feel in their quaking souls what it meant to buy ransom from earthly misery and torments at the cost of an immortal soul. There was a God in heaven who would take merciless revenge for injustice inflicted on poor defenceless babes. And so they clustered together, trembling and wailing, and no one dared go home. And yet there was divisiveness and quarrelling among them. Each blamed the others, each claimed to have warned and cautioned the others, and each was in favour of punishing the guilty, while insisting that he and his household not be punished. And if in this awful hour of quarrelling and waiting they had known some new innocent victim to turn on, any one of them would have committed the vilest outrage in the hope of saving his own skin. Then a terrible shriek came from the middle of the crowd, as if someone had set his foot upon a burning thorn, as if his foot were being nailed to the earth with nails of fire, as if flames were shooting through his marrow. The crowd flew apart, all eyes drawn to the foot to which the hand of the screaming man was pointed. On this foot sat the spider, black and huge, glowering balefully, maliciously, all around. The blood froze in their veins, the breath in their breasts, and the sight in their eyes, while the spider, calmly, maliciously, peered about, and then the man's foot turned black, and in his body it felt as if fire were hissingly, furiously doing battle with water. Fear burst the bonds of horror, and the crowd scattered. But with wondrous speed the spider abandoned its first seat, scurrying across the foot of one man, the heel of another, and flames shot through their bodies, and their terrible cries made the others flee even faster. Like the wind, like startled game flying as the hunter gives chase, they fled in mortal fear to their huts, each of them imagining the spider at his heels. They barred their doors, and yet were unable to stop trembling with unspeakable fear. And for one day the spider was gone. No dying cries were heard. People were forced to leave their barricaded homes. They had to provide for their beasts and for themselves. And so, deathly afraid, they did. For where was the spider now? Here, perhaps, about to set itself down unexpectedly on a foot? And the one who was most cautious where he set his feet, and who peered most sharply with his eyes, would suddenly see the spider sitting on his hand or foot, or racing across his face, sitting fat and black upon his nose, and peering into his eyes, and flaming thorns lodged themselves in his marrow, and hellfire engulfed him until he lay dead. And so the spider was first nowhere, then here, then there, then down in the valley, then up in the mountains. It streaked through the grass, dropped from the ceiling, popped out of the ground. In the middle of the day, when the peasants sat around their pot of porridge, it would appear glowering at one end of the table, and before they had recovered from their terror, it had raced across all their hands and sat at the head of the table atop the skull of the paterfamilias, surveying the table and all the hands that were turning black. It dropped onto people's faces at night, surprised them in the woods, pursued them in the stables. There was no avoiding this creature. It was everywhere and nowhere. None could protect himself while awake, and there was no safety in sleep. When people thought themselves safest out in the open air, perched in a treetop, fire would creep up their spines, and they would feel the spider's blazing feet at the back of their necks as it peered over their shoulders. The child in its cradle, the grey-beard on his deathbed were not spared. It was a scourge such as had never been heard of before, and dying of it was more dreadful than anything ever experienced, and even more dreadful than the death itself was the nameless fear of this spider that was everywhere and nowhere, and that, just as a person thought himself in safety, might appear glowering before him with its message of death. News of this curse had, of course, soon travelled to the castle, and here too it had brought forth terror and quarrels, at least to the extent that quarrelling was permitted under the order's rules. Von Stoffeln was afraid this scourge could visit them as it had their livestock before, and the departed priest had said several things that began to trouble his soul. The priest had said to him that all the sufferings he inflicted on the peasants would come back to haunt him. But von Stoffeln hadn't believed him then, because it seemed to him that God would differentiate between a knight and a peasant. Otherwise, why would he have created them so different? But now he was fearful that everything might come to pass as the priest had said, and so he had harsh words for his knights, and declared that severe punishments would be visited upon them all because of their frivolous words. But the knights were unwilling to take the blame. Each thrust the responsibility upon the others, and though no one said this, yet all of them were of the opinion that in the end it concerned only von Stoffeln himself, since on closer inspection he was to blame for all that had occurred. They also singled out the young knight from the Polish campaign, who had spoken with the most frivolity about the castle, and had most incited von Stoffeln to undertake the new construction and the presumptuous walk. He was still quite young, and yet he was the wildest of them all, and where daring-do was required, he was always at the fore. He was like a heathen, and feared neither God nor devil. This knight could see what the others were thinking, though they dared not utter their thoughts directly, and he also saw their secret fear, and so he mocked them, saying that if they were so afraid of his spider, how would they fare in the face of a dragon? Then he armed himself well and rode out into the valley, boasting that he would not return until his steed had trampled the spider and his fist had crushed it. Fierce hounds leapt about him. The falcon sat upon his fist. His lance hung from his saddle. And the horse reared up lustily, half in malice, half in fear. They watched him ride away from the castle, remembering the night they had watched at Berhagen, where worldly weapons had proved powerless against this adversary. He rode along the edge of a fir forest towards the nearest farm, his sharp eye darting glances around and above him. When he beheld the house and the people around it, he called to his dogs and removed the hood from his falcon's head, while his dagger rattled in its sheath. When the falcon turned its dazzled eyes to the knight awaiting his signal, it sprang up from his fist and shot into the air. The dogs that had leapt at his side now howled and raced off with their tails between their legs. In vain did the knight ride and shout. His animals did not return to him. Then he rode to where the people were, wishing to question them, and they stood waiting until he drew close. Then they shrieked in horror and fled to the woods and the ravine. For atop the knight's helmet sat the spider, black and swollen to supernatural size, glowering balefully, maliciously all around. The knight was carrying the very thing he sought, and did not know it. In ardent fury he shouted and gave chase to the people fleeing before him, shouting ever more furiously, riding ever faster, bellowing ever more dreadfully, until he and his steed tumbled over a cliff and down into the valley. There his body was found, and his helmet. The spider's feet had burned their way through the helmet and into his brain, igniting the most horrific flames there, until death overcame him. And now the fear in the castle was redoubled. They barricaded themselves inside, and yet did not feel safe. They sought spiritual weapons, but for a long time found no one able and willing to wield them. Finally, a distant cleric was lured to Barhagen with money and promises. When he arrived, he declared that, armed with holy water and holy words, he was eager to set out to battle his evil adversary. But instead of readying himself for this battle with fasting and prayers, he breakfasted along with the knights and lost count of the cups he drained while feasting on venison and bear. Meanwhile, he spoke at length of his heroic deeds of the spirit, and the knights spoke of their worldly ones, and the cups they drained went uncounted, and the spider was forgotten. Then, in an instant, all life was blotted out. Hands froze where they were, clutching cup or fork. Mouths hung open, and all eyes were riveted on a single point. Only von Stoffeln drained his cup, finishing his story of a heroic deed performed in the land of the heathen. But on his head sat the spider, swollen up huge and glowering at the knight seated there. But the knight did not feel it. But then the fire began to stream through his brain and blood. He gave a dreadful cry and grasped at his head, but the spider was no longer there. With terrible speed it had raced across the faces of all the knights. No one could stop it. One after the other they cried out, seared by these flames, and then the spider sat atop the cleric's tonsure, gazing down at the gruesome scene. The cleric wanted to use the cup his hand was still grasping to quench the fire that was blazing from his head down into marrow and bone, but to no avail. The spider stayed where it was, glowering from its throne as it surveyed the carnage, until the last knight had uttered his last cry and drawn his last breath. In all the castle, only a few servants who had never mocked the peasants had been spared. Now they related this dreadful scene. Yet the sense that the knights had been rightly served was no consolation to the peasants, whose terror grew ever greater and more horrific. Some attempted to flee. Some tried to leave the valley, but quickly felt the spider's wrath. Their corpses were found along the road. Others fled into the high mountains, but the spider was always there ahead of them. And just as they thought themselves in safety, it would appear sitting on the back of one, the face of another. The creature grew ever more malicious, ever more devilish. It no longer contented itself with surprising them unawares and inoculating the unsuspecting with fiery death. No, it sat before its victim in the grass, or dangled from a tree with its baleful stare. Then the person would run as far as his feet would carry him, and when he stood still again, out of breath, there the spider would sit, regarding him with its baleful glower. Yet, if he fled once again, and once again was compelled to curb his steps, it would once again sit before him when he stopped. And when he could flee no longer, only then would it slowly creep up to him, bringing death. Many a peasant in his despair tried to resist the beast. Could not the spider be killed? And dropped hundredweight stones upon it as it sat before him in the grass, or struck at it with cudgel or axe, but all in vain. The heaviest stone would not crush it, the sharpest axe did not harm it, and in an instant it sat already in his face or crept up to him unharmed. Flight? Resistance? It was no use. All hope vanished, and despair filled the valley and rested upon the mountains. Only a single house had thus far been spared by the hideous creature. It had never been seen there. This was the house where she lived, the house from which she had stolen the child. She had attacked her own husband in the secluded pasture. His corpse had been found there, more frightfully mutilated than any of the other victims, his features distorted in unspeakable pain. On him she had unleashed her most dreadful wrath, welcoming him to the most dreadful reunion, but no one had been there to witness what occurred. The spider had not yet paid a visit there. Whether it was saving this house for last, or shrank from it, none could guess. But the fear had established itself here no less than anywhere else. The pious woman had recovered her health, and she felt no apprehension on her own behalf, but she did fear for her devoted little boy and his sister, and she watched over them day and night. And the stalwart grandmother shared her worry and watching, and together they prayed to God that He might keep their eyes open and vigilant, and enlighten and strengthen them to protect these innocent babes. Often it seemed to them, when they kept watch all the long night, as if they saw the spider glimmering and glinting in a dark corner, or else peering in at the window. Then their fear was great, for they knew no means to shield the children from the spider, and with even greater ardour they implored God for his counsel and aid. They had collected weapons of all sorts, but after they had heard how the stone lost its weight and the axe its sharp edge, they laid them aside again. Then an idea occurred to the mother that kept returning to her ever more vividly and clearly. If someone had the courage to seize the spider with his hand, it would be possible to overpower it. She heard tell of people who, when a stone proved ineffectual, attempted to crush the spider in their hands, but always in vain. A horrific fiery stream shooting through hand and arm extinguished all strength and brought death to the heart. Yet it also seemed to her that, though she could not crush the spider, yet she might succeed in seizing it, and surely God would give her the strength to put the spider in a place where it could do no more harm. She had often heard before how skilful men had trapped spirits in a hole in a rock or in wood that they had nailed shut, and as long as no one drew out the nail, the spirit remained trapped in a hole. She felt an even stronger urge to attempt such a deed. She gouged out a hole in the post closest to her, just to her right as she sat at the cradle, then prepared a peg that fit tightly in the hole, sanctified it with holy water, laid a hammer alongside, and now prayed day and night, asking God to give her the strength to carry out her plan. But sometimes the flesh was stronger than the spirit, and heavy sleep would press her eyes shut. Then, in her dreams, she would see the spider glowering at her from atop her son's golden locks, and she would precipitously awake and reach out her hands for the boy's head. But there was no spider there. A smile rested on the delightful little face, the way children smile when they see their angel in a dream. But the mother saw the spider's baleful eyes glittering from every corner of the room, and for a long time sleep eluded her. Once, after just such a stint of strict vigilance, sleep had overpowered her, thickly enveloping her in night. And then it seemed to her as if the pious priest who had died to save her child came racing toward her from distant regions, shouting to her from afar, "Woman, wake up! Your enemy is here!" 3 times he shouted, and only with the third shout was she able to wrench herself free from sleep's close fetters. But when with effort she lifted her heavy eyelids, she saw the spider, swollen big with venom, striding slowly across the little bed towards the face of her child. She thought of God, put out her hand, and quickly seized the spider. Streams of fire shot from it through the mother's hand and arm all the way to her heart. But maternal fealty and maternal love pressed her hand closed, and God gave her the strength to endure the pain. Suffering 1,000 mortal agonies, she thrust the spider with one hand into the hole she had prepared, and with the other held the plug before it, then took up the hammer and struck it home. From inside the hole came a great roaring and raging, as when whirlwinds enter into combat with the sea. The house trembled in its foundations, but the plug fit tightly, and the spider was imprisoned. The steadfast mother had time to feel glad that she had saved her little child, and to thank God for his mercy. And then she died the same death as all the others, but her maternal fealty eradicated her pain, and the angels conducted her soul to God's throne, where dwell all the heroes who have given their lives for others, risking everything for God and those they love. Now the Black Death had come to an end. Peace and life returned to the valley. The black spider was seen no more from this time on, for it was imprisoned in that hole, where it still sits to this day. "What, there in the black piece of wood?" the godmother cried out, leaping up as if she'd sat on an ant-hill. She'd sat right before that post in the room, and now she felt a burning in her back and spun about. Looking behind her and rubbing her hand up and down, unable to free herself from the fear that the black spider was sitting there at the back of her neck. The others too found their hearts constricted as the grandfather fell silent. A great silence had come over them. No one dared utter a mocking word, but neither was anyone eager to agree with what had been said. Each preferred to hear what the other said first, and to choose his own words accordingly. Thus does one mistake oneself the least. And now the nurse came running, having already called them several times without receiving a response, her cheeks burning bright red, as if the spider had crept across them. She began to scold, complaining that no one wanted to come, no matter how loudly she called to them. A most peculiar business she found it, cooking, and then finding oneself unable to coax the guests to table, and later, when the food was no longer good, the blame would fall on her. She knew quite well how that went.
Such rich meats as now were set out on the table could no longer be eaten once they'd gone cold. It would even be unhealthy to do so. Now the company rose to follow, but they moved slowly, and no one wanted to be the first at the door. The grandfather had to enter first. This time it wasn't just that custom prohibited giving the appearance of undue eagerness to eat. It was a hesitation, such as might befall anyone finding himself at the threshold of a dreadful place. And yet there was nothing dreadful inside. Upon the table, freshly filled wine bottles gleamed brightly. 2 glistening hams presented themselves in all their glory. Mighty roasts of mutton and veal steamed. Fresh Zupfen lay between them. Plates heaped with cakes, plates with 3 sorts of tarts had been crammed in as well, nor were the little pitchers of sweetened tea lacking. It was a delightful spectacle, and yet they paid it little heed, for all of them kept peering about them with fearful eyes to see if the spider wasn't glinting in some corner, or even glowering down at them with its baleful eyes from atop the splendid ham. The spider was nowhere to be seen, and yet no one paid the usual compliments, asking what could their host have been thinking to set out so much more food, who could possibly eat it all. They'd already had more than too much. Instead, all of them clustered at the bottom end of the table. No one wanted to sit near its head. To no avail were the guests admonished to take their seats up where so many empty places remained. They stayed standing as if rooted at the table's far end. In vain did the child's father fill glass after glass, calling to the guests to come and drink a toast now that their glasses were full. Then he took the godmother's arm, saying, "Won't you be the sensible one and set a good example?" But summoning all her strength, and her strength was considerable, she resisted him, exclaiming, "Not for 1,000 gulden would I sit up there right now. I feel it creeping and crawling up and down my back, as if something were brushing me with stinging nettles. If I sat there, before that post, I would never stop feeling that horrible spider at my back." "It's all your fault, grandfather," the grandmother said. "Why do you have to bring up stories like that? They have no use any more. And besides, they can do the entire household harm. If some day the children come home from school in tears because their classmates say their grandmother was a witch who got locked up in the window post, then you'll see." "Peace, grandmother," the grandfather said. "Nowadays people are quick to forget what they've heard. No one remembers the way they used to. They wanted to hear the story, and it's better for people to hear the truth straight out than imagine things on their own. The truth brings no dishonour on our house. But come and sit. Look, I myself will take the seat before the window post. I've sat here on many thousands of occasions without fear or apprehension, and therefore also without danger. Only when wicked thoughts cropped up within me, thoughts that the devil might put to use, did it seem to me I could hear a sort of purring behind me, the way a cat purrs when you bestow your affections upon it, petting it so that it feels pleasure. And I felt an odd, peculiar sensation running up my spine. But otherwise, it's always quiet as a mouse in there, and as long as God is not forgotten here, on the outside, it must continue its vigil within. Then the guests plucked up their courage and sat down, but no one sat particularly close to the grandfather. Now, finally, the child's father could begin to serve, placing a mighty slice of roast meat upon his neighbour's plate, and also cut off a little piece and placed the rest on her neighbour's plate, using her thumb to push it from her fork. And so the piece of roast circulated until someone said he believed he would keep it, as there was more where it had come from. And then a new slice made the rounds, while the child's father filled glasses and plates, and the guests remarked on this strenuous day he'd had. The nurse walked around the table with the sweetened tea, pungently spiced with saffron and cinnamon, which she offered to the guests, noting that anyone who was fond of it should not hesitate to say so, as there was plenty for all. and whenever someone declared himself in favour, she poured some of the tea into his wine, saying that she was fond of it herself, as it made the wine easier to tolerate and prevented headaches. They ate and drank, but the hubbub that ensues whenever people address themselves to a dish that's just been served had scarcely died down when the company grew still again, and a solemn expression came over their faces, and it was clear that once more they were thinking about the spider. Apprehensive, surreptitious glances hovered about the plug at the grandfather's back, and yet no one dared to bring it up again. Then the godmother gave a loud shriek and almost fell off her chair. A fly had run across the peg in the wall, and for a moment she thought it was the spider's black legs scrabbling out of the hole. Her whole body shook with fright. Soon they were done laughing at her, and her fright was a welcome occasion to speak of the spider once more. For when something truly touches one's soul, the soul cannot let go of it so quickly. "But listen, cousin," the older godfather said, "has the spider really not got out of its hole in all these many hundreds of years and just stayed there all this time?" "Dear me," the grandmother said, "it would be better to let the matter rest. You've spoken of nothing else all afternoon." "Please, mother," the cousin said, "let your old man speak. He whiled away the time for us excellently before, and no one will blame the thing on you. You aren't Christine's descendants, and you can't stop us from thinking about it. If you forbid us to speak of it, we'll speak of nothing else either, and that'll be the end of the afternoon's entertainment. Come, grandfather, speak. Your old lady won't begrudge us your tale." "Well, if you insist, then go ahead, but it would be wiser to speak of other things, particularly so soon before nightfall," the grandmother said. And so the grandfather began again, and all faces turned towards him expectantly. "I don't know much more, but what I do know, I will tell you. Perhaps someone can take it as an example in these times of ours, and truly there are many whom it wouldn't hurt to hear it." When the people realized that the spider was trapped and they no longer had to fear for their lives, it's said they felt as if they dwelled in heaven with the good Lord and his beatitude all around them, and for a long time all was well. They worshipped God and shunned the devil, and the new knights who arrived to live in the castle had respect for God's hand as well, and governed mildly, helping their serfs prosper, and everyone beheld this house with reverence, almost as they would look on a church. At the beginning, to be sure, they would shudder when they passed, for, seeing the dreadful spider's prison, they thought how easily it might break free again, how easily their sufferings might return, and the devil exert his power. But soon they saw how much greater was the power of God, and out of gratitude to the mother who had died for all their sakes, they helped her children and kept up their farm without recompense until they were old enough to work it for themselves. The knights were willing to grant them permission to build a new house, so that they would not have to fear the spider or risk that some accident in the inhabited house might set it free, and they would have been helped by many willing neighbours who found themselves unable to vanquish their fear of the monstrous creature that had filled them with such horror. But the old grandmother was against it. She taught her children that the spider was bound here by God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. As long as these three holy names still held sway in the house, and as long as all the eating and drinking at this table was done in their names, they would be safe from the spider, held fast in its hole, and no accident would change anything. Here, at this table, with the spider at their backs, they would never forget their need for God, nor his power, and so the spider would serve to remind them of God and be an agent of salvation, the devil's plan notwithstanding. But if ever they were to turn their backs on God, even in a place 100 hours' journey away, the spider would find them, or the devil himself. The children understood this and remained in the house, growing up God-fearing, and God's blessing was on them. The little boy who'd stood by his mother just as faithfully as she had stood by him grew up to be a splendid fellow, beloved by God and man, and a favourite of the knights. For this reason he was blessed with worldly goods. But this never made him neglectful of God, nor was he stingy with his wealth. He helped others in their time of need, just as he hoped that help would come to him in his final hour, and where he himself was too weak to help, he was all the more powerful as a petitioner before God and men. He was blessed with a sagacious wife, and between them reigned a boundless peace, and so their children flourished, filled with the love of God, and both of them found gentle deaths at an advanced age. In piety and righteousness the family thrived. Indeed, God's blessing lay upon the entire valley, and there was happiness in the fields and stables, and peace among men. The people had taken their terrible lesson to heart, and now they clung to God. All they did was done in his name, and wherever one of them could help his neighbour, he didn't fail to do so. The castle was no longer a source of harm, but only of beneficence. Ever fewer knights lived there, for the battles they fought in heathen lands had grown more severe, and every hand that could hold a sword was needed. And those who remained behind in the castle were reminded daily by the great hall of the dead, where the spider had exercised its power over the knights as it had over the peasants, that God stood with the same power over every apostate, be he peasant or knight. And so many years came and went in happiness and blessings, and the valley was lauded above all others. The homes there were stately, their storehouses full, their coffers stocked with gold coins, their animals the finest far and wide, their daughters famed across land, and their sons welcomed everywhere they went. And this fame did not wither overnight like the gourd that shaded Jonah, but instead it was carried on from generation to generation. Sons were as pious and honourable as their fathers. But just as the pear tree that is best nourished and watered and bears the most fruit can be struck by the worm that gnaws at its rind, making it wither and die, so it can happen that where the flood of God's blessing flows most richly over men, the worm can creep its way in, causing men to puff themselves up and grow blind, seeing only God's blessing and forgetting God, letting the riches they enjoy distract them from their provider, becoming like the Israelites who received God's succor and then forgot him, blinded by golden calves. And so, after many generations had come and gone, vainglory and pride took root in the valley, brought and fermented by women from other lands. Their clothing took on a vainglorious cast. Gleaming jewels appeared. Even the very emblems of holiness were affected, and while their hearts should have been ardently bent toward God during prayers, their eyes clung instead to a rosary's golden beads. And so worship was replaced with vainglorious grandeur, and hearts were hardened against God and man. God's commandments mattered less and less, and worshippers became objects of mockery. For where much vainglory is found, or much wealth, one also finds delusions that mistake appetite for wisdom, and value wisdom of this sort above the wisdom of God. Just as the knights had once tormented them, they now grew hard and tormented their own servants. And the less they themselves worked, the more work they demanded of these others, and the more they expected of their farmhands and maids, the more they treated them like insensible beasts of burden, not stopping to consider that their servants too possessed souls that needed protection. Where much wealth or much vainglory is found, construction soon commences, each house finer than the next. And now they began to build just as the knights had built before them, and just as the knights had once caused them to suffer, they themselves now spared neither servants nor beasts, once they were visited by the demon of construction. These changes had made their mark on this household as well, while its old prosperity remained. Almost 200 years had passed since the spider was imprisoned in its hole, And now a clever, strong woman was master of this house. She did not hail from Lindau, and yet she resembled Christine in many ways. She, too, had come from foreign lands and was devoted to vainglory and pride, and she had a single son. Her husband had died in her service. This son was a handsome lad. He had a good disposition and was friendly to man and beast. She loved him dearly, but she didn't show this to him. She dominated him at every turn, and nothing he did pleased her, unless it was done according to her instruction. He had long since grown to maturity, yet was still not allowed to join the Kameradschaft, this society of comrades, or attend any sort of celebration without his mother at his side. When finally she deemed him of suitable age, she chose a wife for him from among her relations, one after her own heart. Now he had two masters instead of one, and both of them were equally vainglorious and proud. And since they wanted Christen to be like this too. And when, true to his nature, he behaved in an amiable, humble manner, they taught him who was master of the house. For a long time the old house had been a thorn in their side. They were ashamed of it, since their neighbours had new houses, yet were scarcely as prosperous as they. Everyone still remembered the legend of the spider and the old grandmother's words, otherwise the old house would have been torn down long before. But all were against its destruction. But more and more they came to see this as mere envy designed to deny them of the pleasure of a new home. What's more, they found themselves feeling less and less at ease in the old house. When they sat at table, it seemed to them that either the cat was sitting behind them, softly purring, or else as if the peg was quietly slipping from its hole, and the spider poised to leap upon their necks. They lacked the temperament that had stopped the hole up, which made them ever more afraid that it might open again, and so they found a pretext to build a new house in which they would no longer have anything to fear from the spider. Oh, so they imagined. They would leave the old house to their servants, whom they found often an encumbrance in their vainglorious lifestyle, and thus it was decided. Seeing this, Christen was unhappy. He knew what the old grandmother had said, and he believed the family's good fortune, for their lives were blessed, was bound to this house, and he had no fear of the spider. It even seemed to him that when he sat there, at the head of the table, he was able to pray more fervently than anywhere else. He spoke his mind, but his women bade him to be silent, and since he was their vassal, he held his tongue. But often he wept bitterly when they did not see him. There, above the tree where we sat today, a house was to be built, such as no one in the region possessed. In vainglorious impatience, since they knew nothing of building and were eager to begin showing off with their new house, the women tormented both workers and beast mercilessly during its construction. They had no respect for the sacred holidays, and begrudged their workers even nights of rest, and there was not a neighbour who came to their assistance, but that he became the object of their displeasure and ill wishes when, after helping them without recompense, as was customary at that time, he went home to see to his own affairs. When the house was raised and the first peg driven into the threshold, smoke rose from the hole the way damp straw smokes when you try to set it alight. The workmen shook their heads dubiously, prognosticating both in secret and aloud that this new construction would not remain standing long. But the women only laughed and paid no heed. When at last the house was finished, they moved into it, furnishing their new residence with unheard-of splendour, and as a housewarming they arranged a celebration that lasted a full 3 days, one that children and grandchildren still spoke of throughout the Emmental for many years. But during all 3 days of celebration, it is said that a strange purring could be heard throughout the house, like the purring of a cat when its fur is being stroked. But the purring cat could not be found, search as they would. The celebrants began to feel uneasy, and despite the excellence of the celebration, many took to their heels. Only the women heard nothing, or else paid no heed, for they believed that with their new house they had triumphed once and for all. Yet a person who is blind cannot even see the sun, and one who is deaf does not hear the thunder. And so the women rejoiced in their new house, growing more vainglorious with every day, and they gave no thought to the spider, but instead went on leading a sumptuous life free of labour in the new house, occupied with adorning themselves and eating, satisfied with nothing anyone could do for them, and of God they thought not at all. The servants remained behind in the old house, living however they saw fit, and whenever Christian expressed a wish to take charge of them, the women wouldn't hear of it and scolded him, his mother out of pride and his wife out of jealousy. Soon disorder reigned in the old house, and the fear of God did not survive there for long. Where no master is present, this is what must ensue. When no master sits at the head of the table, no master holds the reins either outdoors or in, it will soon come to pass that whoever behaves the most savagely will fancy himself the greatest among his peers, and whoever speeches the most blasphemous will think himself the best. So it went in the old house down the hill, and soon the servants were like a pack of cats run wild. Prayer was unknown among them, and they had respect neither for God's will nor for his gifts. Just as the vainglory of the lordly women knew no limits, so did the servants' bestiality and wantonness overstep all bounds. They defiled the bread without hesitation, sent spoonfuls of porridge catapulting across the table at each other's heads. Indeed, they even maliciously soiled the food in the most bestial manner, in order to spoil the others' appetites. They taunted their neighbours, tortured the animals, scorned every sort of worship, denied all higher power, and used every means at their disposal to vex the priest who had spoken to them severely. In short, they no longer had any fear left of either God or man, and their conduct grew coarser every day. Farmhand and maid lived a life of utter savagery, and yet they tormented one another whenever they could. And when the farmhands could no longer think of novel ways to bait the maids, one of them hit on the idea of using the spider in its hole to frighten them and bend them to his will. He hurled spoonfuls of porridge or milk at the peg, shouting that the one inside was no doubt hungry, having had nothing to eat for so many hundreds of years. The maids shrieked in terror and promised whatever it might be, and even the other farmhands were seized with dread. As the game was repeated without consequence, it soon lost its effect. The maids stopped shrieking, they made no more promises, and the other farmhands began to play at it too. One of them began holding his knife to the plug, boasting with the vilest imprecations that he would pry it out, for he wanted to see what was inside. After all, wasn't it time they had something new to look at? This threat filled everyone with fresh horror, and the fellow who made it became their master and could compel any of the others to do as he wished, the maids in particular. He was a strange one, they say, and no one knew where he came from. He could be as gentle as a lamb or rapacious as a wolf. Alone with a woman he was a gentle lamb, but in company he was a wolf, rapacious, one who despised the others and sought to outdo them with ferocious words and deeds. Such men are said to be favourites with women, and so in public the maids shrieked in horror at his deeds, but privately they loved him more than any other. His eyes didn't match, you couldn't tell their colour, and the two of them hated each other, never gazing in the same direction at once. But he managed to conceal this with long eyelashes and meek, downcast eyes. His hair was beautifully curly, but you couldn't tell if it was red or fair. In the shade, it was the prettiest flaxen hue. But when the sun struck it, there was no squirrel with a brighter russet pelt. He was crueller to his beasts than anyone else, and so the animals hated him. Each of the farmhands fancied him his friend, and he stirred up each against the others. Among all of them, he alone was to the liking of the lordly women up in the new house on the hill. He alone was often a guest there, and in his absence the maids would degenerate into savages. Whenever he saw this, he would hold his knife to the plug in the window post and start in with his threats until the maids grovelled before him. And yet, even this game didn't retain its power for long. With time, the maids grew used to it, and in the end they would say, "Go ahead if you dare, but you don't." Christmas was approaching, the holy night. But why we hold that night sacred was far from their minds. The frivolity of their lives had distracted them. Down in the castle, only a single elderly knight remained, and he was no longer much concerned with earthly affairs. Instead, a villainous steward governed there to his own advantage. They had tricked this steward into giving them some excellent wine from Hungary, a land with which the knights were enmeshed in bitter dispute. They did not know the strength and fire of this noble drink. A dreadful storm arose, with thunderbolts and howling winds, something rarely seen so late in the year. There'd have been no driving a dog out from behind the stove. But it was not this that kept them away from church. Even in the fairest weather they would have stayed home, leaving their masters to go alone. But the storm prevented others from visiting them, and so they remained alone in the old house with the excellent wine. Their Christmas Eve began with dancing and oaths, rough business and rude. Then they sat down to their meal, for which the maids had cooked meat, bread pudding, and whatever else they could steal. Their coarse behaviour grew ever more abominable. They defiled all the food, blasphemed against everything holy. The aforesaid farmhand mocked the priest, passing around bread and drinking his wine as at a mass. He baptized the dog, hiding under the stove, and made ever more dreadful havoc until the others were terrified, their own penchant for sacrilege notwithstanding. Then he thrust his knife into the hole, railing that he would give them something to look at. And when he did not succeed in arousing their terror, he'd done this same thing many times before, besides which the knife was of little use against the peg in its hole. He took up a drill, half mad with malice, uttering the most dreadful curses. He said they would soon learn what he was capable of, and would repent their laughter with their hair standing on end. Then, with a savage thrust, he twisted the drill into the peg. Shrieking, they threw themselves upon him, but before he could be stopped, he laughed like the devil himself, and gave the drill a mighty tug. At once, the whole house shook beneath a monstrous thunderclap. The wicked servant was thrown to the ground. A red stream of fire shot from the hole, and right in the middle sat the spider, huge and black, swollen with the venom of centuries and glowering in baleful delight at the blasphemers, who, petrified in mortal terror, found themselves unable to stir, powerless to escape this dreadful creature that now, with malicious pleasure, crept slowly across their faces, inoculating them with fiery death. The house resounded with the most dreadful cries of anguish, such as 100 hunger-racked wolves could not utter. And soon similar anguished cries were heard from the new house, and Kristen, who was just coming up the hill after attending Holy Mass, thought robbers must have broken in. Trusting in his strong arm, he raced to his family's aid. He found no robbers, only death. His wife and mother lay struggling in their death throes, their voices gone from their swollen, blackened faces. His children slumbered peacefully, their gay little faces healthy and pink. Kristen was filled with a terrible inkling of what must have occurred. He dashed down the hill to the old house, where he found all the servants lying dead, the room transformed into a death chamber, the terrible hole in the window post wide open, the drill clutched in the horribly twisted hand of the boastful servant, and on the tip of the drill the dreadful peg. Now he knew what had happened. In despair, he struck his hands together above his head, and if the earth had swallowed him at that moment, he would not have minded. Then something crept out from behind the stove and sidled up to him. He started in horror, but it was not the spider, it was a poor little boy that he had taken in as an act of charity, but then left to this godless pack of servants to raise, as is often done, even today. People take in children in the name of God, but then let them fall into the devil's hands. The child had not taken part in the servants' atrocities, but instead had hidden behind the stove in terror. He alone had been spared by the spider, and now he was able to say what had occurred. But while the boy was still telling his story, cries of fear rang out from other houses amid the wind and weather. As if filled with a century-swollen desire, the spider flew through the valley, selecting first the most opulent houses where the people thought of God the least, but instead of worldly matters, and so were the least resigned to death. Day had not yet dawned before word had reached every household in the valley that the ancient spider had broken free and was once more bringing death throughout the community. Many already lay dead, and all up and down the valley cry after cry rose up to heaven from those marked for death. Imagine what a lamentation now filled the countryside, what fear was in every heart, and what a Christmas this was in Somiswald. The joy Christmas usually brings was not to be thought of, as human deeds had brought this misery on all, and the misery increased with every day, for the spider was now quicker and more venomous. It was now at one end of the village, now at the other. It appeared in mountain and valley at one and the same time. Whereas before it had chosen individual victims for death, one here and another there, now it rarely left a household until its venom had touched every inhabitant. Only when all of them writhed in their death throes did it take up its post on the threshold, maliciously surveying the effects of its venom as if to announce its presence and return after such long incarceration. It seemed to know it had little time to work, and wished to spare itself such effort as it might, and so it dispatched as many victims as possible at once. For this reason it often lay in wait for the processions accompanying the dead to the church, now here, now there, but most of all at the bottom of Kilstalden it would appear unexpectedly in the middle of the throng, or else glowering down from the coffin at the mourners. And then from the procession a dreadful cry of anguish would rise up to heaven, man after man falling to the ground, until the entire train of mourners lay scattered about the road, grappling with death, until no life remained among them, and a battalion of the dead lay surrounding the coffin, like valiant warriors felled about their flag, vanquished by a superior force. They stopped bringing the dead to the church, for none was willing to be a pallbearer, none to follow the coffin. Wherever death struck them down, they were left to die. Despair lay upon the entire valley. Every heart seethed with rage, and this rage poured in dreadful imprecations upon the head of hapless Christian. He was blamed for all that had occurred. Now everyone saw quite clearly that Christian should never have left the old house, should never have left the servants to their own devices. Everyone saw that a master was more or less responsible for his men, that it was his duty to oversee their prayers and meals, and shield them from impious ways and godless speech, prevent their desecrating the gifts of God. All had suddenly lost their taste for vainglory and pride. They consigned these vices to the lowest circle of hell, and would scarcely have believed even God had he assured them that just days before they themselves had ignominiously flaunted them. They were pious once more, wearing their meanest clothes and holding their old despised rosaries in their hands, altogether convinced that they had always been like this, and if God himself was not convinced, it was not for their want of trying. Christian alone stood accused of godless ways, and entire mountains of curses were heaped upon him from all sides, and yet he was perhaps the best among them. It was only that his volition had been bound up in the volition of his women, And servitude of this sort is, to be sure, a significant failing for any man, whose solemn responsibilities remain the same, even if he is not as God would have him. Christian understood this, and for this reason he accepted the judgments passed on him and did not protest his innocence. Indeed, he accepted more blame than was his to bear. Yet this did not satisfy the people, who began to shout to one another how great his guilt must be if he willingly accepted so much blame and was so submissive to their demands, even going so far as to proclaim his own worthlessness. Christian prayed day and night to God that this evil might be taken from them, but it grew more ghastly with every new day. He realized that he would have to atone for his failings, and he himself would have to be the sacrifice, and that the deed performed by his ancestors was now his to perform. He prayed to God until the resolution blossomed ardently within his heart that he might save the valley and atone for malfeasance. And this resolution was reinforced by a stalwart courage that does not waver, but is always in readiness to perform what it must, be it in the morning or at night. So now he moved with his children from the new house to the old one, cut a new peg to fit the hole, had it consecrated with holy water and holy words, laid the hammer in readiness next to the peg, sat down beside his children's beds, and awaited the arrival of the spider. There he sat, praying and watching, and fighting off heavy sleep with stalwart resolution, and did not waver. But the spider did not come, although it was in all other places, for the plague of deaths still spread, and the survivors' fury grew. In the midst of all this horror, a woman was due to give birth, and now the people were gripped by the ancient fear that the spider might carry off an unbaptized infant, the pledge of their old pact. The woman was beside herself. She had no trust in God, and so her heart was all the more filled with hatred and revenge. The people knew how centuries before, when a child was to be born, their ancestors had protected themselves against the green huntsman. They knew the priest was the shield to thrust between themselves and their eternal adversary. They wanted to send for the priest, but who would go? The unburied dead struck down by the spider during funeral processions obstructed the roads, and would a messenger, travelling across the wild crags of the mountain tops to fetch the priest, be able to elude the spider, which seemed to know everything? All were frightened. Then the woman's husband finally considered that if the spider wanted to take him, it could do just as easily at home as on the road. If he was destined to die, he would not escape, neither here nor there. He set out, but hour after hour passed, and no messenger returned. The fury and anguish grew ever more dreadful, and the birth was rapidly approaching. Then, in the fury of her despair, the woman dragged herself from her bed and hurried to the home of Christian, the one who was 1,000 times accursed, who sat praying beside his children, preparing for his battle with the spider. From far off her shrieks resounded, and her imprecations thundered against Christian's door, long before she tore it open and brought the thunder into the room with her. When she burst in, her countenance dreadful, he started, thinking at first that this was Christine in her original form. But as she crossed the threshold, pain hobbled her steps, and she grasped at the door-post, pouring out a flood of curses upon hapless Christian. He must be the messenger, she said, if he did not wish to be cursed forever, along with his children and descendants, for all time and eternity. Then the pain overpowered her imprecations, and a little son was born of this frenzied woman right on Christian's doorstep, and all those who had followed her scattered to the winds, expecting the utmost horrors. Christian held the innocent babe in his arms. Piercing, baleful, and wild, the woman's eyes stared out at him from her contorted features, and it seemed to him evermore that the spider was emerging from those eyes, as if she herself were the spider. Then a godly strength came into him, and a superhuman volition grew powerful within his heart. He cast a loving glance at his children, wrapped the newborn in his warm cloak, leapt over the glowering woman and down the mountain into the valley, setting out towards Summersfalt. He himself would carry the child to the holy sacrament, to atone for his misdeeds that weighed upon him, the head of his household. All else he left in God's hands. The dead impeded his progress. He had to set his feet with care. Then light footsteps overtook him. It was the poor little boy who had felt afraid all alone with the savage woman, and came after him, driven by a childish urge to follow his master. Like thorns, the thought pierced Kristen's heart that his own children were now alone with this furious female. But his foot did not falter. It continued to make haste towards its holy goal. Already he was down at Kilstalden with the chapel in view, when suddenly something glimmered in the road before him, and there was a stirring in the bushes. In the road sat the spider, and in the bush a red plume waved, and the spider reared up as if to pounce. In a loud voice Kristen called out to the Holy Trinity, and from the bush a wild shriek was heard. The red feather vanished. Kristen laid the infant in the little boy's arms, and commending his spirit to the Lord, reached out his strong hand to clasp the spider that remained sitting where it was, as if the holy words had cast a spell upon it. Fire shot through all his limbs, but his grip held. The road was clear, and the sharp-witted boy ran off to bring the infant to the priest. But Kristen, the fire blazing in his strong hand, hurried with winged steps to his house. The flames within his hand burned dreadfully as the spider's venom spread through all his limbs. His blood turned to fire. His strength was on the point of giving out. His breath faltered, but he went on praying and praying, holding the thought of God firmly before him, and endured the fires of hell. Already he saw his house. As the pain increased, so did his hope. In the doorway was the woman. As she saw him coming without the child, she threw herself at him like a tigress robbed of her cubs, thinking him guilty of the most infamous treachery. She ignored his gestures, and not hearing the words of his gasping breast, she raced into the hands he was holding out before him, clasping them, and in deathly fear he had to drag the raging woman into the house with him and fight to free his arms before he was able to thrust the spider into the ancient hole and, with dying hands, pound the peg in. With God's help, he succeeded. His dying eyes rested on his children, smiling sweetly in sleep. Then everything felt light. A higher hand seemed to be extinguishing the flames, and still praying aloud, he shut his eyes and died. And peacefulness and joy were beheld in his countenance by the ones who now came cautiously, fearfully, to see what had become of the woman. With astonishment they saw the hole sealed up, but they found the woman singed and contorted in death. By clutching Kristen's hands she had brought herself a fiery death. They were still standing there, not knowing what had occurred, when the little boy came back again with the infant, accompanied by the priest, who had quickly baptized the child according to the custom of the day, and then had set out, well armed and courageous, to fight the same battle in which his predecessor had victoriously laid down his life. But God did not demand this sacrifice of him. The battle had already been fought by another. For a long time the people did not grasp what a great deed Kristen had performed. When at last they believed and understood, they joyfully joined the priest in prayer, thanking God for the life that had been newly granted them, and for the strength he had given to Kristen. And of Kristen himself, as he lay there dead, they asked forgiveness for the wrong they had done him, and resolved to bury him with great honour, and his memory entered their souls with all the glory of a saint. They did not know what to think or feel now that these horrors that still made their limbs tremble were suddenly gone, and they could gaze with joy again into the blue sky without fearing that the spider might creep across their feet. They pledged to hold many masses and general procession to the church. Above all, they resolved to bury these two corpses, Christian and his importuner, and then the other dead too would find resting places insofar as possible. It was a day of great ceremony when the entire valley set out for the church, and many hearts were filled with solemn thoughts. Sins were acknowledged, vows made, and from this day were no more unseemly displays in faces or clothes. After many tears had been shed in the church and the churchyard, and many prayers spoken, all the people who had come for the funeral, and anyone in the whole valley who had use of his limbs had come, went to take the traditional refreshment at the inn. As was customary, the women and children sat on their own, while all the grown men took seats at the famous table made of a slice of tree trunk that can still be seen at the Bear Inn in Somersfeld. It has been preserved as a remembrance that once there were only 24 men left in a place where now nearly 2,000 live, and as a remembrance that the lives of these 2,000 also lie in the hand of the one who saved the 24. On that day, people did not linger long over the funeral meal. Their hearts were too full to have much room for food or drink. When they came out of the village and into the open heights, they beheld a great red glow in the sky, and when they returned home, they found that the new house had burned to the ground. How this came about, no one ever learned. But what Christian had done for their sakes, this they never forgot, and they repaid the kindness to his children. They raised them to be pious and stalwart in the most pious households, and no one laid hands on their property, though no receipts documented it. Their holdings were increased and carefully tended, and when the children were grown, they had not only not been cheated of their inheritance, but their souls had thrived under this good care. They grew to be honest, God-fearing people who enjoyed the grace of God and the favour of men, who found blessings in their lives and even more in heaven. And so it remained in their family, and the spider was not feared, for the people feared God. And as it was then, so it shall, God willing, continue for as long as a house is still standing here, and for as long as children follow their parents in their paths and thoughts. Here the grandfather fell silent, and for a long time all the others remained silent as well, and some thought about what they'd heard, while others supposed he was just catching his breath and would soon resume. Finally, the older godfather said, "I've sat at that famous old table myself and heard talk of the very plague of death, and that after it all the men in the village were able to fit around the one table. But how exactly this came to pass, none could say. Some guessed one thing and others another. But tell me, where did you hear all this?" "Well," the grandfather said, "the story was passed down among us from father to son, and when the memory of what occurred faded in the other households in the valley, our family began to keep it as a secret and avoid sharing it with others. Only in our family did we speak of it, so that no member of this household would forget what builds a home and what destroys a home, what brings blessings and what drives them away. You no doubt heard how unwilling my wife is to have the matter spoken of so openly, but it seems to me that the longer the story goes untold, the more needful it is to be reminded where pride and vainglory can lead. For this reason, I'm no longer so secretive about it, and this is not the first time I've told the story among close friends. I always think that what has preserved our family's happiness for so many years will do no harm to others. It's not right to make a secret of something that brings happiness and God's blessing." "You're right, cousin," the godfather replied, "but I must still ask you nonetheless, was the house you tore down 7 years ago the original house? I can hardly believe that." "No," the grandfather said. "The ancient house had already fallen into great disrepair almost 300 years ago, and God's blessings that were harvested in the meadows and fields could no longer find room in it. But the family didn't want to leave it, and they didn't dare build a new one, for they hadn't forgotten what happened before. So they were in great perplexity, and finally consulted a wise man who's said to have lived at Hazelbach. He is said to have replied that he could certainly build a new house in the place where the old one stood, but not elsewhere, and they would have to take pains to preserve two things. the old piece of wood in which the spider was imprisoned, and the old beliefs that had shut away the spider in the wood. And then the old blessing would be in the new house as well. They built the new house and incorporated the old piece of wood with prayers and great care, and the spider didn't stir, and beliefs and blessings were preserved. But then the new house too became old and small in its turn, its wood worm-eaten and rotten, and only this one post remained solid and as hard as iron. My father ought to have built a new house, but he was able to put it off, and so the lot fell to me. After long hesitation I ventured it. I did as those before me had done, incorporating the old piece of wood into the new house, and the spider didn't stir. But I will confess, in all the days of my life I never prayed so ardently as at the moment when I held the fateful piece of wood in my hands. My hand, indeed, my entire body burned, and involuntarily I looked to see whether there were not black spots growing on my hand and body, and a mountain fell from my soul when finally everything was in place. Then my conviction grew even firmer that neither I nor my children, nor their children after them, have anything to fear from the spider, as long as we continue to fear God. Then the grandfather fell silent, but the shudders that had crept up their spines when they heard that the grandfather had held the piece of wood in his hands persisted, and they thought of how they would feel if they too were forced to take it up. Finally the cousin said, "It's just a shame that you can't tell how much is true in stories like that. It's hardly possible to believe all of it. Yet there must be something in it, or the old piece of wood wouldn't be there." The younger godfather replied that regardless of how much of it was true, there was still a great deal to be learned from it. And what's more, they had passed the time quite agreeably with this story. It seemed to him he'd only just stepped out of the church. The grandmother cautioned them not to say too much, otherwise her old man would start in again with another tale. For now, she said, let them eat and drink a little, adding that it was a scandal how little had been eaten and drunk. The food couldn't be all bad, they'd done the best they could. Now, a good deal of eating and drinking commenced, interspersed with thoughtful conversation, until the moon stood large and golden in the sky, and the stars emerged from their chambers to admonish humankind that it was time to go to sleep in its own little chambers. Those gathered there clearly saw their mysterious admonishers, but they were so comfortably seated, and every one of them felt his heart pounding beneath his neckerchief at the thought of going home, and though none admitted it, none wished to be the first to stand up and take his leave. At last the godmother rose to her feet and began with trembling heart to prepare her departure, but she was not lacking in stalwart escorts, and together the company departed this hospitable house with many words of thanks and good wishes, despite requests made to all and sundry to stay a little longer, as the night would not be dark. Soon everything was quiet outside the house, and within as well. Peacefully the house stood there, gleaming, lovely and pure, all down the valley in the moonlight, and solicitously, amicably, it sheltered good people in their sweet slumber, the sort of slumber enjoyed by those who carry the fear of God and a good conscience in their breasts, and who will never be woken from this slumber by the black spider, but only by friendly sunshine. For where belief dwells, the spider may not stir, neither by day nor by night. But what strength it can attain when beliefs and temperaments change is known only to the one who knows all things, and who gives to each his powers, both to men and to spiders.
The Great God Pan by Arthur Machen, narrated by Tony Walker. Chapter 1. The Experiment. I'm glad you came, Clark, very glad indeed, but I wasn't sure you could spare the time. I was able to make arrangements for a few days. Things are not very lively just now. But have you no misgivings, Raymond? Is it absolutely safe? The two men were slowly pacing the terrace in front of Dr. Raymond's house. The sun still hung above the western mountain line, but it shone with a dull red glow that cast no shadows, and all the air was quiet, A sweet breath came from the great wood on the hillside above, and with it, at intervals, the soft murmuring call of the wild doves. Below, in the long, lovely valley, the river wound in and out between the lonely hills, and as the sun hovered and vanished into the west, a faint mist, pure white, began to rise from the banks. Dr. Raymond turned sharply to his friend. "Safe? Of course it is. In itself, the operation is a perfectly simple one. Any surgeon could do it." "And is there no danger at any other stage?" "None. Absolutely no physical danger whatever. I give you my word." "You're always timid, Clark. Always. But you know my history. I have devoted myself to transcendental medicine for the last 20 years. I've heard myself called a quack and a charlatan, an impostor, but all the while I knew I was on the right path. 5 years ago, I reached the goal, and since then, every day has been a preparation for what we shall do tonight." "I should like to believe it's all true." Clark knit his brows and looked doubtfully at Dr. Raymond. "Are you perfectly sure, Raymond, that your theory is not a phantasmagoria, a splendid vision, certainly, but a mere vision after all?" Dr. Raymond stopped in his walk and turned sharply. He was a middle-aged man, gaunt and thin, of a pale yellow complexion, but as he answered Clark and faced him, there was a flush on his cheek. "Look about you, Clark. You see the mountains and hill following after hill as wave on wave. You see the woods and the orchards, the fields of ripe corn, and the meadows reaching to the reed beds by the river. You see me standing here beside you and hear my voice. But I tell you that all these things, yes, from that star that has just shone out in the sky to the solid ground beneath our feet, I say that all these things are but dreams and shadows, the shadows that hide the real world from our eyes. There is a real world, but it is beyond this glamour and this vision, beyond these chases in Arras, dreams in a career, beyond them all as beyond a veil. I don't know whether any human being has ever lifted that veil, but I do know, Clark, that you and I shall see it lifted this very night from before another's eyes. You may think all this strange nonsense. It may be strange, but it is true. And the ancients knew what lifting the veil means. They called it seeing the god Pan. Clark shivered. The white mist gathering over the river was chilly. "It's wonderful indeed," he said. "We are standing on the brink of a strange world, Raymond, if what you say is true. I suppose the knife is absolutely necessary?" "Yes. A slight lesion in the grey matter, that's all. A trifling rearrangement of certain cells, a microscopical alteration that would escape the attention of 99 brain specialists out of 100. I don't want to bother you with shop, Clark. I might give you a mass of technical detail which would sound very imposing and would leave you as enlightened as you are now. But I suppose you have read casually in out-of-the-way corners of your paper that immense strides have been made recently in the physiology of the brain. I saw a paragraph the other day about Digby's theory and Brown-Faber's discoveries. Theories and discoveries. Where they're standing now, I stood 15 years ago, and I need not tell you that I have not been standing still in the last 15 years. It will be enough if I say that 5 years ago I made the discovery to which I alluded when I said that I'd reached the goal. After years of labour, after years of toiling and groping in the dark, after days and nights of disappointment and sometimes of despair, in which I used to, now and then, tremble and grow cold, with the thought that perhaps there were others seeking for what I sought. At last, after so long, a pang of sudden joy thrilled my soul, and I knew the long journey was at an end. By what seemed then, and still seems, a chance, the suggestion of a moment's idle thought followed up on familiar lines and paths that I had tracked 100 times already. The great truth burst upon me, and I saw, mapped out in lines of light, a whole world, a sphere unknown, continents and islands and great oceans in which no ship has sailed, to my belief, since a man first lifted up his eyes and beheld the sun and the stars of heaven and the quiet earth beneath. You'll think all this is high-flown language, Clark, but it's hard to be literal, and yet I do not know whether what I am hinting at cannot be set forth in plain and homely terms. For instance, this world of ours is pretty well girded now with the telegraph wires and cables. Thought, with something less than the speed of thought, flashes from sunrise to sunset, from north to south, across the floods and desert places. Suppose that an electrician of today was suddenly to perceive that he and his friends have merely been playing with pebbles and mistaking them for the foundations of the world. Suppose that such a man saw uttermost space lie open before the current, and words of men flash forth to the sun and beyond the sun into the systems beyond, and the view of articulate speaking men echo in the waste void that bounds our thought. As analogies go, that is a pretty good analogy of what I have done. You can understand now a little of what I felt as I stood here one evening. It was a summer evening, and the valley looked much as it does now. I stood here and saw before me the unutterable, the unthinkable gulf that yawns profound between two worlds, the world of matter and the world of spirit. I saw the great empty deep stretch dim before me, and in that instant a bridge of light leapt from the earth to the unknown shore, and the abyss was spanned. You may look in Brown Faber's book if you like, and you'll find that to the present day men of science are unable to account for the presence or to specify the functions of a certain group of nerve cells in the brain. That group, as it were, is land to let, a mere waste place for fanciful theories. I am not in the position of Brown Faber and the specialist. I am perfectly instructed as to the possible functions of those nerve centres in the scheme of things. With a touch, I can bring them into play. With a touch, I say, I can set free the current. With a touch, I can complete the communication between this world of sense and... We shall be able to finish the sentence later on. Yes, the knife is necessary, but I think what that knife will effect, it will level utterly the solid wall of sense, and probably for the first time since man was made, a spirit will gaze on a spirit world. Clark, Mary will see the god Pan. But you remember what you wrote to me. I thought it would be requisite that she... He whispered the rest of it into the doctor's ear. No, not at all. That's nonsense, I assure you. Indeed, it is better as it is. I'm quite certain of that. Consider the matter well, Raymond. It's a great responsibility. Something might go wrong. You would be a miserable man for the rest of your days. No, I think not, even if the worst happened. As you know, I rescued Mary from the gutter and from almost certain starvation when she was a child. I think her life is mine, to use as I see fit. Come, it's getting late. We'd better go in. Dr. Raymond led the way into the house, through the hall and down a long passage. He took a key from his pocket and opened a heavy door and motioned Clark into his laboratory. It had once been a billiard room, and was lighted by a glass dome in the centre of the ceiling, whence there still shone a sad grey light on the figure of the doctor as he lit a lamp with a heavy shade and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. Clark looked about him. Scarcely a foot of wall remained bare. There were shelves all round, laden with bottles and phials of all shapes and colours, and at one end stood a little Chippendale bookcase. Raymond pointed to this. You see that parchment, Oswald Crolius? He was one of the first to show me the way, though I don't think he ever found it himself. That is a strange saying of his. In every grain of wheat there lies hidden the soul of a star. There was not much of furniture in the laboratory. The table in the centre, a stone slab with a drain in one corner, the two armchairs on which Raymond and Clark were sitting, that was all, except an odd-looking chair at the farthest end of the room. Clark looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's the chair, said Raymond. We may as well place it in position. He got up and wheeled the chair to the light and began raising and lowering it, letting down the seat, setting the back at various angles and adjusting the footrest. It looked comfortable enough, and Clark passed his hand over the soft green velvet as the doctor manipulated the levers. "Now, Clark, make yourself quite comfortable. I have a couple of hours' work before me. I was obliged to leave certain matters to the last." Raymond went to the stone slab, and Clark watched him drearily as he bent over a row of files and lit the flame under the crucible. The doctor had a small hand lamp, shaded as the larger one, on a ledge above his apparatus, and Clark, who sat in the shadows, looked down the great dreary room, wondering at the bizarre effects of brilliant light and undefined darkness contrasting with one another. Soon he became conscious of an odd odour, at first the merest suggestion of odour in the room, and as it grew more decided he felt surprised that he was not reminded of the chemist's shop or the surgery. Clark found himself idly endeavouring to analyse his sensation, and half-conscious he began to think of a day 15 years ago that he'd spent in roaming through the woods and meadows near his old home. It was a burning day at the beginning of August. The heat had dimmed the outlines of all things and all distances with a faint mist, and people who observed the thermometer spoke of an abnormal register, of a temperature that was almost tropical. Strangely, that wonderful hot day of the 50s rose up in Clark's imagination. The sense of dazzling, all-pervading sunlight seemed to blot out the shadows and the lights of the laboratory, and he felt again the heated air beating in gusts about his face, saw the shimmer rising from the turf, and heard the myriad murmur of the summer. "I hope the smell doesn't annoy you, Clark. There's nothing unwholesome about it. It may make you a bit sleepy, that's all." Clark heard the words quite distinctly, and knew that Raymond was speaking to him, but for the life of him he could not rouse himself from his lethargy. He could only think of the lonely walk he had taken 15 years ago. It was his last look at the fields and woods he'd known since he was a child, and now it all stood out in brilliant light as a picture before him. Above all, there came to his nostrils the scent of summer, the smell of flowers mingled, and the odour of the woods, of cool shaded places deep in the green depths, drawn forth by the sun's heat, and the scent of the good earth lying, as it were, with arms stretched forth and smiling lips overpowered all. His fancies made him wander, as he had wandered long ago from the fields into the wood, tracking a little path between the shining undergrowth of beech trees, and the trickle of water dropping from the limestone rock sounded as a clear melody in the dream. Thoughts began to go astray and to mingle with other recollections. The beech alley was transformed to a path beneath ilex trees, and here and there a vine climbed from bough to bough and sent up waving tendrils and drooped with purple grapes, and the sparse grey-green leaves of a wild olive tree stood out against the dark shadow of the ilex. Clark, in the deep folds of dream, was conscious that the path from his father's house had led him into an undiscovered country, and he was wondering at the strangeness of it all, when suddenly, in place of the hum and murmur of the summer, an infinite silence seemed to fall on all things, and the wood was hushed, and for a moment of time he stood face to face there with a presence that was neither man nor beast, neither the living nor the dead, but all things mingled, the form of all things, but devoid of all form. And in that moment the sacrament of body and soul was dissolved, and a voice seemed to cry, "Let us go hence." And then the darkness of darkness beyond the stars, the darkness of everlasting. When Clark woke up with a start, he saw Raymond pouring a few drops of some oily fluid into a green phial, which he stoppered lightly. "You've been dozing," he said. "The journey must have tired you out. It's done now. I'm going to fetch Mary. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Clark lay back in his chair and wondered. It seemed as if he had but passed from one dream into another. He half expected to see the walls of the laboratory melt and disappear, and to awake in London, shuddering at his own sleeping fancies. But at last the door opened, and the doctor returned, and behind him came a girl of about 17, dressed all in white. She was so beautiful that Clark did not wonder at what the doctor had written to him. She was blushing now of her face and neck and arms, but Raymond seemed unmoved. "Mary," he said, "the time has come. You're quite free. Are you willing to trust yourself to me entirely?" "Yes, dear." "You hear that, Clark? You're my witness. Here's the chair, Mary. It's quite easy. Just sit in it and lean back. Are you ready?" "Yes, dear, quite ready. Give me a kiss before you begin." The doctor stooped and kissed her mouth, kindly enough. "Now, shut your eyes," he said. The girl closed her eyelids as if she were tired and longed for sleep, and Raymond held the green phial to her nostrils. Her face grew white, whiter than her dress. She struggled faintly, and then, with the feeling of submission strong within her, crossed her arms upon her breast, as a little child about to say her prayers. The bright light of the lamp beat full upon her, and Clark watched changes fleeting over that face, as the changes of the hills when summer clouds float across the sun. And then she lay, all white and still, and the doctor turned up one of her eyelids. She was quite unconscious. Raymond pressed hard upon one of the levers, and the chair instantly sank back. Clark saw him cutting away a circle like a tonsure from her hair, and the lamp was moved nearer. Raymond took a small glittering instrument from a little case, and Clark turned away shuddering. When he looked again, the doctor was binding up the wound he'd made. "She'll awake in 5 minutes." Raymond was still perfectly cool. "There's nothing more to be done. We can only wait." The minutes passed slowly. They could hear a slow, heavy ticking. There was an old clock in the passage. Clark felt sick and faint. His knees shook beneath him. He could hardly stand. Suddenly, as they watched, they heard a long-drawn sigh, and suddenly did the colour that had vanished return to the girl's cheeks, and suddenly her eyes opened. Clark quailed before them. They shone with an awful light, looking far away, and a great wonder fell upon her face, and her hands stretched out as if to touch what was invisible. But in an instant the wonder faded and gave place to the most awful terror. The muscles of her face were hideously convulsed. She shook from head to foot. The soul seemed struggling and shuddering within the house of flesh. It was a horrible sight, and Clark rushed forward as she fell shrieking to the floor. 3 days later, Raymond took Clark to Mary's bedside. She was lying wide awake, rolling her head from side to side and grinning vacantly. "Yes," said the doctor, still quite cool. "It's a great pity. She's a hopeless idiot. However, it couldn't be helped, and after all, she has seen the great god Pan." 2. Mr. Clark's Memoirs. Mr. Clark, the gentleman chosen by Dr. Raymond to witness the strange experiment of the god Pan, was a person in whose character caution and curiosity were oddly mingled. In his sober moments he thought of the unusual and the eccentric with undisguised aversion, and yet, deep in his heart, there was a wide-eyed inquisitiveness with respect to all the more recondite and esoteric elements in the nature of men. The latter tendency had prevailed when he had accepted Raymond's invitation, for though his considered judgment had always repudiated the doctor's theories as the wildest nonsense, yet he secretly hugged a belief in fantasy, and would have rejoiced to see that belief confirmed. The horrors that he witnessed in the dreary laboratory were to a certain extent salutary. He was conscious of being involved in an affair not altogether reputable, and for many years afterwards he clung bravely to the commonplace and rejected all occasions of occult investigation. Indeed, on some homeopathic principle, he for some time attended the séances of distinguished mediums, hoping that the clumsy tricks of these gentlemen would make him altogether disgusted with mysticism of every kind. But the remedy, though caustic, was not efficacious. Clark knew that he still pined for the unseen. And little by little, the old passion began to reassert itself, as the face of Mary, shuddering and convulsed with an unknowable terror, faded slowly from his memory. Occupied all day in pursuits both serious and lucrative, the temptation to relax in the evening was too great, especially in the winter months, when the fire cast a warm glow over his snug bachelor apartment, and a bottle of some choice claret stood ready by his elbow. His dinner digested, he would make a brief pretence of reading the evening paper, but the mere catalogue of news soon palled upon him, and Clark would find himself casting glances of warm desire in the direction of an old Japanese bureau which stood at a pleasant distance from the hearth. Like a boy before a jam closet, for a few moments he would hover, indecisive, but lust always prevailed, and Clark ended by drawing up his chair, lighting a candle, and sitting down before his bureau. Its pigeonholes and drawers teemed with documents on the most morbid subjects, and in the well reposed a large manuscript volume, in which he had painfully entered the gems of his collection. Clark had a fine contempt for published literature. The most ghostly story ceased to interest him if it happened to be printed. His sole pleasure was in the reading, compiling, and rearranging what he called his memoirs to prove the existence of the devil, and engaged in this pursuit, the evening seemed to fly, and the night appeared too short. On one particular evening, an ugly December night, black with fog and raw with frost, Clark hurried over his dinner, and scarcely deigned to observe the customary ritual of taking up the paper and laying it down again. He paced 2 or 3 times up and down the room, and opened the bureau, stood still a moment, and sat down. He leant back, absorbed in one of those dreams to which he was subject, and at length drew out his book and opened it at the last entry. There were 3 or 4 pages densely covered with Clark's round, set penmanship, and at the beginning he had written in a somewhat larger hand, "Singular narrative told me by my friend Dr. Phillips. He assures me that all the facts related therein are strictly and wholly true, but refuses to give either the surnames of the persons concerned or the place where these extraordinary events occurred." Mr. Clark began to read over the accounts for the 10th time, glancing now and then at the pencil notes he had made when it was told him by his friend. It was one of his humours to pride himself on a certain literary ability. He thought well of his style, and took pains in arranging circumstances in dramatic order. He read the following story. The persons concerned in this statement are Helen V., who, if she is still alive, must now be a woman of 23, Rachel M., since deceased, who was a year younger than the above, and Trevor W., an imbecile, aged 18. These persons were at the period of the story inhabitants of a village on the borders of Wales, a place of some importance in the time of the Roman occupation, but now a scattered hamlet of not more than 500 souls. It is situated on rising ground, about 6 miles from the sea, and is sheltered by a large and picturesque forest. Some 11 years ago, Helen V. came to the village under rather peculiar circumstances. It is understood that she, being an orphan, was adopted in her infancy by a distant relative, who brought her up in his own house till she was 12 years old. Thinking, however, that it would be better for the child to have playmates of her own age, he advertised in several local papers for a good home in a comfortable farmhouse for a girl of 12, and this advertisement was answered by Mr. R., a well-to-do farmer in the above-mentioned village. His references proving satisfactory, the gentleman sent his adopted daughter to Mr. R. with a letter, in which he stipulated that the girl should have a room to herself, and stated that her guardians need be at no trouble in the matter of education, as she was already sufficiently educated for the position in life which she would occupy. In fact, Mr. R. was given to understand that the girl was to be allowed to find her own occupations, and to spend her time almost as she liked. Mr. R. duly met her at the nearest station, a town some 7 miles away from his house, and seems to have remarked nothing extraordinary about the child, except that she was reticent as to her former life and her adopted father. She was, however, of a very different type from the inhabitants of the village. Her skin was a pale, clear olive, and her features were strongly marked and of a somewhat foreign character. She appears to have settled down easily enough into farmhouse life, and became a favourite with the children, who sometimes went with her on her rambles in the forest, for this was her amusement. Mr. R. states that he has known her go out by herself directly after their early breakfast and not return till after dusk, and that, feeling uneasy at a young girl being out alone for so many hours, he communicated with her adopted father, who replied in a brief note that Helen must do as she chose. In the winter, when the forest paths are impassable, she spent most of her time in her bedroom, where she slept alone, according to the instructions of her relative. It was on one of these expeditions to the forest that the first of the singular incidents with which this girl is connected occurred, the date being about a year after her arrival at the village. The preceding winter had been remarkably severe, the snow drifting to a great depth and the frost continuing for an unexampled period, and the summer following was as noteworthy for its extreme heat. One of the very hottest days in this summer, Helen V. left the farmhouse for one of her long rambles in the forest, taking with her, as usual, some bread and meat for lunch. She was seen by some men in the fields making for the old Roman road, a green causeway which traverses the highest part of the wood, and they were astonished to observe that the girl had taken off her hat, though the heat of the sun was already almost tropical. As it happened, a labourer, Joseph W. by name, was working in the forest near the Roman road, and at 12 o'clock his little son Trevor brought the man his dinner of bread and cheese. After the meal, the boy, who was about 7 years old at the time, left his father at work, and, as he said, went to look for flowers in the wood, and the man, who could hear him shouting with delight over his discoveries, felt no uneasiness. Suddenly, however, he was horrified at hearing the most dreadful screams, evidently the result of great terror proceeding from the direction in which his son had gone, and he hastily threw down his tools and ran to see what had happened. Tracing his path by the sound, he met the little boy, who was running headlong, and was evidently terribly frightened, and on questioning him, the man at last elicited that after picking a posy of flowers he felt tired, and lay down on the grass and fell asleep. He was suddenly awakened, as he stated, by a peculiar noise, a sort of singing, he called it, and on peeping through the branches he saw Helen V. playing on the grass with a strange naked man whom he seemed unable to describe more fully. He said he felt dreadfully frightened and ran away crying for his father. Joseph W. proceeded in the direction indicated by his son, and found Helen V. sitting on the grass in the middle of a glade or open space left by charcoal burners. He angrily charged her with frightening his little boy, but she entirely denied the accusation and laughed at the child's stories of a strange man, to which he himself did not attach much credence. Joseph W. came to the conclusion that the boy had woke up with a sudden fright, as children sometimes do, but Trevor persisted in his story, and continued in such evident distress that at last his father took him home, hoping that his mother would be able to soothe him. For many weeks, however, the boy gave his parents much anxiety. He became nervous and strange in his manner, refusing to leave the cottage by himself, and constantly alarming the household by waking in the night with cries of, "The man in the wood! Father! Father!" In course of time, however, the impression seemed to have worn off, and about 3 months later he accompanied his father to the house of a gentleman in the neighbourhood for whom Joseph W. occasionally did work. The man was shown into the study, and the little boy was left sitting in the hall, and a few minutes later, while the gentleman was giving W. his instructions, they were both horrified by a piercing shriek and the sound of a fall, and rushing out, they found the child lying senseless on the floor, his face contorted with terror. The doctor was immediately summoned, and after some examination he pronounced the child to be suffering from a kind of fit, apparently produced by a sudden shock. The boy was taken to one of the bedrooms, and after some time recovered consciousness, but only to pass into a condition described by the medical man as one of violent hysteria. The doctor exhibited a strong sedative, and in the course of 2 hours pronounced him fit to walk home, but in passing through the hall the paroxysms of fright returned, and with additional violence. The father perceived that the child was pointing at some object, and heard the old cry, "The man in the wood!" and looking in the direction indicated saw a stone head of grotesque appearance which had been built into the wall above one of the doors. It seems that the owner of the house had recently made alterations in his premises, and on digging the foundation for some offices, the men had found a curious head, evidently of the Roman period, which had been placed in the hall in the manner described. The head is pronounced by the most experienced archaeologists in the district to be that of a faun or satyr. From whatever cause arising, this second shock seemed too severe for the boy Trevor, and at the present date he suffers from a weakness of intellect, which gives but little promise of amending. The matter caused a good deal of sensation at the time, and the girl Helen was closely questioned by Mr. R, but to no purpose, she steadfastly denying that she had frightened or in any way molested Trevor. The second event with which this girl's name is connected took place about 6 years ago, and is of a still more extraordinary character. At the beginning of the summer of 1882, Helen contracted a friendship of a particularly intimate character with Rachel M., the daughter of a prosperous farmer in the neighbourhood. This girl, who was a year younger than Helen, was considered by most people to be the prettiest of the two, though Helen's features had to a great extent softened as she became older. The two girls, who were together on every available opportunity, presented a singular contrast, the one with her clear olive skin and almost Italian appearance, and the other of the proverbial red and white of our rural districts. It must be said that the payments made to Mr. R for the maintenance of Helen were known in the village for their excessive liberality, and the impression was general that she would one day inherit a large sum of money from her relative. The parents of Rachel were therefore not averse from their daughter's friendship with the girl, and even encouraged the intimacy, though they now bitterly regret having done so. Helen still retained her extraordinary fondness for the forest, and on several occasions Rachel accompanied her, the two friends setting out early in the morning and remaining in the wood till dusk. Once or twice after these excursions, Mrs. M. thought her daughter's manner rather peculiar. She seemed languid and dreamy, and, as it has been expressed, different from herself. But these peculiarities seem to have been thought too trifling for remark. One evening, however, after Rachel had come home, her mother heard a noise which sounded like suppressed weeping in the girl's room, and, on going in, found her lying half undressed upon the bed, evidently in the greatest distress. As soon as she saw her mother, she exclaimed, "Ah, mother, mother, why did you let me go to the forest with Helen?" Mrs. M. was astonished at so strange a question, and proceeded to make inquiries. Rachel told her a wild story. She said... Clark closed the book with a snap, and turned his chair towards the fire. When his friend sat one evening in that very chair and told his story, Clark had interrupted him at a point a little subsequent to this, had cut short his words in a paroxysm of horror. "My God!" he had exclaimed. Think what you're saying. It's too incredible, too monstrous. Such things can never be in this quiet world where men and women live and die and struggle and conquer, or maybe fail and fall down under sorrow and grieve and suffer strange fortunes for many a year. But not this, Phillips. Not such things as this. There must be some explanation, some way out of the terror. Why, man, if such a case were possible, our earth would be a nightmare. But Phillips had told his story to the end, concluding, "Her flight remains a mystery to this day. She vanished in broad sunlight. They saw her walking in a meadow, and a few moments later She was not there. Clark tried to conceive the thing again as he sat by the fire, and again his mind shuddered and shrank back, appalled before the sight of such awful, unspeakable elements, enthroned, as it were, and triumphant in human flesh. Before him stretched the long, dim vista of the green causeway in the forest, as his friend had described it. He saw the swaying leaves and the quivering shadows on the grass. He saw the sunlight and the flowers, and far away, far in the long distance, the two figures moved towards him. One was Rachel, but the other? Clark had tried his best to disbelieve it all, but at the end of the account, as he had written it in his book, he had placed the inscription, Et diabolus incarnatus est, et homo factus est. Footnote 1, referring to the satyr or fawn's head of Roman origin seen in the gentleman's garden by the boy. Dr. Phillips tells me that he has seen the head in question, and assures me that he has never received such a vivid presentment of intense evil. 3. The City of Resurrections. Herbert, good God, is it possible? Yes, my name's Herbert. I think I know your face too, but I don't remember your name. My memory is very queer. Don't you recall Villiers of Wadham? So it is, so it is. I beg your pardon, Villiers. I didn't think I was begging of an old college friend. Good night. My dear fellow, this haste is unnecessary. My rooms are close by, but we won't go there just yet. Suppose we walk up Shaftesbury Avenue a little way. But how in heaven's name have you come to this pass, Herbert? It's a long story, Villiers, and a strange one too. But you can hear it if you like. Come on, then, take my arm. You don't seem very strong. The ill-assorted pair moved slowly up Rupert Street, the one in dirty, evil-looking rags, and the other attired in the regulation uniform of a man about town, trim, glossy, and eminently well-to-do. Villiers had emerged from his restaurant after an excellent dinner of many courses, assisted by an ingratiating little flask of Chianti, and in that frame of mind, which was with him almost chronic, had delayed a moment by the door, peering round in the dimly lighted street in search of those mysterious incidents and persons with which the streets of London teem in every quarter and at every hour. Villiers prided himself as a practised explorer of such obscure mazes and byways of London life, and in this unprofitable pursuit he displayed an assiduity which was worthy of more serious employment. Thus he stood beside the lamp-post, surveying the passers-by with undisguised curiosity, and with that gravity only known to the systematic diner, had just enunciated in his mind the formula, "London has been called the City of Encounters. It is more than that. It is the City of Resurrections." When these reflections were suddenly interrupted by a piteous whine at his elbow, and a deplorable appeal for alms, he looked round in some irritation, and with a sudden shock found himself confronted with the embodied proof of his somewhat stilted fancies. There, close beside him, his face altered and disfigured by poverty and disgrace, his body barely covered by greasy, ill-fitting rags, stood his old friend Charles Herbert, who had matriculated on the same day as himself, with whom he had been merry and wise for 12 revolving terms. Different occupations and varying interests had interrupted the friendship, and it was 6 years since Villiers had seen Herbert, and now he looked upon this wreck of a man with grief and dismay, mingled with a certain inquisitiveness as to what dreary chain of circumstances had dragged him down to such a doleful pass. Villiers felt together with compassion all the relish of the amateur in mysteries, and congratulated himself on his leisurely speculations outside the restaurant. They walked on in silence for some time, and more than one passer-by stared in astonishment at the unaccustomed spectacle of a well-dressed man with an unmistakable beggar hanging onto his arm. And observing this, Villiers led the way to an obscure street in Soho. Here he repeated his question. "How on earth has it happened, Herbert? I always understood you would succeed to an excellent position in Dorsetshire. Did your father disinherit you? Surely not." "No, Villiers. I came into all the property at my poor father's death. He died a year after I left Oxford. He was a very good father to me, and I mourned his death sincerely enough. But you know what young men are. A few months later I came up to town and went a good deal into society. Of course I had excellent introductions, and I managed to enjoy myself very much in a harmless sort of a way. I played a little, certainly, but never for heavy stakes, and the few bets I made on races brought me in money. Only a few pounds, you know, but enough to pay for cigars and such petty pleasures. It was the second season that the tide turned. Of course, you've heard of my marriage, but no, I never heard anything about it. Yes, I married Villiers. I met a girl of the most wonderful and most strange beauty at the house of some people whom I knew. I cannot tell you her age, for I never knew it. But so far as I can guess, I should think she must have been about 19 when I made her acquaintance. My friends had come to know her at Florence. She told them she was an orphan, the child of an English father and an Italian mother, and she charmed them as she charmed me. The first time I saw her was at an evening party. I was standing by the door talking to a friend when suddenly, above the hum and babble of conversation, I heard a voice which seemed to thrill to my heart. She was singing an Italian song. I was introduced to her that evening, and in 3 months I married Helen. Villiers, that woman, if I can call her woman, corrupted my soul. The night of the wedding, I found myself sitting in her bedroom in the hotel, listening to her talk. She was sitting up in bed, and I listened to her as she spoke in her beautiful voice, spoke of things which even now I would not dare whisper in blackest night, though I stood in the midst of a wilderness. You, Villiers, you may think you know life and London and what goes on day and night in this dreadful city. For all I can say, you may have heard the talk of the vilest, but I tell you, you can have no conception of what I know. Not in your most fantastic, hideous dreams can you have imagined forth the faintest shadow of what I have heard and seen. Yes, seen. I have seen the incredible. Such horrors that even I myself sometimes stop in the middle of a street and ask whether it is possible for a man to behold such things and live. In a year, Villiers, I was a ruined man in body and soul. In body and soul. But your property, Herbert, you had land in Dorset. I sold it all. The fields, the woods, the dear old house, everything. And the money? She took it all from me. And then left you. Yes, she disappeared one night. I don't know where she went, but I'm sure if I saw her again it would kill me. The rest of my story is of no interest, sordid misery, that's all. You may think, Villiers, that I have exaggerated and talked for effect, but I have not told you half. I could tell you certain things which would convince you, but you would never know a happy day again. You would pass the rest of your life as I pass mine, a haunted man. A man who has seen hell. Villiers took the unfortunate man to his rooms and gave him a meal. Herbert could eat little and scarcely touch the glass of wine set before him. He sat moody and silent by the fire and seemed relieved when Villiers sent him away with a small present of money. "By the way, Herbert," said Villiers as they parted at the door, "what was your wife's name? You said Helen, I think? Helen what?" "The name she passed under when I met her was Helen Vaughan. But what her real name was I can't say. I don't think she had a name. No, not in that sense. Only human beings have names, Villiers. I can't say more. Goodbye. Yes, I will not fail to call if I see any way in which you can help me. Good night. The man went out into the bitter night, and Villiers returned to his fireside. There was something about Herbert which shocked him inexpressibly. Not his poor rags, nor the marks which poverty had set upon his face, but rather an indefinite terror which hung about him like a mist. He had acknowledged that he himself was not devoid of blame. The woman he had avowed had corrupted him, body and soul, and Villiers felt that this man, once his friend, had been an actor in scenes evil beyond the power of words. His story needed no confirmation. He himself was the embodied proof of it. Villiers mused curiously over the story he had heard, and wondered whether he had heard both the first and the last of it. No, he thought, certainly not the last, probably only the beginning. A case like this is like a nest of Chinese boxes. You open one after another and find a quainter workmanship in every box. Most likely poor Herbert is merely one of the outside boxes. There are stranger ones to follow. Villiers couldn't take his mind away from Herbert and his story, which seemed to grow wilder as the night wore on. The fire began to burn low, and the chilly air of the morning crept into the room. Villiers got up with a glance over his shoulder and, shivering slightly, went to bed. A few days later, he saw at his club a gentleman of his acquaintance named Austin, who was famous for his intimate knowledge of London life, both in its tenebrous and luminous phases. Villiers, still full of his encounter in Soho and its consequences, thought Austin might possibly be able to shed some light on Herbert's history. And so, after some casual talk, he suddenly put the question, "Do you happen to know anything of a man named Herbert? Charles Herbert?" Austin turned round sharply and stared at Villiers with some astonishment. "Charles Herbert? Weren't you in town 3 years ago?" "No. Then you've not heard of the Paul Street case? It caused a good deal of sensation at the time." "What was the case?" "Well, a gentleman, a man of very good position, was found dead, stark dead, in the area of a certain house in Paul Street, off Tottenham Court Road." "Of course the police didn't make the discovery. If you happen to be sitting up all night and have a light on in your window, the constable will ring the bell. But if you happen to be lying dead in somebody's area, you'll be left alone. In this instance, as in many others, the alarm was raised by some kind of vagabond. I don't mean a common tramp or a public-house loafer, but a gentleman whose business or pleasure, or both, made him a spectator of the London streets at 5 o'clock in the morning. This individual was, as he said, going home. It did not appear whence or whither, and had occasion to pass through Paul Street between 4 and 5 a.m. Something or other caught his eye at number 20. He said, absurdly enough, that the house had the most unpleasant physiognomy he'd ever observed, but, at any rate, he glanced down the area, and was a good deal astonished to see a man lying on the stones, his limbs all huddled together, and his face turned up. Our gentleman thought his face looked peculiarly ghastly, and so set off at a run in search of the nearest policeman. The constable was at first inclined to treat the matter lightly, suspecting common drunkenness. However, he came, and after looking at the man's face, changed his tone quickly enough. The early bird, who picked up this fine worm, was sent off for a doctor, and the policeman rang and knocked at the door till a slatternly servant girl came down, looking more than half asleep. The constable pointed out the contents of the area to the maid, who screamed loudly enough to wake the street. But she knew nothing of the man, who had never seen him in a house, and so forth. Meanwhile, the original discoverer had come back with a medical man, and the next thing was to get into the area. The gate was open, so the whole quartet stumped down the steps. The doctor hardly needed a moment's examination. He said the poor fellow had been dead for several hours, and it was then that the case began to get interesting. The dead man had not been robbed, and in one of his pockets were papers identifying him as as a man of good family and means, a favourite in society, and nobody's enemy as far as could be known. I don't give his name, Villiers, because it has nothing to do with the story, and because it's no good raking up these affairs about the dead when there are no relations living. The next curious point was that the medical men could not agree as to how he met his death. There were some slight bruises on his shoulders, but they were so slight that it looked as if he'd been pushed roughly out of the kitchen door, or not thrown over the railings from the street, or even dragged down the steps. But there was positively no other mark of violence about him, certainly none that would account for his death, and when they came to the autopsy, there wasn't a trace of poison of any kind. Of course, the police wanted to know all about the people at number 20, and here again, so I've heard from private sources, one or two other very curious points came out. It appears that the occupants of the house were a Mr. and Mrs. Charles Herbert. He was said to be a landed proprietor, though it struck most people that Paul Street was not exactly the place to look for county gentry. As for Mrs. Herbert, nobody seemed to know who or what she was. And, between ourselves, I fancy the divers after her history found themselves in rather strange waters. Of course, they both denied knowing anything about the deceased, and in default of any evidence against them, they were discharged. But some very odd things came out about them. Though it was between 5 and 6 in the morning when the dead man was removed, a large crowd had collected, and several of the neighbours ran to see what was going on. They were pretty free with their comments by all accounts. And from these, it appeared that number 20 was in very bad odour in Paul Street. The detectives tried to trace down these rumours to some solid foundation of fact, but couldn't get hold of anything. People shook their heads and raised their eyebrows, and thought the Herberts rather queer, would rather not be seen going into their house, and so on. But there was nothing tangible. The authorities were morally certain that the man met his death in some way or another in the house, and was thrown out by the kitchen door, but they couldn't prove it, and the absence of any indications of violence or poisoning left them helpless. An odd case, wasn't it? But, curiously enough, there's something more that I haven't told you. I happen to know one of the doctors who was consulted as to the cause of death, and some time after the inquest I met him and asked him about it. "Do you really mean to tell me," I said, "that you were baffled by the case, that you actually didn't know what the man died of?" "Pardon me," he replied. "I know perfectly well what caused death. Blank died of fright, of sheer awful terror. I never saw features so hideously contorted in the entire course of my practice, and I have seen the faces of a whole host of dead." The doctor was usually a cool customer enough, and a certain vehemence in his manner struck me, but I couldn't get any more out of him. I suppose the Treasury didn't see their way to prosecuting the Herberts for frightening a man to death. At any rate, nothing was done, and the case dropped out of men's minds. Do you happen to know anything of Herbert? "Well," replied Villiers, "he was an old college friend of mine." "You don't say so? Have you ever seen his wife?" "No, I haven't. I've lost sight of Herbert for many years." "It's queer, isn't it, parting with a man at the college gate or at Paddington, seeing nothing of him for years, and then finding him pop up in his head in such an odd place. But I should have liked to have seen Mrs. Herbert. People said extraordinary things about her." "What sort of things?" "Well, I hardly know how to tell you. Everyone who saw her at the police station said she was at once the most beautiful woman and the most repulsive they had ever set eyes on. I've spoken to a man who saw her, and I assure you he positively shuddered as he tried to describe the woman, but he couldn't tell why. She seems to have been a sort of enigma, and I expect if that one dead man could have told tales, he would have told some uncommonly queer ones. And there you are again in another puzzle. What could a respectable country gentleman like Mr. Blank, we'll call him that if you don't mind, want in such a very queer house as number 20? It's altogether a very odd case, isn't it? It is indeed, Austin, an extraordinary case. I didn't think, when I asked you about my old friend, I should strike on such strange metal. Well, I must be off. Good day. Villiers went away thinking of his own conceit of the Chinese boxes. Here was quaint workmanship indeed. 4. The Discovery in Paul Street. A few months after Villiers' meeting with Herbert, Mr. Clark was sitting as usual by his after-dinner hearth, resolutely guarding his fancies from wandering in the direction of the bureau. For more than a week he had succeeded in keeping away from the memoirs, and he cherished hopes of a complete self-reformation, but, in spite of his endeavours, he could not hush the wonder and the strange curiosity that last case he had written down had excited within him. He had put the case, or rather the outline of it, conjecturally to a scientific friend who shook his head and thought Clark getting queer, and on this particular evening Clark was making an effort to rationalise the story when a sudden knock at his door roused him from his meditations. "Mr. Villiers to see you, sir." "Dear me, Villiers, it's very kind of you to look me up. I've not seen you for many months, I should think nearly a year. Come in. And how are you, Villiers? Want any advice about investments?" "No, thanks. I fancy everything I have in that way is pretty safe." "No, Clark, I've really come to consult you about a rather curious matter that has just been brought under my notice of late. I'm afraid you'll think it all rather absurd when I tell my tale. I sometimes think so myself. And that's just why I made up my mind to come to you, as I know you're a practical man." Mr. Villiers was ignorant of the memoirs to prove the existence of the devil. "Well, Villiers, I shall be happy to give you my advice to the best of my ability. What is the nature of the case?" "It's an extraordinary thing altogether. You know my ways. I always keep my eyes open in the streets, and in my time I've chanced upon some queer customers and queer cases too, but this, I think, beats all. I was coming out of a restaurant one nasty winter night about 3 months ago. I'd had a capital dinner and a good bottle of Chianti, and I stood for a moment on the pavement thinking what a mystery there is about London streets and the companies that pass along them. A bottle of red wine encourages these fancies, Clark, and I dare say I should have thought a page of small type, but I was cut short by a beggar who'd come behind me and was making the usual appeals. Of course I looked round, and this beggar turned out to be what was left of an old friend of mine, a man named Herbert. I asked him how he'd come to such a wretched pass, and he told me. We walked up and down one of those long, dark Soho streets, and there I listened to his story. He said he'd married a beautiful girl some years younger than himself, and, as he put it, she had corrupted him, body and soul. He wouldn't go into details. He said he dare not, that what he had seen and heard haunted him by night and day, and when I looked in his face, I knew he was speaking the truth. There was something about the man that made me shiver. I don't know why, but it was there. I gave him a little money and sent him away, and I assure you that when he was gone, I gasped for breath. His presence seemed to chill one's blood. Isn't all this just a little fanciful, Villiers? I suppose the poor fellow had made an imprudent marriage and, in plain English, gone to the bad. Well, listen to this. Villiers told Clark the story he had heard from Austin. "You see," he concluded, "there can be but little doubt that this blank, whoever he was, died of sheer terror. He saw something so awful, so terrible, that it cut short his life. And what he saw, he most certainly saw in that house, which, somehow or other, had got a bad name in the neighbourhood. I had the curiosity to go and look at the place for myself. It's a saddening kind of street. The houses are old enough to be mean and dreary, but not old enough to be quaint. As far as I could see, most of them are let in lodgings, furnished and unfurnished, and almost every door has 3 bells to it. Here and there the ground floors have been made into shops of the commonest kind. It's a dismal street in every way. I found number 20 was to let, and I went to the agents and got the key. Of course, I should have heard nothing of the Herberts in that quarter, but I asked the man, fair and square, how long they had left the house, and whether there had been other tenants in the meanwhile. He looked at me queerly for a minute, and told me that the Herberts had left immediately after the unpleasantness, as he called it, and since then the house had been empty. Mr. Villiers paused for a moment. I've always been rather fond of going over empty houses. There's a sort of fascination about the desolate empty rooms with the nails sticking in the walls and the dust thick upon the windowsills. But I didn't enjoy going over number 20 Paul Street. I'd hardly put my foot inside the passage before I noticed a queer, heavy feeling about the air of the house. Of course, all empty houses are stuffy and so forth, but this was something quite different. I can't describe it to you, but it seemed to stop the breath. I went into the front room and the back room and the kitchens downstairs. They were all dirty and dusty enough, as you'd expect. But there was something strange about them all. I couldn't define it to you. I only know I felt queer. It was one of the rooms on the first floor, though, that was the worst. It was a largish room, and once on a time the paper must have been cheerful enough, but when I saw it, paint, paper, and everything were most doleful. But the room was full of horror. I felt my teeth grinding as I put my hand on the door, and when I went in, I thought I should have fallen fainting to the floor. However, I pulled myself together and stood against the end wall, wondering what on earth there could be about the room to make my limbs tremble and my heart beat as if I were at the hour of death. In one corner there was a pile of newspapers littered about on the floor, and I began looking at them. They were papers of 3 or 4 years ago, some of them half torn and some crumpled, as if they'd been used for packing. I turned the whole pile over, and amongst them I found a curious drawing. I'll show it to you presently, but I couldn't stay in the room. I felt it was overpowering me. I was thankful to come out safe and sound into the open air. People stared at me as I walked along the street, and one man said I was drunk. I was staggering about from one side of the pavement to the other, and it was as much as I could do to take the key back to the agent and get home. I was in bed for a week, suffering from what my doctor called nervous shock and exhaustion. One of those days I was reading the evening paper, and I happened to notice a paragraph headed "Starved to Death." It was the usual style of thing. A model lodging house in Marylebone, a door locked for several days, and a dead man in his chair when they broke in. The deceased, said the paragraph, was known as Charles Herbert, and is believed to have been once a prosperous country gentleman. His name was familiar to the public 3 years ago in connection with the mysterious death in Paul Street, Tottenham Court Road, the deceased being the tenant of the house number 20, in the area of which a gentleman of good position was found dead under circumstances not devoid of suspicion. A tragic ending, wasn't it? But after all, if what he told me were true, which I'm sure it was, the man's life was all a tragedy, and a tragedy of a stranger sort than they put on the boards. "And that's the story, is it?" said Clark musingly. "Yes, that's the story." "Well, really, Villiers, I scarcely know what to say about it. There are no doubt circumstances in the case which seem peculiar, the finding of the dead man in the area of the Herberts' house, for instance, and the extraordinary opinion of the physician as to the cause of death. But after all, it is conceivable that the facts may be explained in a straightforward manner. As to your own sensations when you went to see the house, I would suggest that they were due to a vivid imagination. You must have been brooding in a semi-conscious way over what you'd heard. I don't exactly see what more can be said or done in the matter. You evidently think there is a mystery of some kind, but Herbert is dead. Where then do you propose to look?" "I propose to look for the woman whom he married. She is the mystery." The two men sat silently by the fireside, Clark secretly congratulating himself on having successfully kept up the character of advocate of the commonplace, and Villiers wrapped in his gloomy fancies. "I think I'll have a cigarette," he said at last, and put his hand in his pocket to feel for the cigarette case. "Ah," he said, starting slightly, "I forgot I had something to show you. You remember my saying that I had found a rather curious sketch amongst the pile of old newspapers at the house in Paul Street? Here it is." Villiers drew out a small, thin parcel from his pocket. It was covered with brown paper and secured with string, and the knots were troublesome. In spite of himself, Clark felt inquisitive. He bent forward on his chair as Villiers painfully undid the string and unfolded the outer covering. Inside was a second wrapping of tissue, and Villiers took it off and handed the small piece of paper to Clark without a word. There was dead silence in the room for 5 minutes or more. The two men sat so still that they could hear the ticking of the tall, old-fashioned clock that stood outside in the hall, and in the mind of one of them the slow monotony of sound woke up a far, far memory. He was looking intently at the small pen-and-ink sketch of the woman's head. It had evidently been drawn with great care and by a true artist, for the woman's soul looked out of the eyes, and the lips were parted with a strange smile. Clark gazed still at the face. It brought to his memory one summer evening long ago. He saw again the long, lovely valley, the river winding between the hills, the meadows and the cornfields, the dull red sun and the cold white mist rising from the water. He heard a voice speaking to him across the waves of many years and saying, "Clark, Mary will see the great god Pan." And then he was standing in the grim room beside the doctor, listening to the heavy ticking of the clock, watching and watching the figure lying on the green chair beneath the lamplight. Mary rose up, and he looked into her eyes, and his heart grew cold within him. Who is this woman?" he said at last. His voice was dry and hoarse. "That's the woman whom Herbert married." Clark looked again at the sketch. It was not Mary after all. There certainly was Mary's face, but there was something else. Something he had not seen on Mary's features when the white-clad girl entered the laboratory with the doctor, nor at her terrible awakening, nor when she lay grinning on the bed. Whatever it was, the glance that came from those eyes, the smile on the full lips, or the expression of the whole face, Clark shuddered before it in his inmost soul, and thought unconsciously of Dr. Phillips' words, "the most vivid presentment of evil I have ever seen." He turned the paper over mechanically in his hand and glanced at the back. "Good God, Clark, what's the matter? You're as white as death." Villiers had started wildly from his chair as Clark fell back with a groan and let the paper drop from his hands. I don't feel very well, Villiers. I'm subject to these attacks. Pour me out a little wine, thanks. That'll do. I shall feel better in a few minutes." Villiers picked up the fallen sketch and turned it over as Clark had done. "You saw that," he said. "That's how I identified it as being a portrait of Herbert's wife, or I should say his widow. How do you feel now?" "Better, thanks. It was only a passing faintness." "I don't think I quite catch your meaning. What did you say enabled you to identify the picture?" "This word, Helen, written on the back. Didn't I tell you her name was Helen? Yes, Helen Vaughan." Clark groaned. There could be no shadow of doubt. "Now, don't you agree with me," said Villiers, "that in the story I've told you tonight, and in the part this woman plays in it, there are some very strange points?" "Yes, Villiers," Clark muttered. "It's a strange story indeed, a strange story indeed. You must give me time to think it over. I may be able to help you, or I may not. Must you be going now? Well, good night, Villiers. Good night. Come and see me in the course of a week." 5. The Letter of Advice. "Do you know, Austin," said Villiers, as the two friends were pacing sedately along Piccadilly one pleasant morning in May, "do you know, I am convinced that what you told me about Paul Street and the Herberts is a mere episode in an extraordinary history. I may as well confess to you that when I asked you about Herbert a few months ago, I'd just seen him." "You'd seen him? Where?" "He begged of me in the street one night. He was in a most pitiable plight, but I recognised the man, and I got him to tell me his history, or at least the outline of it. In brief, it amounted to this: he had been ruined by his wife. In what manner? He wouldn't tell me. He would only say that she had destroyed him, body and soul. The man is dead now. And what has become of his wife? Ah, that's what I should like to know, and I mean to find her, sooner or later. I know a man named Clark, a dry fellow, in fact a man of business, but shrewd enough. You understand my meaning. Not shrewd in the mere business sense of the word, but a man who really knows something about men and life. Well, I laid the case before him, and he was evidently impressed. He said it needed consideration, and asked me to come again in the course of a week. A few days later, I received this extraordinary letter. Austin took the envelope, drew out the letter, and read it curiously. It ran as follows. My dear Villiers, I have thought over the matter on which you consulted me the other night, and my advice to you is this. Throw the portrait in the fire. Blot out the story from your mind. Never give it another thought, Villiers, or you will be sorry. You will think, no doubt, that I am in possession of some secret information, and to a certain extent that is the case. But I only know a little. I am like a traveller who has peered over an abyss and has drawn back in terror. What I know is strange enough and horrible enough, but beyond my knowledge there are depths and horrors more frightful still, more incredible than any tale told of winter nights about the fire. I have resolved, and nothing shall shake that resolve, to explore no whit farther, and if you value your happiness, you will make the same determination. Come and see me by all means, but we will talk on more cheerful topics than this. Austin folded the letter methodically and returned it to Villiers. It is certainly an extraordinary letter, he said. What does he mean by the portrait? I forgot to tell you, I have been to Paul Street, and I have made a discovery. Villiers told his story as he had told it to Clark, and Austin listened in silence. He seemed puzzled. How very curious that you should experience such an unpleasant sensation in that room, he said at length. I hardly gathered that it was a mere matter of the imagination, a feeling of repulsion, in short. No, it was more physical than mental. It was as if I were inhaling at every breath some deadly fume, which seemed to penetrate to every nerve and bone of my sinew and of my body. I felt racked from head to foot. My eyes began to grow dim. It was like the entrance of death. Yes, very strange, certainly. You see, your friend confesses that there is some very black story connected with this woman. Did you notice any particular emotion in him when you were telling your tale? Yes, I did. He became very faint, but he assured me that it was a mere passing attack to which he was subject. Did you believe him? I did at the time, but I don't now. He heard what I had to say with a good deal of indifference till I showed him the portrait. It was then that he was seized with the attack of which I spoke. He looked ghastly, I assure you. Then he must have seen the woman before, but there might be another explanation. It might have been the name and not the face which was familiar to him. What do you think? I couldn't say. To the best of my belief, it was after turning the portrait in his hands that he nearly dropped from his chair. The name, you know, was written on the back. Quite so. After all, it is impossible to come to any resolution in a case like this. I hate melodrama, and nothing strikes me as more commonplace and tedious than the ordinary ghost story of commerce. But really, Villiers, it looks as if there was something very queer at the bottom of all of this. The two men had, without noticing it, turned up Ashley Street, leading northward from Piccadilly. It was a long street, and rather a gloomy one. But here and there a brighter taste had illuminated the dark houses with flowers and gay curtains and a cheerful paint on the doors. Villiers glanced up as Austin stopped speaking and looked at one of these houses. Geraniums, red and white, drooped from every sill, and daffodil-coloured curtains were draped back from each window. "Looks cheerful, doesn't it?" he said. "Yes, and the inside is still more cheery. One of the pleasantest houses of the seasons, I've heard. I haven't been there myself, but I've met several men who have, and they tell me it's uncommonly jovial." "Whose house is it?" "Mrs. Beaumont's." "And who's she?" I couldn't tell you. I've heard she comes from South America, but after all, who she is of little consequence. She's a very wealthy woman, there's no doubt of that, and some of the best people have taken her up. I hear she has some wonderful claret, really marvellous wine, which must have cost a fabulous sum. Lord Argentine was telling me about it. He was there last Sunday evening. He assures me he has never tasted such a wine, and Argentine, as you know, is an expert. By the way, that reminds me, she must be an oddish sort of woman, this Mrs. Beaumont. Argentine asked her how old the wine was, and what do you think she said? About 1,000 years, I believe. Lord Argentine thought she was chaffing him, you know, but when he laughed, she said she was speaking quite seriously and offered to show him the jar. Of course, he couldn't say anything more after that. But it seems rather antiquated for a beverage, doesn't it? Why, here we are at my rooms. Come in, won't you? Thanks, I think I will. I haven't seen the curiosity shop for some time. It was a room furnished richly yet oddly, where every chair and bookcase and table and every rug and jar and ornament seemed to be a thing apart, preserving each its own individuality. "Anything fresh lately?" said Villiers after a while. "No, I think not. You saw those queer jugs, didn't you? I thought so. I don't think I've come across anything for the last few weeks." Austin glanced round the room from cupboard to cupboard, from shelf to shelf, in search of some new oddity. His eyes fell at last on an old chest, pleasantly and quaintly carved, which stood in a dark corner of the room. "Ah," he said, "I was forgetting. I have got something to show you." Austin unlocked the chest, drew out a thick quarto volume, laid it on the table, and resumed a cigar he'd put down. "Do you know Arthur Mayrick, the painter, Villiers?" "A little. I met him 2 or 3 times at the house of a friend of mine." "What's become of him? I haven't heard his name mentioned for some time." "He's dead." "You don't say so. Quite young, wasn't he?" "Yes, only 30 when he died." "What did he die of?" "I don't know. He was an intimate friend of mine and a thoroughly good fellow. He used to come here and talk to me for hours, but he was one of the best talkers I've met. He could even talk about painting, and that's more than can be said of most painters. About 18 months ago, he was feeling rather overworked, and partly at my suggestion he went off on a sort of roving expedition with no very definite end or aim about it. I believe New York was to be his first port, but I never heard from him. 3 months ago I got this book with a very civil letter from an English doctor practising at Buenos Aires, stating that he had attended the late Mr. Mayrick during his illness, and that the deceased had expressed an earnest wish that the enclosed packet should be sent to me after his death. And that was all. And haven't you written for further particulars?" "I've been thinking of doing so. I don't think the doctor had seen it." "Is it something very rare? Mayrick was a collector, perhaps?" "No, I think not. Hardly a collector. Now, what do you think of these Ainu jugs? They're peculiar, but I like them." "But aren't you going to show me poor Mayrick's legacy?" Yes, to be sure. The fact is, it's a rather peculiar sort of thing, and I haven't shown it to anyone. I wouldn't say anything about it if I were you. There it is." Villiers took the book and opened it at haphazard. "It isn't a printed volume, then?" he said. "No, it's a collection of drawings in black and white by my poor friend Mayrick." Villiers turned to the first page. It was blank. The second bore a brief inscription, which he read. "Silet per diem universus nec sine horrore secretus est, lucet nocturnis ignibus, chorus aegipanum undique personatur, audiuntur et cantus tibiarum, et tinnitus cymbalorum per oram maritamam." On the third page was a design which made Villiers start and look up at Austin. He was gazing abstractedly out of the window. Villiers turned page after page, absorbed in spite of himself in the frightful Walpurgis night of evil, strange, monstrous evil that the dead artist had set forth in hard black and white. The figures of fauns and satyrs and aegipans danced before his eyes. The darkness of the thicket,
the dance on the mountain top, the scenes by lonely shores, in green vineyards, by rocks and desert places passed before him, a world before which the human soul seemed to shrink back and shudder. Villiers whirled over the remaining pages. He had seen enough, but the picture on the last leaf caught his eye as he almost closed the book. "Austin! Well, what is it? Do you know who that is?" It was a woman's face, alone on the white page. "Know who it is? No, of course not." "I do." "Who is it?" "It's Mrs. Herbert." "Are you sure?" "I'm perfectly certain of it. Poor Meyrick. He is one more chapter in her history." "But what do you think of the designs?" "They're frightful. Lock the book up again, Austin. If I were you, I'd burn it. It must be a terrible companion, even though it be in a chest. Yes, they are singular drawings. But I wonder what connection there could be between Meyrick and Mrs. Herbert, or what link between her and these designs. Who can say? It is possible that the matter may end here, and we shall never know. But in my own opinion, this Helen Vaughan, or Mrs. Herbert, is only the beginning. She will come back to London, Austin, depend upon it. She will come back, and we shall hear more about her then. I don't think it will be very pleasant news.
Chapter 6. The Suicides. Lord Argentine was a great favourite in London society. At 20 he had been a poor man, decked with the surname of an illustrious family, but forced to earn a livelihood as best he could. And the most speculative of moneylenders would not have entrusted him with £50 on the chance of his ever changing his name for a title, and his poverty for a great fortune. His father had been near enough to the fountain of good things to secure one of the family livings, but the son, even if he had taken orders, would scarcely have obtained so much as this, and moreover felt no vocation for the ecclesiastical estate. Thus he fronted the world with no better armour than the bachelor's gown and the wits of a younger son's grandson, with which equipment he contrived in some way to make a very tolerable fight of it. At 25, Mr. Charles Algernon saw himself still a man of struggles and of warfare with the world, but out of the 7 who stood between him and the high places of his family, 3 only remained. These 3, however, were good lives, but yet not proof against the Zulu assegais and typhoid fever, and so, one morning, Algernon woke up and found himself Lord Argentine, a man of 30, who had faced the difficulties of existence and had conquered. The situation amused him immensely, and he resolved that riches should be as pleasant to him as poverty had always been. Argentine, after some little consideration, came to the conclusion that dining, regarded as a fine art, was perhaps the most amusing pursuit open to fallen humanity, and thus his dinners became famous in London, and an invitation to his table a thing covetously desired. After 10 years of lordship and dinners, Argentine still declined to be jaded, still persisted in enjoying life, and by a kind of infection had become recognised as the cause of joy in others, in short, as the best of company. His sudden and tragical death, therefore, caused a wide and deep sensation. People could scarce believe it, even though the newspaper was before their eyes, and the cry of "Mysterious death of a nobleman" came ringing up from the street. But there still stood the brief paragraph. Lord Argentine was found dead this morning by his valet under distressing circumstances. It is stated that there can be no doubt that his lordship committed suicide, though no motive can be assigned for the act. The deceased nobleman was widely known in society, and much liked for his genial manner and sumptuous hospitality. He is succeeded by etc., etc. By slow degrees the details came to light, but the case still remained a mystery. The chief witness at the inquest was the dead nobleman's valet, who said that the night before his death Lord Argentine had dined with a lady of good position, whose name was suppressed in the newspaper reports. At about 11 o'clock, Lord Argentine had returned and informed his man that he should not require his services till the next morning. A little later, the valet had occasion to cross the hall and was somewhat astonished to see his master quietly letting himself out at the front door. He had taken off his evening clothes and was dressed in a Norfolk coat and knickerbockers and wore a low brown hat. The valet had no reason to suppose that Lord Argentine had seen him, and though his master rarely kept late hours, thought little of the occurrence till the next morning, when he knocked at the bedroom door at 8:45 as usual. He received no answer, and, after knocking 2 or 3 times, entered the room and saw Lord Argentine's body leaning forward at an angle from the bottom of the bed. He found that his master had tied a cord securely to one of the short bedposts, and, after making a running noose and slipping it round his neck, the unfortunate man must have resolutely fallen forward to die by slow strangulation. He was dressed in the light suit in which the valet had seen him go out, and the doctor who was summoned pronounced that life had been extinct for more than 4 hours. All papers, letters, and so forth seemed in perfect order, and nothing was discovered which pointed in the most remote way to any scandal, either great or small. Here the evidence ended. Nothing more could be discovered. Several persons had been present at the dinner party at which Lord Argentine had assisted, and to all these he seemed in his usual genial spirits. The valet, indeed, said he thought his master appeared a little excited when he came home, but he confessed that the alteration in his manner was very slight, hardly noticeable indeed. It seemed hopeless to seek for any clue, and the suggestion that Lord Argentine had been suddenly attacked by acute suicidal mania was generally accepted. It was otherwise, however, when within 3 weeks 3 more gentlemen, one of them a nobleman, and the 2 others men of good position and ample means, perished miserably in almost precisely the same manner. Lord Swanley was found one morning in his dressing-room, hanging from a peg affixed to the wall, and Mr. Collier's steward and Mr. Harris had chosen to die as Lord Argentine. There was no explanation in either case. A few bald facts, a living man in the evening, and a dead body with a black swollen face in the morning. The police had been forced to confess themselves powerless to arrest or to explain the sordid murders of Whitechapel, but before the horrible suicides of Piccadilly and Mayfair they were dumbfounded, for not even the mere ferocity which did duty as an explanation of the crimes of the East End could be of service in the West. Each of these men who had resolved to die a tortured, shameful death was rich, prosperous, and, to all appearances, in love with the world, and not the acutest research could ferret out any shadow of a lurking motive in either case. There was a horror in the air, and men looked at one another's faces when they met, each wondering whether the other was to be the victim of the 5th nameless tragedy. Journalists sought in vain in their scrapbooks for materials whereof to concoct reminiscent articles, and the morning paper was unfolded in many a house with a feeling of awe. No man knew when or where the blow would next light. A short while after the last of these terrible events, Austin came to see Mr. Villiers. He was curious to know whether Villiers had succeeded in discovering any fresh traces of Mrs. Herbert, either through Clark or by other sources, and he asked the question soon after he had sat down. "No," said Villiers, "I wrote to Clark, but he remains obdurate, and I have tried other channels, but without any result. I can't find out what became of Helen Vaughan after she left Paul Street, but I think she must have gone abroad. But to tell the truth, Austin, I haven't paid very much attention to the matter for the last few weeks. I knew poor Harris intimately, and his terrible death has been a great shock to me, a great shock. I can well believe it,
answered Austin gravely. "You know, Argentine was a friend of mine. If I remember rightly, we were speaking of him that day you came to my rooms. Yes, it was in connection with that house in Ashley Street, Mrs. Beaumont's house. You said something about Argentine's dining there." "Quite so. Of course you know it was there Argentine dined the night before his death." "No, I haven't heard that." "Oh, yes. The name was kept out of the papers to spare Mrs. Beaumont. Argentine was a great favourite of hers, and it is said she was in a terrible state for some time after." A curious look came over Villiers' face. He seemed undecided whether to speak or not. Austin began again. "I never experienced such a feeling of horror as when I read the account of Argentine's death. I didn't understand it at the time, and I don't now. I knew him well, and it completely passes my understanding for what possible cause he, or any of the others, for the matter of that, could have resolved in cold blood to die in such an awful manner. You know how men babble away each other's characters in London. You may be sure that any buried scandal or hidden skeleton would have been brought to light in such a case as this, but nothing of the sort has taken place. As for the theory of mania, that is very well, of course, for the coroner's jury, but everybody knows that it's all nonsense. Suicidal mania is not smallpox." Austin relapsed into gloomy silence. Villiers sat silent also, watching his friend. The expression of indecision still fleeted across his face. He seemed as if weighing his thoughts in the balance, and the considerations he was revolving left him still silent. Austin tried to shake off the remembrance of tragedies as hopeless and perplexed as the labyrinth of Daedalus, and began to talk in an indifferent voice of the more pleasant incidents and adventures of the season. "That Mrs. Beaumont," he said, "of whom we were speaking, is a great success. She's taken London almost by storm. I met her the other night at Fulham's. She really is a remarkable woman." "You've met Mrs. Beaumont?" "Yes, she had quite a court around her. She would be called very handsome, I suppose, and yet there's something about her face which I didn't like. The features are exquisite, but the expression is strange. And all the time I was looking at her, and afterwards when I was going home, I had a curious feeling that the very expression was in some way familiar to me." "You must have seen her in the Row." "No, I'm sure I never set eyes on the woman before. It's that which makes it puzzling, and to the best of my belief, I've never seen anybody like her. What I felt was a kind of dim, far-off memory, vague, but persistent. The only sensation I can compare to it is that odd feeling one sometimes gets in a dream when fantastic cities and wondrous lands and phantom personages appear familiar and accustomed." Villiers nodded and glanced aimlessly round the room, possibly in search of something on which to turn the conversation. His eyes fell on an old chest, somewhat like that in which the artist's strange legacy lay hid beneath a Gothic scutcheon. "Have you written to the doctor about poor Meyrick?" he asked. "Yes, I wrote asking for full particulars as to his illness and death. I don't expect to have an answer for another 3 weeks or a month. I thought I might as well inquire whether Meyrick knew an Englishwoman named Herbert, and if so, whether the doctor could give me any information about her. But it's very possible that Meyrick fell in with her at New York or Mexico or San Francisco. I have no idea as to the extent or direction of his travels. Yes, and it's very possible that the woman might have more than one name." "Exactly. I wish I'd thought of asking you to lend me the portrait of her which you possess. I might have enclosed it in my letter to Dr. Matthews." "So you might. That never occurred to me. We might send it now. Hark! What are those boys calling?" While the two men had been talking together, a confused noise of shouting had been gradually growing louder. The noise arose from the eastward and swelled down Piccadilly, drawing nearer and nearer. A very torrent of sound, surging up streets usually quiet and making every window a frame for a face curious or excited. The cries and voices came echoing up the silent street where Villiers lived, growing more distinct as they advanced, and as Villiers spoke, an answer rang up from the pavement. "The West End horrors! Another awful suicide! Full details!"
Austin rushed down the stairs and brought a paper and read out the paragraph to Villiers as the uproar in the street rose and fell. The window was open, and the air seemed full of noise and terror. "Another gentleman has fallen a victim to the terrible epidemic of suicide which for the last month has prevailed in the West End. Mr. Sidney Crayshaw of Stokehouse, Fulham, and King's Pomeroy, Devon, was found, after a prolonged search, hanging from the branch of a tree in his garden at 1 o'clock today. The deceased gentleman dined last night at the Carlton Club and seemed in his usual health and spirits. He left the club at about 10 o'clock and was seen walking leisurely up St. James's Street a little later. Subsequent to this, his movements cannot be traced. On the discovery of the body, medical aid was at once summoned, but life had evidently been long extinct. So far as is known, Mr. Crayshaw had no trouble or anxiety of any kind. This painful suicide, it will be remembered, is the 5th of the kind in the last month. The authorities at Scotland Yard are unable to suggest any explanation of these terrible occurrences." Austin put down the paper in mute horror. "I shall leave London tomorrow," he said. "It's a city of nightmares. How awful this is, Villiers." Mr. Villiers was sitting by the window, quietly looking out into the street. He had listened to the newspaper report attentively, and the hint of indecision was no longer in his face. "Wait a moment, Austin," he said. "I have made up my mind to mention a little matter that occurred last night. It is stated, I think, that Crayshaw was seen last alive in St. James's Street shortly after 10. Yes, I think so. I'll look again. Yes, you're quite right." "Quite so. Well, I am in a position to contradict that statement, at all events. Crayshaw was seen after that, considerably later indeed." "But how do you know?" "Because I happened to see Crayshaw myself at about 2 o'clock this morning." "You saw Crayshaw? You, Villiers?" "Yes, I saw him quite distinctly. Indeed, there were but a few feet between us." "Where, in heaven's name, did you see him?" "Not far from here. I saw him in Ashley Street. He was just leaving a house." Did you notice what house it was?" "Yes, it was Mrs. Beaumont's." "Villiers, think what you're saying. There must be some mistake. How could Crayshaw be in Mrs. Beaumont's house at 2 o'clock in the morning? Surely, you must have been dreaming, Villiers. You were always rather fanciful." "No, I was wide awake enough. Even if I had been dreaming, as you say, what I saw would have roused me effectually." "What you saw? What did you see? Was there anything strange about Crayshaw? But I can't believe it. It's impossible." "Well, if you like, I will tell you what I saw, or, if you please, what I think I saw, and you can judge for yourself." "Very good, Villiers." The noise and clamour of the street had died away, though now and then the sound of shouting still came from the distance, and the dull leaden silence seemed like the quiet after an earthquake or a storm. Villiers turned from the window and began speaking. "I was at a house near Regent's Park last night, and when I came away the fancy took me to walk home instead of taking a hansom. It was a clear, pleasant night enough, and after a few minutes I had the streets pretty much to myself. It's a curious thing, Austin, to be alone in London at night, the gas lamps stretching away in perspective, and the dead silence, and then perhaps the rush and clatter of a hansom on the stones, and the fire starting up under the horses' hoofs. I walked along pretty briskly, for I was feeling a little tired of being out in the night, and as the clocks were striking 2, I turned down Ashley Street, which, you know, is on my way. It was quieter than ever there, and the lamps were fewer. Altogether, it looked as dark and gloomy as a forest in winter. I had done about half the length of the street when I heard a door closed very softly, and naturally I looked up to see who was abroad like myself at such an hour. As it happens, there's a street lamp close to the house in question, and I saw a man standing on the step. He had just shut the door, and his face was towards me, and I recognized Crayshaw directly. I never knew him to speak to, but I'd often seen him, and I'm positive that I wasn't mistaken in my man. I looked into his face for a moment, and then, I will confess the truth, I set off at a good run and kept it up until I was at my own door. Why? Why? Because it made my blood run cold to see that man's face. I could never have supposed that such an infernal medley of passions could have glared out of any human eyes. I almost fainted as I looked. I knew I had looked into the eyes of a lost soul, Austin. The man's outward form remained, but all hell was within it. Furious lust and hate that would like fire, and the loss of all hope, and horror that seemed to shriek aloud to the night, though his teeth were shut, and the utter blackness of despair. I'm sure he didn't see me. He saw nothing that you and I can see, but he saw what I hope we never shall. I do not know when he died. I suppose in an hour or perhaps 2, but when I passed down Ashley Street and heard the closing door, that man no longer belonged to this world. It was a devil's face I looked upon. There was an interval of silence in the room when Villiers ceased speaking. The light was failing, and all the tumult of an hour ago was quite hushed. Austin had bent his head at the close of the story, and his hand covered his eyes. "What can it mean?" he said at length. "Who knows, Austin, who knows? It's a black business, but I think we had better keep it to ourselves, for the present, at any rate. I will see if I cannot learn anything about that house through private channels of information, and if I do light upon anything, I will let you know." 7. The Encounter in Soho. 3 weeks later, Austin received a note from Villiers asking him to call either that afternoon or the next. He chose the nearer date, and found Villiers sitting as usual by the window, apparently lost in meditation on the drowsy traffic of the street. There was a bamboo table by his side, a fantastic thing enriched with gilding and queer painted scenes, and on it lay a little pile of papers, arranged and docketed as neatly as anything in Mr. Clark's office. "Well, Villiers, have you made any discoveries in the last 3 weeks?" "I think so. I have here 1 or 2 memoranda which struck me as singular, and there is a statement to which I shall call your attention." "And these documents relate to Mrs. Beaumont? It was really Croshaw whom you saw that night standing on the doorstep of the house in Ashley Street?" "As to that matter, my belief remains unchanged, but neither my inquiries nor the results have any special relation to Croshaw, but my investigations have had a strange issue. I have found out who Mrs. Beaumont is." "Who she is? In what way do you mean?" "I mean that you and I know her better under another name." "What name is that?" "Herbert." "Herbert?" Austin repeated the word, dazed with astonishment. "Yes, Mrs. Herbert of Paul Street, Helen Vaughan of earlier adventures unknown to me. You had reason to recognize the expression of her face. When you go home, look at the face in Meyrick's Book of Horrors, and you will know the sources of your recollection." "And you have proof of this?" "Yes, the best of proof. I have seen Mrs. Beaumont, or shall we say Mrs. Herbert." "Where did you see her?" "Hardly in a place where you would expect to see a lady who lives in Ashley Street, Piccadilly. I saw her entering a house in one of the meanest and most disreputable streets in Soho. In fact, I had made an appointment, though not with her, and she was precise both to time and place. All this seems very wonderful, but I cannot call it incredible. You must remember, Villiers, that I have seen this woman in the ordinary adventure of London society, talking and laughing and sipping her coffee in a commonplace drawing-room with commonplace people. But you know what you're saying?" "I do. I have not allowed myself to be led by surmises or fancies. It was with no thought of finding Helen Vaughan that I searched for Mrs. Beaumont in the dark waters of the life of London, but such has been the issue." "You must have been in strange places, Villiers." "Yes, I have been in very strange places. It would have been useless, you know, to go to Ashley Street and ask Mrs. Beaumont to give me a short sketch of her previous history. No, assuming, as I had to assume, that her record was not of the cleanest, it would be pretty certain that at some previous time she must have moved in circles not quite so refined as her present ones. If you see mud on the top of a stream, you may be sure that it was once at the bottom. I went to the bottom. I have always been fond of diving into Queer Street for my amusement, and I found my knowledge of that locality and its inhabitants very useful. It is perhaps needless to say that my friends had never heard of the name Beaumont, and as I had never seen the lady and was quite unable to describe her, I had to set to work in an indirect way. The people there know me. I have been able to do some of them a service now and again, so they made no difficulty about giving their information. They were aware I had no communication, direct or indirect, with Scotland Yard. I had to cast out a good many lines, though, before I got what I wanted, and when I landed the fish, I did not for a moment suppose it was my fish. But I listened to what I was told out of a constitutional liking for useless information, and I found myself in possession of a very curious story, though, as I imagined, not the story I was looking for. It was to this effect. Some 5 or 6 years ago, a woman named Raymond suddenly made her appearance in the neighbourhood to which I am referring. She was described to me as being quite young, probably not more than 17 or 18, very handsome, and looking as if she came from the country. I should be wrong in saying that she found her level in going to this particular quarter or associating with these people, for, from what I was told, I should think the worst den in London far too good for her. The person from whom I got my information, as you may suppose, no great Puritan, shuddered and grew sick in telling me of the nameless infamies which were laid to her charge. After living there for a year, or perhaps a little more, she disappeared as suddenly as she came, and they saw nothing of her till about the time of the Paul Street case. At first she came to her old haunts only occasionally, then more frequently, and finally took up her abode there as before, and remained for 6 or 8 months. It's of no use my going into details as to the life that woman led. If you want particulars, you can look at Meyrick's legacy. Those designs were not drawn from his imagination. She again disappeared, and the people of the place saw nothing of her till a few months ago. My informant told me that she had taken some rooms in a house which he pointed out, and these rooms she was in the habit of visiting 2 or 3 times a week, and always at 10 in the morning. I was led to expect that one of these visits would be paid on a certain day about a week ago, and accordingly I managed to be on the lookout in company with my cicerone at 9:45, and the hour and the lady came with equal punctuality. My friend and I were standing under an archway, a little way back from the street, but she saw us and gave me a glance that I shall be very long in forgetting. That look was quite enough for me. I knew Miss Raymond to be Mrs. Herbert. As for Mrs. Beaumont, she had quite gone out of my head. She went into the house, and I watched it till 4 o'clock, when she came out, and then I followed her. It was a long chase, and I had to be very careful to keep a long way in the background, and yet not lose sight of the woman. She took me down to the Strand, and then to Westminster, and then up St. James's Street and along Piccadilly. I felt queerish when I saw her turn up Ashley Street. The thought that Mrs. Herbert was Mrs. Beaumont came into my mind, but it seemed too improbable to be true. I waited at the corner, keeping my eye on her all the time, and I took particular care to note the house at which she stopped. It was the house with the gay curtains, the house of flowers, the house out of which Crawshaw came the night he hanged himself in his garden. I was just going away with my discovery when I saw an empty carriage come round and draw up in front of the house, and I came to the conclusion that Mrs. Herbert was going out for a drive, and I was right. I took a hansom and followed the carriage into the park. There, as it happened, I met a man I know, and we stood talking together a little distance from the carriageway to which I had my back. We had not been there for 10 minutes when my friend took off his hat, and I glanced round and saw the lady I had been following. "Who is that?" I said, and his answer was, "Mrs. Beaumont lives on Ashley Street." Of course, there could be no doubt after that. I don't know whether she saw me, but I don't think she did. I went home at once, and on consideration I thought that I had a sufficiently good case with which to go to Clark. Why to Clark? Because I'm sure that Clark is in possession of facts about this woman, facts of which I know nothing. Well, what then? Mr. Villiers leaned back in his chair and looked reflectively at Austin for a moment before he answered. My idea was that Clark and I should call on Mrs. Beaumont. You would never go into such a house as that. No, Villiers, you can't do it. Besides, consider what result. I will tell you soon. But I was going to say that my information does not end here. It has been completed in an extraordinary manner. Look at this neat little packet of manuscript. It is paginated, you see, and I have indulged in the civil coquetry of a ribbon of red tape. It has almost a legal air, hasn't it? Run your eye over it, Austin. It is an account of the entertainment Mrs. Beaumont provided for her choicer guests. The man who wrote this escaped with his life, but I do not think he will live many years. The doctors tell him he must have sustained some severe shock to the nerves. Austin took the manuscript, but never read it. Opening the neat pages at haphazard, his eye was caught by a word and a phrase that followed it, and, sick at heart, with white lips, and a cold sweat pouring like water from his temples, he flung the paper down. "Take it away, Villiers. Never speak of this again. Are you made of stone, man? Why, the dread and horror of death itself, the thoughts of the man who stands in the keen morning air on the black platform, bound, the bell tolling in his ears, and waits for the harsh rattle of the bolt, are as nothing compared to this. I will not read it. I should never sleep again." "Very good. I can fancy what you saw. Yes, it is horrible enough, but after all, it is an old story, an old mystery played in our day, and in dim London streets, instead of amidst the vineyards and the olive groves. We know what happened to those who chanced to meet the great god Pan, and those who are wise know that all symbols are symbols of something, not of nothing. It was indeed an exquisite symbol beneath which men long ago veiled their knowledge of the most awful, most secret forces which lie at the heart of all things, forces before which the souls of men must wither and die and blacken, as their bodies blacken under the electric current. Such forces cannot be named, cannot be spoken, cannot be imagined, except under a veil and a symbol to the most of us appearing a quaint poetic fancy to some foolish tale. But you and I, at all events, have known something of the terror that may dwell in the secret place of life, manifested under human flesh, that which is without form, taking to itself a form. Oh, Austin, how can it be? How is it that the very sunlight does not turn to blackness before this thing, the hard earth melt and boil beneath such a burden? Villiers was pacing up and down the room, and the beads of sweat stood out on his forehead. Austin sat silent for a while, but Villiers saw him make a sign upon his breast. "I say again, Villiers, you will surely never enter such a house as that. You would never pass out alive." "Yes, Austin, I shall go out alive, I and Clark with me." "What do you mean? You can't. You wouldn't dare." "Wait a moment. The air was very pleasant and fresh this morning. There was a breeze blowing even through this dull street, and I thought I would take a walk. Piccadilly stretched before me, a clear, bright vista, and the sun flashed on the carriages and on the quivering leaves in the park. It was a joyous morning, and men and women looked at the sky and smiled as they went about their work or their pleasure, and the wind blew as blithely as upon the meadows and the scented gorse. But somehow or other I got out of the bustle and the gaiety, and found myself walking along a quiet, dull street, where there seemed to be no sunshine and no air, and where the few foot passengers loitered as they walked, and hung indecisively about corners and archways. I walked along, hardly knowing where I was going or what I did there, but feeling impelled, as one sometimes is, to explore still further, with a vague idea of reaching some unknown goal. Thus I forged up the street, noting the small traffic of the milk shop, and wondering at the incongruous medley of penny pipes, black tobacco, sweets, newspapers, and comic songs which here and there jostled one another in the short compass of a single window. I think it was a cold shudder that suddenly passed through me that first told me that I had found what I wanted. I looked up from the pavement and stopped before a dusty shop, above which the lettering had faded, where the red bricks of 200 years ago had grimed to black, where the windows had gathered to themselves the fog and the dirt of winters innumerable. I saw what I required, but I think it was 5 minutes before I had steadied myself and could walk in and ask for it in a cool voice and with a calm face. I think there must even then have been a tremor in my words, for the old man who came out from his back parlour and fumbled slowly amongst his goods looked oddly at me as he tied the parcel. I paid what he asked and stood leaning by the counter with a strange reluctance to take up my goods and go. I asked about business and learned that trade was bad and the profits cut down sadly, but then the street was not what it was before traffic had been diverted, but that was done 40 years ago. Just before my father died, he said. I got away at last and walked along sharply. It was a dismal street indeed, and I was glad to return to the bustle and the noise. Would you like to see my purchase? Austin said nothing, but nodded his head slightly. He still looked white and sick. Villiers pulled out a drawer in the bamboo table and showed Austin a long coil of cord, hard and new, and at one end was a running noose. "It's the best hempen cord," said Villiers, "just as it used to be made for the old trade," the man told me. "Not an inch of jute from end to end." Austin set his teeth hard and stared at Villiers, growing whiter as he looked. You wouldn't do it," he murmured at last. You wouldn't have blood on your hands. My God," he exclaimed with sudden vehemence. You can't mean this, Villiers, that you will make yourself a hangman." "No, I shall offer a choice, and leave Helen Vaughan alone with this cord in a locked room for 15 minutes. If, when we go in, it is not done, I shall call the nearest policeman. That's all. I must go now. I can't stay here any longer. I can't bear this. Good night." "Good night, Austin." The door shut, but in a moment it was opened again, and Austin stood, white and ghastly, in the entrance. "I was forgetting," he said, "that I too have something to tell. I have received a letter from Dr. Harding of Buenos Aires. He says that he attended Mehring for 3 weeks before his death. And does he say what carried him off in the prime of life? It wasn't fever." "No, it was not fever. According to the doctor, it was an utter collapse of the whole system, probably caused by some severe shock. But he states that the patient would tell him nothing, and that he was consequently at some disadvantage in treating the case. Is there anything more?" "Yes. Dr. Harding ends his letter by saying, 'I think this is all the information I can give you about your poor friend. He had not been long in Buenos Aires, and scarcely knew anyone, with the exception of a person who did not bear the best of characters, and has since left, a Mrs. Vaughan.'" 8. The Fragments. Amongst the papers of the well-known physician Dr. Robert Matheson of Ashley Street, Piccadilly, who died suddenly of apoplectic seizure at the beginning of 1892, a leaf of manuscript paper was found, covered with pencil jottings. These notes were in Latin, much abbreviated, and had evidently been made in great haste. The manuscript was only deciphered with great difficulty, and some words have up to the present time evaded all the efforts of the expert employed. The date, 25th July 1888, is written on the right-hand corner of the manuscript. The following is a translation of Dr. Matheson's manuscript. Whether science would benefit by these brief notes if they could be published, I do not know, but rather doubt. But certainly I shall never take the responsibility of publishing or divulging one word of what is here written, not only on account of my oath freely given to those 2 persons who were present, but also because the details are too abominable. It is probably that upon mature consideration, and after weighing the good and evil, I shall one day destroy this paper, or at least leave it under seal to my friend D, trusting in his discretion to use it or burn it, as he may think fit. As was befitting, I did all that my knowledge suggested to make sure that I was suffering under no delusion. At first astounded, I could hardly think, but in a minute's time I was sure that my pulse was steady and regular, and that I was in my real and true senses. I then fixed my eyes quietly on what was before me. Though horror and revolting nausea rose up within me, and an odour of corruption choked my breath, I remained firm. I was then privileged, or accursed, I dare not say which, to see that which was on the bed, lying there, black like ink, transformed before my eyes, the skin and the flesh and the muscles and the bones, and the firm structure of the human body that I had thought to be unchangeable and permanent as adamant began to melt and dissolve. I knew that the body may be separated into its elements by external agencies, but I should have refused to believe what I saw, for here there was some internal force of which I knew nothing that caused dissolution and change. Here too was all the work by which man had been made, repeated before my eyes. I saw the form waver from sex to sex, dividing itself from itself, and then again reunited. Then I saw the body descend to the beasts whence it ascended, and that which was on the heights go down to the depths, even to the abyss of all being. The principle of life which makes organism always remained, while the outward form changed. The light within the room had turned to blackness, not the darkness of night in which objects are seen dimly, for I could see clearly and without difficulty, but it was the negation of light. Objects were presented to my eyes, if I may say so, without any medium, in such a manner that if there had been a prism in the room, I should have seen no colours represented in it. I watched, and at last I saw nothing but a substance as jelly. Then the ladder was ascended again. Here the manuscript is illegible. For 1 second I saw a form shaped in dimness before me, which I will not farther describe. But the symbol of this form may be seen in ancient sculptures and in paintings which survived beneath the lava, too foul to be spoken of, as a horrible and unspeakable shape, neither man nor beast, was changed into human form. There came, finally, death. I, who saw all this, not without great horror and loathing of soul, here write my name, declaring all that I have set on this paper to be true. Robert Matheson, medical doctor. Such, Raymond, is the story of what I know and what I have seen. The burden of it was too heavy for me to bear alone, and yet I could tell it to none but you. Villiers, who was with me at the last, knows nothing of that awful secret of the wood, of how what we both saw die lay upon the smooth, sweet turf amidst the summer flowers, half in sun and half in shadow, and holding the girl Rachel's hand, called and summoned those companions, and shaped in solid form upon the earth we tread on, the horror which we can but hint at, which we can only name under a figure. I would not tell Villiers of this, nor of that resemblance which struck me as with a blow upon my heart when I saw the portrait which filled the cup of terror at the end. What this can mean, I dare not guess. I know that what I saw perish was not Mary, and yet in the last agony Mary's eyes looked into mine. Whether there be anyone who can show the last link in this chain of awful mystery, I do not know, but if there be anyone who can do this, you, Raymond, are the man, and if you know the secret, it rests with you to tell it, or not, as you please. I am writing this letter to you immediately on my getting back to town. I have been in the country for the last few days. Perhaps you may be able to guess in what part. While the horror and wonder of London was at its height, for Mrs. Beaumont, as I have told you, was well known in society, I wrote to my friend Dr. Phillips, giving some brief outline, or rather hint, of what had happened, and asking him to tell me the name of the village where the events he had related to me occurred. He gave me the name, as he said, with the less hesitation because Rachel's father and mother were dead, and the rest of the family had gone to a relative in the state of Washington 6 months before. The parents, he said, had undoubtedly died of grief and horror caused by the terrible death of their daughter, and by what had gone before that death. On the evening of the day on which I received Phillips's letter, I was at Caermaen, and standing beneath the mouldering Roman walls, white with the winters of 1700 years, I looked over the meadow where once had stood the older temple of the god of the deeps, and saw a house gleaming in the sunlight. It was the house where Helen had lived. I stayed at Caermaen for several days. The people of the place, I found, knew little and had guessed less. Those whom I spoke to on the matter seemed surprised that an antiquarian, as I professed myself to be, should trouble about a village tragedy, of which they gave a very commonplace version, and, as you may imagine, I told nothing of what I knew. Most of my time was spent in the great wood that rises just above the village and climbs the hillside and goes down to the river in the valley, such another long, lovely valley, Raymond, as that on which we looked one summer night, walking to and fro before your house. For many an hour I strayed through the maze of the forest, turning now to right and now to left, pacing slowly down long alleys of undergrowth, shadowy and chill, even under the midday sun, and halting beneath great oaks, lying on the short turf of a clearing where the faint sweet scent of wild roses came to me on the wind and mixed with the heavy perfume of the elder, whose mingled odour is like the odour of the room of the dead, a vapour of incense and corruption. I stood at the edges of the wood, gazing at all the pomp and procession of the foxgloves towering amidst the bracken and shining red in the broad sunshine, and beyond them into deep thickets of close undergrowth where springs boil up from the rock and nourish the water weeds dank and evil. But in all my wanderings I avoided one part of the wood. It was not till yesterday that I climbed to the summit of the hill and stood upon the ancient Roman road that threads the highest ridge of the wood. Had they walked, Helen and Rachel, along this quiet causeway, upon the pavement of green turf, shut in on either side by high banks of red earth and tall hedges of shining beech? And here I followed in their steps, looking out now and again through partings in the boughs, and seeing on one side the sweep of the wood stretching far to right and left and sinking into the broad level, and beyond the yellow sea and the land over the sea. On the other side was the valley, and the river, and hill following hill as wave on wave, and wood and meadow and cornfield, and white houses gleaming, and a great wall of mountain, and far blue peaks in the north. And so, at last, I came to the place. The track went up a gentle slope and widened out into an open space, with a wall of thick undergrowth around it, and then, narrowing again, passed on into the distance and the faint blue mist of summer heat. And into this pleasant summer glade Rachel passed the girl and left it, who shall say what? I did not stay long there. In a small town near Caermaen there is a museum containing for the most part Roman remains which have been found in the neighbourhood at various times. On the day of my arrival at Caermaen, I walked over to the town in question and took the opportunity of inspecting this museum. After I had seen most of the sculptured stones, the coffins, rings, coins, and fragments of tessellated pavement which the place contains, I was shown a small square pillar of white stone, which had been recently discovered in the wood of which I have been speaking, and, as I found on inquiry, in that open space where the Roman road broadens out. On one side of the pillar was an inscription, of which I took a note. Some of the letters have been defaced, but I do not think there can be any doubt as to those which I supply. The inscription is as follows: Deo nodenti optimo maximo, flavius senilis posuit propter nuptias quas vidit sub umbra. To the great god Nodens, the god of the great deep or abyss, Flavius Senilis has erected this pillar on account of the marriage which he saw beneath the shade. The custodian of the museum informed me that local antiquaries were much puzzled, not by the inscription or by any difficulty in translating it, but as to the circumstance or rite to which allusion is made. And now, my dear clerk, as to what you tell me about Helen Vaughan, whom you say you saw die under circumstances of the utmost and almost incredible horror, I was interested in your account, but a good deal, nay, all of what you told me I knew already. I can understand the strange likeness you remarked, both in the portrait and in the actual face. You have seen Helen's mother. You remember that still summer night so many years ago, when I talked to you of the world beyond the shadows and of the god Pan. You remember Mary? She was the mother of Helen Vaughan, who was born 9 months after that night. Mary never recovered her reason. She lay, as you saw her, all the while upon her bed, and a few days after the child was born, she died. I fancy that just at the last she knew me. I was standing by the bed, and the old look came into her eyes for a second, and then she shuddered and groaned and died. It was an ill work I did that night when you were present. I broke open the door of the house of life without knowing or caring what might pass forth or enter in. I recollect you telling me at the time, sharply enough and rightly enough too, in one sense, that I had ruined the reason of a human being by a foolish experiment based on an absurd theory. You did well to blame me, but my theory was not all absurdity. What I said Mary would see, she saw, but I forgot that no human eyes could look on such a vision with impunity. And I forgot, as I have just said, that when the house of life is thus thrown open, there may enter in that for which we have no name, and human flesh may become the veil of a horror one dare not express. I played with energies which I did not understand, and you have seen the ending of it. Helen Vaughan did well to bind the cord about her neck and die, though the death was horrible. The blackened face, the hideous form upon the bed, changing and melting before your eyes, from woman to man to beast, and from beast to worse than beast. All the strange horror that you witnessed surprises me but little. What you say the doctor whom you sent for saw and shuddered at, I noticed long ago. I knew what I had done the moment the child was born, and when it was scarcely 5 years old, I surprised it. Not once or twice, but several times with a playmate. You may guess of what kind. It was for me a constant and incarnate horror, and after a few years I felt I could bear it no longer, and I sent Helen Vaughan away. You know now what frightened the boy in the wood. The rest of the strange story, and all else that you tell me, as discovered by your friend, I have contrived to learn from time to time, almost to the last chapter. And now Helen is with her companions. That was The Great God Pan, written by Arthur Machen, narrated by Tony Walker. The Willows, written by Algernon, Blackwood, and narrated by Tony Walker. Chapter 1. After leaving Vienna, and long before you come to Budapest, the Danube enters a region of singular loneliness and desolation, where its waters spread away on all sides regardless of a main channel, and the country becomes a swamp for miles upon miles, covered by a vast sea of low willow bushes. On the big maps, this deserted area is painted in a fluffy blue, growing fainter in colour as it leaves the banks, and across it may be seen in large straggling letters the word Sumpfe, meaning marshes. In high flood, this great acreage of sand, shingle beds and willow-grown islands is almost topped by the water, but in normal seasons the bushes bend and rustle in the free winds, showing their silver leaves to the sunshine in an ever-moving plain of bewildering beauty. These willows never attain to the dignity of trees. They have no rigid trunks. They remain humble bushes, with rounded tops and soft outline, swaying on slender stems that answer to the least pressure of the wind, supple as grasses, and so continually shifting that they somehow give the impression that the entire plain is moving and alive. For the wind sends waves rising and falling over the whole surface, waves of leaves instead of waves of water. Green swells like the sea, too, until the branches turn and lift, and then silvery white as their underside turns to the sun. Happy to slip beyond the control of the stern banks, the Danube here wanders about at will among the intricate network of channels intersecting the islands everywhere with broad avenues down which the waters pour with a shouting sound, making whirlpools, eddies, and foaming rapids, tearing at the sandy banks, carrying away masses of shore and willow clumps, and forming new islands innumerably, which shift daily in size and shape, and possess, at best, an impermanent life, since the flood time obliterates their very existence. Properly speaking, this fascinating part of the river's life begins soon after leaving Pressburg, and we, in our Canadian canoe, with gypsy tent and frying pan on board, reached it on the crest of a rising flood about mid-July. That very same morning, when the sky was reddening before sunrise, we'd slipped swiftly through still sleeping Vienna, leaving it a couple of hours later a mere patch of smoke against the blue hills of the Wienerwald on the horizon. We had breakfasted below Fischerabend under a grove of birch trees roaring in the wind, and had then swept on the tearing current past Orth, Hainburg, Petronell, the old Roman Carnutum of Marcus Aurelius, and so under the frowning heights of Telsen, on a spur of the Carpathians, where the march steals in quietly from the left, and a frontier is crossed between Austria and Hungary. Racing along at 12 kilometres an hour soon took us well into Hungary, and the muddy waters, sure sign of flood, sent us aground on many a shingle bed and twisted us like a cork in many a sudden belching whirlpool before the towers of Pressburg, Hungarian Posoni, showed against the sky. And then the canoe, leaping like a spirited horse, flew at top speed under the grey walls, negotiated safely the sunken chain of the Fliegende Brücke ferry, turned the corners sharply to the left, and plunged on yellow foam into the wilderness of islands, sandbanks, and swampland beyond, the land of the Willows. The change came suddenly, as when a series of bioscope pictures snaps down on the streets of a town and shifts without warning into the scenery of lake and forest. We entered the land of desolation on wings, and in less than half an hour there was neither boat nor fishing hut, nor red roof, nor any single sign of human habitation and civilization within sight. The sense of remoteness from the world of humankind, the utter isolation, the fascination of this singular world of willows, winds, and waters, instantly laid its spell upon us both, so that we allowed laughingly to one another that we ought by rights to have held some special kind of passport to admit us, and that we had, somewhat audaciously, come without asking leave into a separate little kingdom of wonder and magic, a kingdom that was reserved for the use of others who had a right to it, with everywhere unwritten warnings to trespassers for those who had the imagination to discover them. Though still early in the afternoon, the ceaseless buffeting of a most tempestuous wind made us feel weary, and we at once began casting about for a suitable camping ground for the night. But the bewildering character of the islands made landing difficult. The swirling flood carried us inshore and then swept us out again. The willow branches tore our hands as we seized them to stop the canoe, and we pulled many a yard of sandy bank into the water before at length we shot, with a great sideways blow from the wind, into a backwater, and managed to beach the bows in a cloud of spray. Then we lay panting and laughing after our exertions on the hot yellow sand, sheltered from the wind, and in the full blaze of a scorching sun, a cloudless blue sky above, and an immense army of dancing, shouting willow bushes closing in from all sides, shining with spray and clapping their thousand little hands, as though to applaud the success of our efforts. "What a river!" I said to my companion, thinking of all the way we travelled from the source in the Black Forest, and how he had often been obliged to wade and push in the upper shallows at the beginning of June. "Won't stand much nonsense now, will it?" he said, pulling the canoe a little farther into safety up the sand, and then composing himself for a nap. I lay by his side, happy and peaceful in the bath of the elements, water, wind, sand, and the great fire of the sun, thinking of the long journey that lay behind us, and of the great stretch before us to the Black Sea, and how lucky I was to have such a delightful and charming travelling companion as my friend the Swede. We had made many similar journeys together, but the Danube, more than any other river I knew, impressed us from the very beginning with its aliveness. From its tiny bubbling entry into the world among the pinewood gardens of the Donaueschingen, until this moment when it began to play the great river game of losing itself among the deserted swamps, unobserved, unrestrained. It had seemed to us like following the growth of some living creature, sleepy at first, but later developing violent desires as it began conscious of its deep soul. It rolled like some huge fluid being through all the countries we had passed, holding our little craft on its mighty shoulders, playing roughly with us sometimes, yet always friendly and well-meaning, till at length we had come inevitably to regard it as a great personage. How indeed could it be otherwise, since it had told us so much of its secret life? At night we heard it singing to the moon as we lay on our tent, uttering that odd sibilant note peculiar to itself, and said to be caused by the rapid tearing of the pebbles along its bed, so great is its hurrying speed. We knew, too, the voice of its gurgling whirlpools, suddenly bubbling up on a surface previously quite calm, the roar of its shallows and swift rapids, its constant steady thundering below all mere surface sounds, and that ceaseless tearing of its icy waters at the banks. How it stood up and shouted when the rains fell flat upon its face, and how its laughter roared out when the wind blew upstream and tried to stop its growing speed. We knew all its sounds and voices, its tumblings and foamings, its unnecessary splashing against the bridges, that self-conscious chatter when there were hills to look on, the affected dignity of its speech when it passed through the little towns far too important to laugh, and all these faint, sweet whisperings when the sun caught it fairly in some slow curve and poured down upon it till the steam rose. It was full of tricks, too, in its early life, before the great world knew it. There were places in the upper reaches among the Swabian forests when yet the first whispers of its destiny had not reached it, where it elected to disappear through holes in the ground, to appear again on the other side of the porous limestone hills and start a new river with another name, leaving, too, so little water in its own bed that we had to climb out and wade and push the canoe through miles of shallows. And a chief pleasure in those early days of its irresponsible youth was to lie low like Brer Fox just before the little turbulent tributaries came to join it from the Alps, and to refuse to acknowledge them when in, but to run for miles side by side, the dividing line well marked, the very levels different, the Danube utterly declining to recognize the newcomer. Below Passau, however, it gave up this particular trick, for there the inn comes in with a thundering power impossible to ignore, and so pushes and incommodes the parent river that there is hardly room for them in the long twisting gorge that follows, and the Danube is shoved this way and that against the cliffs, and forced to hurry itself with great waves and much dashing to and fro in order to get through in time. And during the fight, our canoe slipped down from its shoulder to its breast, and had the time of its life among the struggling waves. But the inn taught the old river a lesson, and after Passau it no longer pretended to ignore new arrivals. This was many days back, of course, and since then we had come to know other aspects of the great creature, and across the Bavarian wheat plain of Straubing she wandered so slowly under the blazing June sun that we could well imagine only the surface inches were water, while below there moved, concealed as by a silken mantle, a whole army of undines, passing silently and unseen down to the sea, and very leisurely too, lest they be discovered. Much, too, we forgave her because of her friendliness to the birds and animals that haunted the shores. Cormorants lined the banks in lonely places, in rows like short black palings. Grey crows crowded the shingle beds. Storks stood fishing in the vistas of shallower water that opened up between the islands, and hawks, swans, and marsh birds of all sorts filled the air with glinting wings and singing petulant cries. It was impossible to feel annoyed with the river's vagaries after seeing a deer leap with a splash into the water at sunrise and swim past the bows of the canoe, And often we saw fawns peering at us from the underbrush, or looked straight into the brown eyes of a stag as we charged full tilt round a corner and entered another reach of the river. Foxes, too, everywhere haunted the banks, tripping daintily among the driftwood and disappearing so suddenly that it was impossible to see how they managed it. But now, after leaving Pressburg, everything changed a little, and the Danube became more serious. It ceased trifling. It was halfway to the Black Sea, within seeming distance almost of other stranger countries where no tricks would be permitted or understood. It became suddenly grown up and claimed our respect and even our awe. It broke out into three arms, for one thing, that only met again 100 kilometres farther down, and for a canoe there were no indications which one was intended to be followed. "If you take a side channel," said the Hungarian officer we met in the Pressburg shop while buying provisions, "you may find yourselves, when the flood subsides, 40 miles from anywhere, high and dry, and you may easily starve. There are no people, no farms, no fishermen. I warn you not to continue. The river, too, is still rising, and this wind will increase." The rising river didn't alarm us in the least, but the matter of being left high and dry by a sudden subsidence of the waters might be serious, and we had consequently laid in an extra stock of provisions. For the rest, the officer's prophecy held true, and the wind blowing down a perfectly clear sky increased steadily till it reached the dignity of a westerly gale. It was earlier than usual when we camped, but the sun was a good hour or two from the horizon, and, leaving my friends still asleep on the hot sand, I wandered about in desultory examination of our hotel. The island I found was less than an acre in extent, a mere sandy bank standing some 2 or 3 feet above the level of the river. The far end, pointing into the sunset, was covered with flying spray, which the tremendous wind drove off the crests of the broken waves. It was triangular in shape, with the apex upstream. I stood there for several minutes, watching the impetuous crimson flood bearing down with a shouting roar, dashing in waves against the bank as though to sweep it bodily away, and then swirling by in two foaming streams on either side. The ground seemed to shake with the shock and rush, while the furious movement of the willow bushes as the wind poured over them increased the curious illusion that the island itself actually moved. Above, for a mile or two, I could see the great river descending upon me. It was like looking up the slope of a sliding hill, white with foam, and leaping up everywhere to show itself to the sun. The rest of the island was too thickly grown with willows to make walking pleasant, but I made a tour, nevertheless. From the lower end, the light, of course, changed, and the river looked dark, angry. Only the backs of the flying waves were visible, streaked with foam and pushed forcibly by the great puffs of wind that fell upon them from behind. For a short mile it was visible, pouring in and out among the islands, and then disappearing with the huge sweep into the willows, which closed about it like a herd of monstrous antediluvian creatures crowding down to drink. They made me think of gigantic sponge-like growths that sucked the river up into themselves. They caused it to vanish from sight as they herded there together in such overpowering numbers. Altogether, it was an impressive scene, with its utter loneliness, its bizarre suggestion, and as I gazed, long and curiously, a singular emotion began to stir somewhere in the depths of me. Midway in my delight of the wild beauty, there crept, unbidden and unexplained, a curious feeling of disquietude, almost of alarm. A rising river, perhaps, always suggests something of the ominous. Many of the little islands I saw before me would probably have been swept away by the morning. This resistless, thundering flood of water touched the sense of awe. Yet I was aware that my uneasiness lay deeper far than the emotions of awe and wonder. It was not that I felt, nor had it directly to do with the power of the driving wind, this shouting hurricane that might almost carry up a few acres of willows into the air and scatter them like so much chaff over the landscape. The wind was simply enjoying itself, for nothing rose out of the flat landscape to stop it, and I was conscious of sharing its great game with a kind of pleasurable excitement. Yet this novel emotion had nothing to do with the wind. Indeed, so vague was the sense of distress I experienced that it was impossible to trace it to its source and deal with it accordingly, though I was aware somehow that it had to do with my realization of our utter insignificance before this unrestrained power of the elements about me. The huge grown river had something to do with it too. A vague, unpleasant idea that we had somehow trifled with these great elemental forces, in whose power we lay helpless every hour of the day and night. For here indeed they were gigantically at play together, and the sight appealed to the imagination. But my emotion, as far as I could understand it, seemed to attach itself more particularly to the willow bushes, to these acres and acres of willows, crowding, so thickly growing there, swarming everywhere the eye could reach, pressing upon the river as though to suffocate it, standing in dense array, mile after mile beneath the sky, watching, waiting, listening. And apart quite from the elements, the willows connected themselves subtly with my malaise, attacking the mind insidiously somehow by reason of their vast numbers, and contriving in some way or other to represent to the imagination a new and mighty power. A power, moreover, not altogether friendly to us. Great revelations of nature, of course, never fail to impress in one way or another, and I was no stranger to moods of this kind. Mountains overawe and oceans terrify, while the mystery of great forests exercises a spell peculiarly its own. But all these, at one point or another, somewhere link on intimately with human life and human experience. They stir comprehensible, even if alarming, emotions. They tend on the whole to exalt. With this multitude of willows, however, it was something far different, I felt. Some essence emanated from them that besieged the heart, a sense of awe awakened, true, but of awe touched somewhere by a vague terror. Their serried ranks growing everywhere darker about me as the shadows deepened, moving furiously yet softly in the wind, woke in me the curious and unwelcome suggestion that we had trespassed here upon the borders of an alien world, a world where we were intruders, a world where we were not wanted or invited to remain, where we ran grave risks, perhaps. The feeling, however, though it refused to yield its meaning entirely to analysis, did not at the time trouble me by passing into menace, yet it never left me quite, even during the very practical business of putting up the tent in a hurricane of wind and building a fire for the stew pot. It remained just enough to bother and perplex, and to rob a most delightful camping ground of a good portion of its charm. To my companion, however, I said nothing, for he was a man I considered devoid of imagination. In the first place, I could never have explained to him what I meant, and in the second, he would have laughed stupidly at me if I had. There was a slight depression in the centre of the island, and here we pitched the tent. The surrounding willows broke the wind a bit. "Poor camp," observed the imperturbable Swede when at last the tent stood upright. "No stones and precious little firewood. I'm for moving on early tomorrow, eh? This sand won't hold anything." But the experience of a collapsing tent at midnight had taught us many devices, and we made the cosy gypsy house as safe as possible, and then set about collecting a store of wood to last till bedtime. Willow bushes drop no branches, and driftwood was our only source of supply. We hunted the shores pretty thoroughly. Everywhere the banks were crumbling as the rising flood tore at them and carried away great portions with a splash and a gurgle. "Ha, the island's much smaller than when we landed," said the accurate Swede. "Won't last long at this rate. We'd better drag the canoe close to the tent and be ready to start at a moment's notice. I'll sleep in my clothes." He was a little distance off climbing along the bank, and I heard his rather jolly laugh as he spoke. "By Jove!" I heard him call a moment later, and turned to see what had caused his exclamation. But for the moment he was hidden by the willows, and I couldn't find him. "What in the world's this?" I heard him cry again, and this time his voice had become serious. I ran up quickly and joined him on the bank. He was looking over the river, pointing at something in the water. "Good heavens, it's a man's body!" he cried excitedly. "Look!" A black thing, turning over and over in the foaming waves, swept rapidly past. It kept disappearing and coming up to the surface again. It was about 20 feet from the shore, and just as it was opposite to where we stood, it lurched round and looked straight at us. We saw its eyes reflecting the sunset and gleaming an odd yellow as the body turned over. Then it gave a swift, gulping plunge and dived out of sight in the flash. "An otter, by gad!" we exclaimed in the same breath, laughing. It was an otter, alive and out on the hunt, and yet it had looked exactly like the body of a drowned man turning helplessly in the current. Far below it came to the surface once again, and we saw its black skin wet and shining in the sunlight. Then, too, just as we turned back, our arms full of driftwood, another thing happened to recall us to the river bank. This time it really was a man, and what was more, a man in a boat. Now, a small boat on the Danube was an unusual sight at any time, but here, in this deserted region, and at flood time, it was so unexpected as to constitute a real event. We stood and stared. Whether it was due to the slanting sunlight or the refraction from the wonderfully illuminated water, I cannot say, but whatever the cause, I found it difficult to focus my sight properly upon the flying apparition. It seemed, however, to be a man standing upright in the sort of flat-bottomed boat, steering with a long oar, and being carried down the opposite shore at a tremendous pace. He apparently was looking across in our direction, but the distance was too great and the light too uncertain for us to make out very plainly what he was about. It seemed to me that he was gesticulating and making signs at us. His voice came across the water to us shouting something furiously, but the wind drowned it so that no single word was audible. There was something curious about the whole appearance, man, boat, signs, voice, that made an impression on me, out of all proportion to its cause. He's crossing himself. I said, "Look, he's making the sign of the cross." "I believe you're right," the Swede said, shading his eyes with his hand and watching the man out of sight. He seemed to be gone in a moment, melting away down there into the sea of willows where the sun caught them in the bend of the river and turned them into a great crimson wall of beauty. Mist, too, had begun to rise, so that the air was hazy. "But what in the world is he doing at nightfall on this flooded river?" I said, half to myself. "Where's he going at such a time? And what did he mean by his signs and shouting? Do you think he wished to warn us about something?" "He saw our smoke and thought we were spirits, probably," laughed my companion. "These Hungarians believe in all sorts of rubbish. You remember the shopwoman at Pressburg warning us that no one ever landed here because it belonged to some sort of beings outside man's world? I suppose they believe in fairies and elementals, possibly demons too. That peasant in the boat saw people on the islands for the first time in his life," he added, after a slight pause. "It scared him, that's all." The Swede's tone of voice was not convincing, and his manner lacked something that was usually there. I noted the change instantly while he talked, though without being able to label it precisely. If they had enough imagination. I laughed loudly. I remember trying to make as much noise as I could. They might well people a place like this with the old gods of antiquity. The Romans must have haunted all this region more or less with their shrines and sacred groves and elemental deities. The subject dropped, and we returned to our stew pot, for my friend was not given to imaginative conversation as a rule. Moreover, just then I remember feeling distinctly glad that he was not imaginative. His stolid, practical nature suddenly seemed to me welcome and comforting. It was an admirable temperament, I felt. He could steer down rapids like a Red Indian, shoot dangerous bridges and whirlpools better than any white man I ever saw in a canoe. He was a grand fellow for an adventurous trip, a tower of strength when untoward things happened. I looked at his strong face and light curly hair as he staggered along under his pile of driftwood, twice the size of mine, and I experienced a feeling of relief. Yes, I was distinctly glad just then that the Swede was what he was, and that he never made remarks that suggested more than they said. "The river's still rising, though," he added, as if following out some thoughts of his own, and dropping his load with a gasp. "This island will be under water in 2 days if it goes on." "I wish the wind would go down," I said. "I don't give a fig for the river." The flood indeed had no terrace for us we could get off at 10 minutes' notice, and the more water the better we liked it. It meant an increasing current and the obliteration of the treacherous shingle beds that so often threatened to tear the bottom out of our canoe. Contrary to our expectations, the wind did not go down with the sun. It seemed to increase with the darkness, howling overhead and shaking the willows round us like straws. Curious sounds accompanied it sometimes, like the explosions of heavy guns, and it fell upon the water and the island in great flat blows of immense power. It made me think of the sounds a planet must make, could we only hear it, driving along through space. But the sky kept wholly clear of clouds, and soon after supper the full moon rose up in the east and covered the river and the plain of shouting willows with a light like the day. We lay on the sandy patch beside the fire, smoking, listening to the noises of the night around us, and talking happily of the journey we'd already made and of our plans ahead. The map lay spread in the door of the tent, but the high wind made it hard to study, and presently we lowered the curtain and extinguished the lantern. The firelight was enough to smoke and see each other's faces by, and the sparks flew about overhead like fireworks. A few yards beyond, the river gurgled and hissed, and from time to time a heavy splash announced the falling away of the further portions of the bank. Our talk, I noticed, had to do with the faraway scenes and incidents of our first camps in the Black Forest, or of other subjects altogether remote from the present setting, for neither of us spoke of the actual moment more than was necessary. Almost as though we'd agreed tacitly to avoid discussion of the camp and its incidents. Neither the otter nor the boatman, for instance, received the honour of a single mention, though ordinarily these would have furnished discussion for the greater part of the evening. They were, of course, distinct events in such a place. The scarcity of wood made it a business to keep the fire going, for the wind that drove the smoke in our faces wherever we sat helped at the same time to make a forced draught. We took it in turn to make some foraging expeditions into the darkness, and the quantity the Swede brought back always made me feel that he took an absurdly long time finding it. For the fact was, I didn't care much about being left alone. And yet it always seemed to be my turn to grub about among the bushes or scramble along the slippery banks in the moonlight. The long day's battle with wind and water, such wind and water, had tired us both, and an early bed was the obvious programme. Yet neither of us made the move for the tent. We lay there tending the fire, talking in desultory fashion, peering about us into the dense willow bushes, and listening to the thunder of the wind and river. The loneliness of the place had entered into our very bones, and silence seemed natural, for after a bit the sound of our voices became a trifle unreal and forced. Whispering would have been the fitting mode of communication, I felt, and the human voice, always rather absurd amid the roar of the elements, now carried with it something almost illegitimate. It was like talking out loud in church or in some place when it was not lawful, perhaps not quite safe to be overheard. The eeriness of this lonely island, set among a million willows, swept by a hurricane, and surrounded by hurrying deep waters, touched us both, I fancy. Untrodden by man, almost unknown to man, it lay there beneath the moon, remote from human influence, on the frontier of another world, an alien world, a world tenanted by willows only, and the souls of willows. And we, in our rashness, had dared to invade it, even to make use of it. Something more than the power of its mystery stirred in me as I lay on the sand, feet to the fire, and peered up through the leaves at the stars. For the last time I rose to get firewood. "When this is burnt up," I said firmly, I shall turn in." And my companion watched me lazily as I moved off into the surrounding shadows. For an unimaginative man, I thought he seemed unusually receptive that night, unusually open to suggestion of things other than sensory. He too was touched by the beauty and loneliness of the place. I was not altogether pleased, I remember, to recognize this slight change in him, and instead of immediately collecting sticks, I made my way to the far point of the island where the moonlight on plain and river could be seen to better advantage. The desire to be alone had suddenly come upon me. My former dread returned in force. There was a vague feeling in me I wished to face and probe to the bottom. When I reached the point of sand jutting out among the waves, the spell of the place descended upon me with a positive shock. No mere scenery could have produced such an effect. There was something more here, something to alarm. I gazed across the waste of wild waters. I watched the whispering willows. I heard the ceaseless beating of the tireless wind, and one and all, each in its own way, stirred in me this sensation of a strange distress. But the willows especially. Forever they went on chattering and talking among themselves, laughing a little, shrilly crying out, sometimes sighing. But what it was they made so much to do about belonged to the secret life of the great plain they inhabited, and it was utterly alien to the world I knew, or to that of the wild yet kindly elements. They made me think of a host of beings from another plane of life, another evolution altogether, perhaps, all discussing a mystery known only to themselves. I watched them moving busily together, oddly shaking their big bushy heads, twirling their myriad leaves even when there was no wind. They moved of their own will, as though alive, and they touched, by some incalculable method, my own keen sense of the horrible. There they stood in the moonlight, like a vast army surrounding our camp, shaking their innumerable silver spears defiantly, formed already for an attack. The psychology of places, for some imaginations at least, is very vivid. For the wanderer, especially, camps have their note, either of welcome or rejection. At first, it may not always be apparent, because the busy preparations of tent and cooking prevent, but with the first pause, after supper usually, it comes and announces itself. And the note of this willow camp now became unmistakably plain to me. We were interlopers, trespassers. We were not welcomed. The sense of unfamiliarity grew upon me as I stood there watching. We touched the frontier of a region where our presence was resented. For a night's lodging we might perhaps be tolerated, but for a prolonged and inquisitive stay, no. By all the gods of the trees and wilderness, no. We were the first human influences upon this island, and we were not wanted. The willows were against us. Strange thoughts like these, bizarre fancies born I knew not whence, found lodgment in my mind as I stood listening. What, I thought, if, after all, these crouching willows proved to be alive, if suddenly they should rise up like a swarm of living creatures, marshalled by the gods whose territory we'd invaded, sweep towards us off the vast swamps booming overhead in the night, and then settle down. As I looked, it was so easy to imagine they actually moved, crept nearer, retreated a little, huddled together in masses, hostile, waiting for the great wind that should finally start them a-running. I could have sworn their aspect changed a little, and their ranks deepened and pressed more closely together. The melancholy, shrill cry of a night bird sounded overhead, and suddenly I nearly lost my balance as the piece of bank I stood upon fell with a great splash into the river, undermined by the flood. I stepped back just in time, and went on hunting for firewood again, half laughing at the odd fancies that crowded so thickly into my mind and cast their spell upon me. I recalled the Swede's remark about moving on next day, and I was just thinking that I fully agreed with him when I turned with a start and saw the subject of my thoughts standing immediately in front of me. He was quite close. The roar of the elements had covered his approach. Chapter 2. "You've been gone so long," he shouted above the wind. "I thought something must have happened to you." But there was that in his tone, and a certain look in his face as well, that conveyed to me more than his usual words, and in a flash I understood the real reason for his coming. It was because the spell of the place had entered his soul too, and he did not like being alone. "River's still rising," he cried, pointing to the flood in the moonlight, "and the wind's simply awful." He always said the same things, but it was the cry for companionship that gave the real importance to his words. "Lucky," I cried back. "Our tent's in the hollow. I think it'll hold all right." I added something about the difficulty of finding wood in order to explain my absence, but the wind caught my words and flung them across the river so that he did not hear, but just looked at me through the branches, nodding his head. "Lucky if we get away without disaster," he shouted, or words to that effect, and I remember feeling half angry with him for putting the thought into words, for it was exactly what I felt myself. There was disaster impending somewhere, and the sense of presentiment lay unpleasantly upon me. We went back to the fire and made a final blaze, poking it up with our feet. We took a last look round, but for the wind, the heat would have been unpleasant. I put this thought into words, and I remember my friend's reply struck me oddly, that he would rather have the heat, the ordinary July weather, than this diabolical wind. Everything was snug for the night, the canoe lying turned over beside the tent, with both yellow paddles beneath her, the provision sack hanging from a willow stem, and the washed-up dishes removed to a safe distance from the fire, all ready for the morning meal. We smothered the embers of the fire with sand and then turned in. The flap of the tent door was up, and I saw the branches and the stars and the white moonlight. The shaking willows and the heavy buffeting of the wind against our taut little house were the last things I remembered as sleep came down and covered all with its soft and delicious forgetfulness. Suddenly, I found myself lying awake, peering from my sandy mattress through the door of the tent. I looked at my watch pinned against the canvas and saw by the bright moonlight that it was past 12 o'clock, the threshold of a new day, and I had therefore slept a couple of hours. The Swede was asleep still beside me. The wind howled as before. Something plucked at my heart and made me feel afraid. There was a sense of disturbance in my immediate neighborhood. I sat up quickly and looked out. The trees were swaying violently to and fro as the gusts smote them, but our little bit of green canvas lay snugly safe in the hollow, for the wind passed over it without meeting enough resistance to make it vicious. The feeling of disquietude did not pass, however, and I crawled quietly out of the tent to see if our belongings were safe. I moved carefully so as not to waken my companion. A curious excitement was on me. I was halfway out, kneeling on all fours, when my eye first took in that the tops of the bushes opposite, with their moving tracery of leaves, made shapes against the sky. I sat back on my haunches and stared. It was incredible, surely, but there, opposite and slightly above me, were shapes of some indeterminate sort among the willows, and as the branches swayed in the wind, they seemed to group themselves about these shapes, forming a series of monstrous outlines that shifted rapidly beneath the moon. Close, about 50 feet in front of me, I saw these things. My first instinct was to waken my companion that he too might see them, but something made me hesitate. A sudden realization, probably, that I should not welcome corroboration, and meanwhile I crouched there, staring in amazement with smarting eyes. I was wide awake. I remember saying to myself that I was not dreaming. They first became properly visible, these huge figures, just within the tops of the bushes, immense, bronze-coloured, moving, and wholly independent of the swaying of the branches. I saw them plainly and noted, now I came to examine them more calmly, that they were very much larger than human, and indeed that something in their appearance proclaimed them not to be human at all. Certainly they were not merely the moving tracery of the branches against the moonlight. They shifted independently. They rose upwards in a continuous stream from earth to sky, vanishing utterly as soon as they reached the dark of the sky. They were interlaced, one with the other, making a great column, and I saw their limbs and huge bodies melting in and out of each other, forming this serpentine line that bent and swayed and twisted spirally with the contortions of the wind-tossed trees. They were nude, fluid shapes passing up the bushes, within the leaves almost, rising up in a living column into the heavens. Their faces I never could see. Unceasingly they poured upwards, swaying in great bending curves with the hue of dull bronze upon their skins. I stared, trying to force every atom of vision from my eyes. For a long time I thought they must every moment disappear and resolve themselves into the movements of the branches and prove to be an optical illusion. I searched everywhere for a proof of reality, when all the while I understood quite well that the standard of reality had changed. That the longer I looked, the more certain I became that these figures were real and living, though perhaps not according to the standards that the camera and the biologist would insist upon. Far from feeling fear, I was possessed with a sense of awe and wonder such as I have never known. I seemed to be gazing at the personified elemental forces of this haunted and primeval region. Our intrusion had stirred the powers of the place into activity. It was we who were the cause of the disturbance, and my brain filled to bursting with stories and legends of the spirits and deities of places that have been acknowledged and worshipped by men in all ages of the world's history. But before I could arrive at any possible explanation, something impelled me to go farther out, and I crept forward on the sand and stood upright. I felt the ground still warm under my bare feet. The wind tore at my hair and face, and the sound of the river burst upon my ears with a sudden roar. These things, I knew, were real and proved that my senses were acting normally, yet the figures still rose from earth to heaven, silent, majestically, and in a great spiral of grace and strength that overwhelmed me at length with a genuine deep emotion of worship. I felt that I must fall down and worship, absolutely worship. Perhaps in another minute I might have done so, when a gust of wind swept against me with such force that it blew me sideways, and I nearly stumbled and fell. It seemed to shake the dream violently out of me. At least it gave me another point of view somehow. The figures still remained, still ascended into heaven from the heart of the night, but my reason at last began to assert itself. It must be a subjective experience, I argued. None the less real for that, but still subjective. The moonlight and the branches combined to work out these pictures upon the mirror of my imagination, and for some reason I projected them outwards and made them appear objective. I knew this must be the case, of course. I took courage and began to move forward across the open patches of sand. By Jove, though, was it all hallucination? Was it merely subjective? Did not my reason argue in the old futile way from the little standard of the known? I only know that great column of figures ascended darkly into the sky for what seemed a very long period of time, and with a very complete measure of reality, as most men are accustomed to gauge reality. Then suddenly they were gone. And once they were gone, and the immediate wonder of their presence had passed, fear came down upon me with a cold rush. The esoteric meaning of this lonely and haunted region suddenly flamed up within me, and I began to tremble dreadfully. I took a quick look round, a look of horror that came near to panic, calculating vainly ways of escape, and then, realizing how helpless I was to achieve anything really effective, I crept back silently into the tent and lay down again upon my sandy mattress, first lowering the door curtain to shut out the sight of the willows in the moonlight, and then burying my head as deeply as possible beneath the blankets to deaden the sound of the terrifying wind. As though further to convince me that I had not been dreaming, I remember that it was a long time before I fell again into a troubled and restless sleep, and even then only the upper crust of me slept, and underneath there was something that never quite lost consciousness, but lay alert and on the watch. But this second time I jumped up with a genuine start of terror. It was neither the wind nor the river that woke me, but the slow approach of something that caused the sleeping portion of me to grow smaller and smaller till at last it vanished altogether, and I found myself sitting bolt upright, listening. Outside, there was a sound of multitudinous little patterings. They had been coming, I was aware, for a long time, and in my sleep they had first become audible. I sat there nervously wide awake as though I had not slept at all. It seemed to me that my breathing came with difficulty, and that there was a great weight upon the surface of my body. In spite of the hot night, I felt clammy with cold and shivered. Something surely was pressing steadily against the sides of the tent and weighing down upon it from above. Was it the body of the wind? Was this the pattering rain, the dripping of the leaves, the spray blown from the river by the wind and gathering in big drops? I thought quickly of a dozen things. Then, suddenly, the explanation leaped into my mind. A bough from the poplar, the only large tree on the island, had fallen with the wind. Still half caught by the other branches, it would fall with the next gust and crush us, and meanwhile its leaves brushed and tapped upon the tight canvas surface of the tent. I raised a loose flap and rushed out, calling to the Swede to follow. But when I got out and stood upright, I saw that the tent was free. There was no hanging bough. There was no rain or spray. Nothing approached. A cold grey light filtered down through the bushes and lay on the faintly gleaming sand. Stars still crowded the sky directly overhead, and the wind howled magnificently. But the fire no longer gave out any glow, and I saw the east reddening in streaks through the trees. Several hours must have passed since I stood there before watching the ascending figures, and the memory of it now came back to me horribly, like an evil dream. Oh, how tired it made me feel, that ceaseless raging wind. Yet, though the deep lassitude of a sleepless night was on me, my nerves were tingling with the activity of an equally tireless apprehension, and all idea of repose was out of the question. The river, I saw, had risen further. Its thunder filled the air, and a fine spray made itself felt through my thin sleeping shirt. Yet nowhere did I discover the slightest evidence of anything to cause alarm. This deep, prolonged disturbance in my heart remained wholly unaccounted for. My companion had not stirred when I called him, and there was no need to waken him now. I looked about me carefully, noting everything: the turned-over canoe, the yellow paddles, 2 of them, I'm certain, the provision sack and the extra lantern hanging together from the tree, and crowding everywhere about me, enveloping all, the willows, those endless shaking willows. A bird uttered its morning cry, and a string of duck passed with a whirring flight overhead in the twilight. The sand whirled, dry and stinging, about my bare feet in the wind. I walked round the tent and then went out a little way into the bush, so that I could see across the river to the farther landscape, and the same profound yet indefinable emotion of distress seized upon me again, as I saw the interminable sea of bushes stretching to the horizon, looking ghostly and unreal in the wan light of dawn. I walked softly here and there, still puzzling over that odd sound of infinite pattering, and of that pressure upon the tent that had wakened me. It must have been the wind, I reflected, the wind bearing upon the loose hot sand, driving the dry particles smartly against the taut canvas, the wind dropping heavily upon our fragile roof. Yet all the time my nervousness and malaise increased appreciably. I crossed over to the farther shore and noted how the coastline had altered in the night, and what masses of sand the river had torn away. I dipped my hands and feet into the cool current and bathed my forehead. Already there was a glow of sunrise in the sky, and the exquisite freshness of coming day. On my way back, I passed purposely beneath the very bushes where I had seen the column of figures rising into the air. And midway among the clumps, I suddenly found myself overtaken by a sense of vast terror. From the shadows, a large figure went swiftly by. Someone passed me, as sure as ever man did. It was a great staggering blow from the wind that helped me forward again, and once more, out in the more open space, the sense of terror diminished strangely. The winds were about and walking, I remember saying to myself, for the winds often move like great presences under the trees. And altogether, the fear that hovered about me was such an unknown, an immense kind of fear, so unlike anything I'd ever felt before, that it woke a sense of awe and wonder in me that did much to counteract its worst effects. And when I reached a high point in the middle of the island from which I could see the wide stretch of river, crimson in the sunrise, the whole magical beauty of it all was so overpowering that a sort of wild yearning woke in me and almost brought a cry up into the throat. But this cry found no expression, for as my eyes wandered from the plain beyond to the island round me, and noted our little tent half hidden among the willows, a dreadful discovery leaped out at me. compared to which my terror of the walking winds seemed as nothing at all. For a change, I thought, had somehow come about in the arrangement of the landscape. It was not that my point of vantage gave me a different view, but that an alteration had apparently been effected in the relation of the tent to the willows, and of the willows to the tent. Surely the bushes now crowded much closer, unnecessarily, unpleasantly close. They had moved nearer. Creeping with silent feet over the shifting sands, drawing imperceptibly nearer by soft, unhurried movements, the willows had come closer during the night. But had the wind moved them, or had they moved of themselves? I recall the sound of infinite small patterings and the pressure upon the tent and upon my own heart that caused me to wake in terror. I swayed for a moment in the wind like a tree, finding it hard to keep my upright position on the sandy hillock. There was a suggestion here of personal agency, of deliberate intention, of aggressive hostility, and it terrified me into a sort of rigidity. Then the reaction followed quickly. The idea was so bizarre, so absurd, that I felt inclined to laugh. But the laughter came no more readily than the cry, for the knowledge that my mind was so receptive to such dangerous imaginings brought the additional terror that it was through our minds and not through our physical bodies that the attack would come, and was coming. The wind buffeted me about, and very quickly, it seemed, the sun came up over the horizon, for it was after 4 o'clock, and I must have stood on that little pinnacle of sand longer than I knew, afraid to come down to close quarters with the willows. I returned quietly, creepily to the tent, first taking another exhaustive look around, and, yes, I confess it, making a few measurements. I paced out on the warm sand the distances between the willows and the tent, making a note of the shortest distance particularly. I crawled stealthily into my blankets. My companion, to all appearances, still slept soundly, and I was glad that this was so. Provided my experiences were not corroborated, I could find strength somehow to deny them, perhaps. With the daylight, I could persuade myself that it was all a subjective hallucination, a fantasy of the night, a projection of the excited mind. Nothing further came in to disturb me, and I fell asleep almost at once, utterly exhausted, yet still in dread of hearing again that weird sound of multitudinous pattering, or of feeling the pressure upon my heart that had made it difficult to breathe. The sun was high in the heavens when my companion woke me from a heavy sleep and announced that the porridge was cooked and there was just time to bathe. The grateful smell of frizzling bacon entered the tent door. "River's still rising," he said, "and several islands out in midstream have disappeared altogether. Our own island's much smaller." "Any wood left?" I asked sleepily. "The wood in the island will finish tomorrow in a dead heat," he laughed, "but there's enough to last us till then." I plunged in from the point of the island, which had indeed altered a lot in size and shape during the night, and was swept down in a moment to the landing place opposite the tent. The water was icy, and the banks flew by like the country from an express train. Bathing under such conditions was an exhilarating operation, and the terror of the night seemed cleansed out of me by a process of evaporation in the brain. The sun was blazing hot. Not a cloud showed itself anywhere. The wind, however, had not abated one little jot. Quite suddenly, then, the implied meaning of the Swede's words flashed across me, showing that he no longer wished to leave post-haste and had changed his mind. Enough to last till tomorrow. He assumed we should stay on the island another night. It struck me as odd. The night before he was so positive the other way. How had the change come about? Great crumblings of the banks occurred at breakfast, with heavy splashings and clouds of spray which the wind brought into our frying pan, and my fellow traveller talked incessantly about the difficulty the Vienna pest steamers must have to find the channel in flood. But the state of his mind interested and impressed me far more than the state of the river or the difficulties of the steamers. He had changed somehow since the evening before. His manner was different, a trifle excited, a trifle shy, with a sort of suspicion about his voice and gestures. I hardly know how to describe it now in cold blood, but at the time I remember being quite certain of one thing, that he'd become frightened. He ate very little breakfast, and for once omitted to smoke his pipe. He had the map spread open beside him and kept studying its markings. "We'd better get off sharp in an hour," I said, presently feeling for an opening that must bring him indirectly to a partial confession at any rate, and his answer puzzled me uncomfortably. "Rather, if they'll let us." "Who'll let us? The elements?" I asked quickly, with affected indifference. "The powers of this awful place, whoever they are," he replied, keeping his eyes on the map. "The gods are here, if they are anywhere at all in the world." "Bah, the elements are always the true immortals," I replied, laughing as naturally as I could imagine, yet knowing quite well that my face reflected my true feelings. For when he looked up gravely at me and spoke across the smoke, "We shall be fortunate if we get away without further disaster." This was exactly what I had dreaded, and I screwed myself up to the point of the direct question. It was like agreeing to allow the dentist to extract the tooth. It had to come anyhow in the long run, and the rest was all pretense. "Further disaster? Why, what's happened?" "For one thing, the steering paddle's gone," he said quietly. "The steering paddle gone?" I repeated, greatly excited, for this was our rudder, and the Danube in flood without a rudder was suicide. "But what—" "And there's a tear in the bottom of the canoe," he added, with a genuine little tremor in his voice. I continued staring at him, able only to repeat the words in his face somewhat foolishly. There, in the heat of the sun and on this burning sand, I was aware of a freezing atmosphere descending round us. I got up to follow him, for he merely nodded his head gravely and led the way towards the tent a few yards on the other side of the fireplace. The canoe still lay there, as I had last seen her in the night, ribs uppermost, the paddles, or rather the paddle, on the sand beside her. "There's only one," he said, stooping to pick it up, "and here's the rent in the baseboard." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him that I had clearly noticed two paddles a few hours before, but a second impulse made me think better of it, and I said nothing. I approached to see. There was a long, finely made tear in the bottom of the canoe where a little slither of wood had been neatly taken clean out. It looked as if the tooth of a sharp rock or snag had eaten down her length, and investigation showed that the hole went through. Had we launched out in her without observing it, we must inevitably have foundered. At first, the water would have made the wood swell so as to close the hole, but once out in midstream, the water must have poured in, and the canoe, never more than 2 inches above the surface, would have filled and sunk very rapidly. "There, you see, an attempt to prepare a victim for the sacrifice," I heard him saying, more to himself than to me. "Two victims, rather," he added, as he bent over and ran his fingers along the slit. I began to whistle, a thing I always do unconsciously when utterly nonplussed, and purposely paid no attention to his words. I was determined to consider them foolish. "It wasn't there last night," he said presently, straightening up from his examination and looking anywhere but at me. "We must have scratched her in landing, of course," I stopped whistling to say. "The stones are very sharp." I stopped abruptly, for at that moment he turned round and met my eye squarely. I knew just as well as he did how impossible my explanation was. There were no stones to begin with. "And then there's this to explain too," he added quietly, handing me the paddle and pointing to the blade. A new and curious emotion spread freezingly over me as I took and examined it. The blade was scraped down all over, beautifully scraped, as though someone had sandpapered it with care, making it so thin that the first vigorous stroke must have snapped it off at the elbow. "One of us walked in his sleep and did this thing," I said feebly, or it's been filed by the constant stream of sand particles blowing against it by the wind, perhaps." "Ah," said the Swede, turning away, laughing a little. "You can explain everything." The same wind that caught the steering paddle and flung it so near the bank that it fell in with the next lump that crumbled, I called out over him, absolutely determined to find an explanation for everything he showed me. "I see," he shouted back, turning his head to look at me before disappearing among the willow bushes. Once alone with these perplexing evidences of personal agency, I think my first thoughts took the form of, one of us must have done this thing, and certainly it was not I. But my second thought decided how impossible it was to suppose, under all the circumstances, that either of us had done it. That my companion, the trusted friend of a dozen similar expeditions, could have knowingly had a hand in it was a suggestion not to be entertained for a moment. Equally absurd seemed the explanation that this imperturbable and densely practical nature had suddenly become insane and was busied with insane purposes. Yet the fact remained that what disturbed me most and kept my fear actively alive even in this blaze of sunshine and wild beauty was the clear certainty that some curious alteration had come about in his mind, that he was nervous, timid, suspicious, aware of goings-on he did not speak about, watching a series of secret and hitherto unmentionable events, waiting, in a word, for a climax that he expected, and I thought expected very soon. This grew up in my mind intuitively. I hardly knew how. I made a hurried examination of the tent and its surroundings, but the measurements of the night remained the same. There were deep hollows formed in the sand, I now noticed for the first time, basin-shaped and of various depths and sizes, varying from that of a teacup to a large bowl. The wind, no doubt, was responsible for these miniature craters, just as it was for lifting the paddle and tossing it towards the water. The rent in the canoe was the only thing that seemed quite inexplicable, and, after all, it was conceivable to the sharp point it caught it when we landed. The examination I made of the shore did not assist this theory, but all the same I clung to it, with that diminishing portion of my intelligence which I called my reason. An explanation of some kind was an absolute necessity, just as some working explanation of the universe is necessary, however absurd, to the happiness of every individual who seeks to do his duty in the world and face the problems of life. The simile seemed to me at the time an exact parallel. I at once set the pitch melting, and presently the Swede joined me at the work, though under the best conditions in the world the canoe would not be safe for travelling till the following day. I drew his attention casually to the hollows in the sand. "Yes," he said, "I know, they're all over the island, but you can explain them, no doubt." "Wind, of course," I answered without hesitation. "Have you never watched those little whirlwinds in the street that twist and twirl everything into a circle? This sand's loose enough to yield, that's all." He made no reply, and we worked on in silence for a bit. I watched him surreptitiously all the time, and I had an idea he was watching me. He seemed always to be listening attentively to something I couldn't hear, or perhaps for something that he expected to hear, for he kept turning about and staring into the bushes and up into the sky and out across the water where it was visible through the openings amongst the willows. Sometimes he even put his hand to his ear and held it there for several minutes. He said nothing to me, however, about it, and I asked no questions. And meanwhile, as he mended that torn canoe with the skill and address of a Red Indian, I was glad to notice his absorption in the work, for there was a vague dread in my heart that he would speak of the changed aspect of the willows. And, if he had noticed that, my imagination could no longer be held a sufficient explanation of it. Chapter 3. At length, after a long pause, he began to talk. "Queer thing," he added in a hurried sort of voice, as though he wanted to say something and get it over. "Queer thing, I mean, about that otter last night. I had expected something so totally different that he caught me with surprise, and I looked up sharply. Shows how lonely this place is. Otters are awfully shy things. I don't mean that, of course," he interrupted. "I mean, do you think... did you think it really was an otter? What else, in the name of heaven? What else? You know, I saw it before you did, and at first it seemed so much bigger than an otter." "The sunset as you looked upstream magnified it, or something," I replied. He looked at me absently a moment, as though his mind were busy with other thoughts. "It had such extraordinary yellow eyes," he went on. half to himself. "That was the sun too," I laughed, a trifle boisterously. "I suppose you'll wonder next if that fellow in the boat—" I suddenly decided not to finish the sentence. He was in the act of listening again, turning his head to the wind, and something in the expression of his face made me halt. The subject dropped, and we went on with our caulking. Apparently, he hadn't noticed my unfinished sentence. 5 minutes later, however, he looked at me across the canoe, the smoking pitch in his hand, his face exceedingly grave. "I did rather wonder, if you want to know," he said slowly, "what that thing in the boat was. I remember thinking at the time it was not a man. The whole business seemed to rise quite suddenly out of the water." I laughed again boisterously in his face, but this time there was impatience and a strain of anger too in my feeling. "Look here now," I cried, "this place is quite queer enough without going out of our way to imagine things. That boat was an ordinary boat, and the man in it was an ordinary man, and they were both going downstream as fast as they could lick, and that otter was an otter, so don't let's play the fool about it." He looked steadily at me with the same grave expression. He was not in the least annoyed. I took courage from his silence. "And, for heaven's sake," I went on, "don't keep pretending you hear things, because it only gives me the jumps, and there's nothing to hear but the river and the cursed old thundering wind." "You fool," he answered in a low, shocked voice. "You utter fool. That's just the way all victims talk, as if you didn't understand just as well as I do." He sneered with scorn in his voice and a sort of resignation. "The best thing you can do is to keep quiet and try to hold your mind as firm as possible. This feeble attempt at self-deception only makes the truth harder when you're forced to meet it." My little effort was over, and I found nothing more to say, for I knew quite well his words were true, and that I was the fool, not he. Up to a certain stage in the adventure, he kept ahead of me easily, and I think I felt annoyed to be out of it, to be thus proved less psychic, less sensitive than himself to these extraordinary happenings, and half ignorant all the time of what was going on under my very nose. He knew from the very beginning, apparently, but at the moment I wholly missed the point of his words about the necessity of there being a victim, and that we ourselves were destined to satisfy the want. I dropped all pretense thenceforward, but thenceforward likewise my fear increased steadily to the climax. "But you're quite right about one thing," he added, before the subject passed, "and that is that we're wiser not to talk about it, or even to think about it, because what one thinks finds expression in words, and what one says happens." That afternoon, while the canoe dried and hardened, we spent trying to fish, testing the leak, collecting wood, and watching the enormous flood of rising water. Masses of driftwood swept near our shores sometimes, and we fished for them with long willow branches. The island grew perceptibly smaller as the banks were torn away with great gulps and splashes. The weather kept brilliantly fine till about 4 o'clock, and then, for the first time for 3 days, the wind showed signs of abating. Clouds began to gather in the southwest, spreading then slowly over the sky. The lessening of the wind came as a great relief, for the incessant roaring, banging, and thundering had irritated our nerves. Yet the silence that came about 5 o'clock, with its sudden cessation, was in a manner quite as oppressive. The booming of the river had everything in its own way then. It filled the air with deep murmurs, more musical than the wind noises, but infinitely more monotonous. The wind held many notes, rising, falling, always beating out some sort of great elemental tune, whereas the river's song lay between 3 notes at most, dull pedal notes that held a lugubrious quality foreign to the wind, and somehow seemed to me, in my then nervous state, to sound wonderfully well the music of doom. It was extraordinary, too, how the withdrawal suddenly of bright sunlight took everything out of the landscape that made for cheerfulness. And since this particular landscape had already managed to convey the suggestion of something sinister, the change of course was all the more unwelcome and noticeable. For me, I know, the darkening outlook became distinctly more alarming, and I found myself more than once calculating how soon after sunset the full moon would get up in the east, and whether the gathering clouds would greatly interfere with her lighting of the little island. With this general hush of the wind, though it still indulged in occasional brief gusts, the river seemed to me to grow blacker, the willows to stand more densely together. The latter, too, kept up a sort of independent movement of their own, rustling among themselves when no wind stirred, and shaking oddly from the roots upwards. When common objects in this way become charged with the suggestion of horror, they stimulate the imagination far more than things of unusual appearance, and these bushes, crowding, huddled about us, assumed for me in the darkness a bizarre grotesquerie of appearance that lent to them somehow the aspect of purposeful and living creatures. Their very ordinariness, I felt, masked what was malignant and hostile to us. The forces of the region drew nearer with the coming of night. They were focusing upon our island, and more particularly upon ourselves. For thus, somehow, in the terms of the imagination, did my really indescribable sensations of this extraordinary place present themselves. I'd slept a good deal in the early afternoon, and had thus recovered somewhat from the exhaustion of a disturbed night, but this only served apparently to render me more susceptible than before to the obsessing spell of the haunting. I fought against it, laughing at my feelings as absurd and childish, with very obvious physiological explanations, yet, in spite of every effort, they gained in strength upon me, so that I dreaded the night as a child lost in a forest must dread the approach of darkness. The canoe we had carefully covered with a waterproof sheet during the day, and the one remaining paddle had been securely tied by the Swede to the base of a tree, lest the wind should rob us of that too. From 5 o'clock onwards, I busied myself with the stew pot and preparations for dinner, it being my turn to cook that night. We had potatoes, onions, bits of bacon fat to add flavour, and a general thick residue from former stews at the bottom of the pot, with black bread broken up into it. The result was most excellent, and it was followed by a stew of plums and sugar, and a brew of strong tea with dried milk. A good pile of wood lay close at hand, and the absence of the wind made my duties easy. My companion sat lazily watching me, dividing his attentions between cleaning his pipe and giving useless advice, an admitted privilege of the off-duty man. He had been very quiet all the afternoon, engaged in recaulking the canoe, strengthening the tent ropes, and fishing for driftwood while I slept. No more talk about undesirable things had passed between us, and I think his only remarks had to do with the gradual destruction of the island, which he declared was not fully a third smaller than when we first landed. The pot had just begun to bubble when I heard his voice calling to me from the bank, where he'd wandered away without my noticing. I ran up. "Come and listen," he said, "and see what you make of it." He held his hand cupwise to his ear as so often before. "Now do you hear anything?" he asked, watching me curiously. We stood there, listening attentively together. At first, I heard only the deep note of the water and the hissings rising from its turbulent surface. The willows for once were motionless and silent. Then a sound began to reach my ears, faintly, a peculiar sound, something like the humming of a distant gong. It seemed to come across to tell us in the darkness from the waste of swamps and willows opposite. It was repeated at regular intervals, but it was certainly neither the sound of a bell nor the hooting of a distant steamer. I can liken it to nothing so much as to the sound of an immense gong suspended far up in the sky, repeating incessantly its muffled metallic note, soft and musical as it was repeatedly struck. My heart quickened as I listened. "I've heard it all day," said my companion. "While you slept this afternoon, it came all round the island. I hunted it down, but could never get near enough to see to localize it correctly. Sometimes it was overhead, and sometimes it seemed under the water. Once or twice, too, I could have sworn it was not outside at all, but within myself. You know? The way a sound in the fourth dimension is supposed to come." I was too much puzzled to pay much attention to his words. I listened carefully, striving to associate it with any known familiar sound I could think of, but without success. It changed in the direction too, coming nearer and then sinking utterly away into remote distance. I cannot say that it was ominous in quality, because to me it seemed distinctly musical. Yet, I must admit, it set going a distressing feeling that made me wish I'd never heard it. The wind blowing in those sand funnels, I said, determined to find an explanation. Or the bushes rubbing together after the storm, perhaps. It comes off the whole swamp, my friend answered. It comes from everywhere at once. He ignored my explanations. It comes from the willow bushes somehow. But now the wind's dropped, I objected. The willows can hardly make a noise by themselves, can they? His answer frightened me, first because I had dreaded it, and secondly because I knew intuitively it was true. It's because the wind has dropped now. We hear it. It was drowned before. It is the cry, I believe, of the... I dashed back to my fire, warned by the sound of bubbling that the stew was in danger, but determined at the same time to escape further conversation. I was resolute, if possible, to avoid the exchanging of views. I dreaded, too, that he would begin about the gods or the elemental forces, or else something else disquieting. And I wanted to keep myself well in hand for what might happen later. There was another night to be faced before we escaped from this distressing place, and there was no knowing yet what it might bring forth. "Come and cut up bread for the pot," I called to him, vigorously stirring the appetizing mixture. The stew pot held sanity for us both, and the thought made me laugh. He came over slowly and took the provision sack from the tree, fumbling in its mysterious depths, and then emptying the entire contents upon the ground sheet at his feet. "Hurry up," I cried, "it's boiling." The Swede burst out into a roar of laughter that startled me. It was forced laughter, not artificial exactly, but mirthless. "There's nothing here," he shouted, holding his sides. "Bread, I mean." "It's gone. There is no bread. They've taken it." I dropped the long spoon and ran up. Everything the sack had contained lay upon the ground sheet, but there was no loaf. The whole dead weight of my growing fear fell upon me and shook me. Then I burst out laughing too. It was the only thing to do, and the sound of my laughter also made me understand his. The stain of psychical pressure caused it, this explosion of unnatural laughter in both of us. It was an effort of repressed forces to seek relief. It was a temporary safety valve, and with both of us it ceased quite suddenly. "How criminally stupid of me," I cried, still determined to be consistent and find an explanation. "I clean forgot to buy a loaf at Pressburg. That chattering woman put everything out of my head, and I must have left it lying on the counter, or—" "The oatmeal, too, is much less than it was this morning," the Swede interrupted. Why in the world need he draw attention to it? I thought angrily. "Is enough for tomorrow," I said, stirring vigorously, "and we can get lots more at Comon or Gran. In 24 hours we shall be miles from here." "I hope so. To God," he muttered, putting the things back into the sack. "Unless we're claimed first as victims for the sacrifice," he added, with a foolish laugh. He dragged the sack into the tent for safety's sake, I suppose, and I heard him mumbling to himself, but so indistinctly that it seemed quite natural for me to ignore his words. Our meal was beyond question a gloomy one, and we ate it almost in silence, avoiding one another's eyes and keeping the fire bright. Then we washed up and prepared for the night, and once smoking, our minds unoccupied with any definite duties, the apprehension I'd felt all day long became more and more acute. It was not then active fear, I think, but the very vagueness of its origin distressed me far more than if I'd been able to tick it and face it squarely. The curious sound I have likened to the note of a gong became now almost incessant, and filled the stillness of the night with a faint, continuous ringing rather than a series of distinct notes. At one time it was behind, and at another time in front of us. Sometimes I fancied it came from the bushes on our left, and then again from the clumps on our right. More often it hovered directly overhead like the whirring of wings. It was really everywhere at once, behind, in front, at our sides and over our heads, completely surrounding us. The sound really defies description. But nothing within my knowledge is like that ceaseless, muffled humming rising off the deserted world of swamps and willows. We sat smoking in comparative silence, the strain growing every minute greater. The worst feature of the situation seemed to me that we did not know what to expect and could, therefore, make no sort of preparation by way of defence. We could anticipate nothing. My explanations made in the sunshine, moreover, now came to haunt me with their foolish and wholly unsatisfactory nature, and it was more and more clear to us that some kind of plain talk with my companion was inevitable, whether I liked it or not. After all, we had to spend the night together and to sleep in the same tent side by side. I saw that I could not get along much longer without the support of his mind, and for that, of course, plain talk was imperative. As long as possible, however, I postponed this little climax and tried to ignore or laugh at the occasional sentences he flung into the emptiness. Some of these sentences, moreover, were confoundedly disquieting to me, coming as they did to corroborate much that I felt myself. Corroboration, too, which made it so much more convincing from a totally different point of view. He composed such curious sentences and hurled them at me in such an inconsequential sort of way, as though his main line of thought was secret to himself, and these fragments were mere bits he found it impossible to digest. He got rid of them by uttering them. Speech relieved him. It was like being sick. There are things about us, I'm sure, that make for disorder, disintegration, destruction. Our destruction, he said once while a fire blazed between us. We've strayed out of a safe line somewhere. And another time when the gong sounds had come nearer, ringing much louder than before, and directly over our heads, he said as though talking to himself, "I don't think a gramophone would show any record of that. The sound doesn't come to me by the ears at all. The vibrations reach me in another manner altogether and seem to be within me, which is precisely how a fourth-dimensional sound might be supposed to make itself heard." I purposely made no reply to this, but I sat up a little closer to the fire and peered about me into the darkness. The clouds were massed all over the sky, and no trace of moonlight came through. Very still, too, everything was, so that the river and the frogs had things all their own way. "It has that about it," he went on, "which is utterly out of common experience. It is unknown. Only one thing describes it, really. It's a non-human sound. I mean a sound made outside humanity." Having rid himself of this indigestible morsel, he lay quiet for a time, but he had so admirably expressed my own feeling that it was a relief to have the thought out, and to have confined it by the limitation of words from dangerous wandering to and fro in the mind. The solitude of that Danube camping place. Can I ever forget it? The feeling of being utterly alone on an empty planet. My thoughts ran incessantly upon cities and the haunts of men. I would have given my soul, as the saying is, for the feel of those Bavarian villages we'd passed through by the score, for the normal human commonplaces, peasants drinking beer, tables beneath the trees, hot sunshine, and a ruined castle on the rocks behind the red-roofed church. Even the tourists would have been welcome. Yet what I felt of dread was no ordinary ghostly fear. It was infinitely greater, stranger, and seemed to arise from some dim ancestral sense of terror more profoundly disturbing than anything I had known or dreamed of. We had strayed, as the Swede put it, into some region or some set of conditions where the risks were great yet unintelligible to us, where the frontiers of some unknown world lay close about us. It was a spot held by the dwellers in some outer space, a sort of peephole whence they could spy upon the earth, themselves unseen, a point where the veil between had worn a little thin. As the final result of too long a sojourn here, we should be carried over the border and deprived of what we call our lives, yet by mental, not physical processes. In that sense, as he said, we should be the victims of our adventure, a sacrifice. It took us in different fashion, each according to the measure of his sensitiveness and powers of resistance. I translated it vaguely into a personification of the mightily disturbed elements, investing them with the horror of a deliberate and malefic purpose, resentful of our audacious intrusion into their breeding place, whereas my friend threw it into the unoriginal form at first of a trespass on some ancient shrine, some place where the old gods still held sway, where the emotional forces of former worshippers still clung, and the ancestral portion of him yielded to the old pagan spell. At any rate, here was a place unpolluted by men, kept clean by the winds from coarsening human influences, a place where spiritual agencies were within reach and aggressive. Never, before or since, have I been so attacked by indescribable suggestions of a beyond region, of another scheme of life, another revolution not parallel to the human. And in the end, our minds would succumb under the weight of the awful spell, and we should be drawn across the frontier into their world. Small things testified to the amazing influence of the place, and now in the silence round the fire they allowed themselves to be noted by the mind. The very atmosphere had proved itself a magnifying medium to distort every indication. The otter rolling in the current, the hurrying boatmen making signs, the shifting willows, one and all, had been robbed of its natural character and revealed in something of its other aspect, as it existed across the border to that other region. And this changed aspect, I felt, was now not merely to me, but to the race. The whole experience whose verge we touched was unknown to humanity at all. It was a new order of experience, and, in the true sense of the word, unearthly. It's the deliberate calculating purpose that reduces one's courage to zero, the Swede said suddenly, as if he'd been actually following my thoughts. Otherwise, imagination might count for much, but the paddle, the canoe, the lessening food. Haven't I explained all that once? I interrupted viciously. Oh, you have, he answered dryly. Oh, you have indeed. He made other remarks too, as usual, about what he called the plain determination to provide a victim. But having now arranged my thoughts better, I recognized that this was simply the cry of his frightened soul against the knowledge that he was being attacked in a vital part, and that he would somehow be taken or destroyed. The situation called for a courage and a calmness of reasoning that neither of us could compass, and I have never before been so clearly conscious of two persons in me, the one that explained everything, and the other that laughed at such foolish explanations, yet was horribly afraid. Meanwhile, in the pitchy night, the fire died down and the wood pile grew small. Neither of us moved to replenish the stock, and the darkness consequently came up very close to our faces. A few feet beyond the circle of firelight, it was inky black. Occasionally, a stray puff of wind set the willows shivering about us, but apart from this not very welcome sound, a deep and depressing silence reigned, broken only by the gurgling of the river and the humming in the air overhead. We both missed, I think, the shouting company of the winds. At length, at a moment when a stray puff prolonged itself as though the wind were about to rise again, I reached the point for me of saturation, the point where it was absolutely necessary to find relief in plain speech, or else to betray myself by some hysterical extravagance that must have been far worse in its effect upon both of us. I kicked the fire into a blaze and turned to my companion abruptly. He looked up with a start. I can't disguise it any longer, I said. I don't like this place, and the darkness and the noises and the awful feelings I get. There's something here that beats me utterly. I'm in a blue funk, and that's the plain truth. If the other shore was different, I swear I'd be inclined to swim for it. The Swede's face turned very white beneath the deep tan of sun and wind. He stared straight at me and answered quietly, but his voice betrayed his huge excitement by its unnatural calmness. For the moment, at any rate, he was the strong man of the two. He was more phlegmatic, for one thing. It's not a physical condition we can escape from by running away, he replied in the tone of a doctor diagnosing some grave disease. We must sit tight and wait. There are forces close here that could kill a herd of elephants in a second as easily as you or I could squash a fly. Our only chance is to keep perfectly still Our insignificance may, perhaps, save us. I put a dozen questions into my expression of face, but found no words. It was precisely like listening to an accurate description of a disease whose symptoms had puzzled me. I mean that, so far, although aware of our disturbing presence, they have not found us, not located us, as the Americans say, he went on. They're blundering about like men hunting for a leak of gas. The paddle and canoe and provisions prove that. I think they feel us, but can't actually see us. We must keep our minds quiet. It's our minds they feel. We must control our thoughts, or it's all up with us. Death, do you mean? I stammered, icy with the horror of his suggestion. Worse by far, he said. Death, according to one's belief, means either annihilation or release from the limitations of the senses, but it involves no change of character. You don't suddenly alter just because the body's gone. But this means a radical alteration, a complete change, a horrible loss of oneself by substitution, far worse than death, and not even annihilation. We happen to have camped in a spot where their region touches ours, where the veil between has worn thin. Horace, he was using my very own phrase, my actual words, so that they're aware of our being in their neighborhood. But who are aware? I asked. I forgot the shaking of the willows in the windless calm, the humming overhead, everything except that I was waiting for an answer that I dreaded more than I can possibly explain. He lowered his voice at once to reply, leaning forward a little over the fire, an indefinable change in his face that made me avoid his eyes and look down upon the ground. All my life, he said, I've been strangely, vividly conscious of another region, not far removed from our own world in one sense, yet wholly different in kind, where great things go on unceasingly, where immense and terrible personalities hurry by, intent on vast purposes compared to which earthly affairs, the rise and fall of nations, the destinies of empires, the fate of armies and continents, are all as dust in the balance. Vast purposes, I mean, that deal directly with the soul, and not indirectly with mere expressions of the soul. I suggest just now, I began, seeking to stop him, feeling as though I was face to face with a madman, but he instantly overbore me with his torrent that had to come. You think, he said, it is the spirit of the elements, and I thought perhaps it was the old gods, but I tell you now it is neither. These would be comprehensible entities, for they have relations with men, depending upon them for worship or sacrifice, whereas these beings who are now about us have absolutely nothing to do with mankind, and it is mere chance that their space happens just at this spot to touch our own. The mere conception, which his words somehow made so convincing, as I listened to them there in the dark stillness of that lonely island, set me shaking a little all over. I found it impossible to control my movements. And what you propose, I began again. A sacrifice, a victim, might save us by distracting them until we could get away, he went on, just as the wolves stopped to devour the dogs and give the sleigh another start. But I see no chance of any other victim now. I stared blankly at him. The gleam in his eye was dreadful. Presently he continued. Chapter 4. It's the Willows, of course. The Willows mask the others, but the others are feeling about for us. If we let our minds betray our fear, we're lost, utterly. He looked at me with an expression so calm, so determined, so sincere, that I no longer had any doubts as to his sanity. He was as sane as man ever was. If we can hold out through the night, he added, we may get off in the daylight unnoticed, or rather undiscovered. But you really think a sacrifice would? That gong-like humming came down very close over our heads as I spoke, but it was my friend's scared face that really stopped my mouth. Hush! He whispered, holding up his hand. Do not mention them more than you can help. Do not refer to them by name. To name is to reveal. It is the inevitable clue, and our only hope lies in ignoring them. in order that they may ignore us. Even in thought, he was extraordinarily agitated, especially in thought. Our thoughts make spirals in their world. We must keep them out of our minds at all costs, if possible. I raked the fire together to prevent the darkness having everything its own way. I never longed for the sun as I longed for it then, in the awful blackness of that summer night. "Were you awake all last night?" he went on suddenly. I slept badly a little after dawn," I replied evasively, trying to follow his instructions, which I knew instinctively were true. "But the wind, of course." "I know, but the wind won't account for all the noises." "Then you heard it too. The multiplying countless little footsteps I heard," he said, adding, after a moment's hesitation, "and that other sound." "You mean above the tent, and the pressing down upon us of something tremendous, gigantic?" He nodded significantly. "It was like the beginning of a sort of inner suffocation," I said. "Partly, yes. It seemed to me that the weight of the atmosphere had been altered, had increased enormously, so that we should have been crushed. And that," I went on, determined to have it all out, pointing upwards where the gong-like note hummed ceaselessly, rising and falling like wind. "What do you make of that?" "It's their sound," he whispered gravely. "It's the sound of their world, the humming in their region. The division here is so thin that it leaks through somehow. But if you listen carefully, you'll find it's not above so much as around us. It's in the willows. It's the willows themselves humming, because here the willows have been made symbols of the forces that are against us." I couldn't follow exactly what he meant by this. Yet the thought and idea in my mind were beyond question the thought and idea in his. I realized what he realized, only with less power of analysis than his. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him at last about my hallucination of the ascending figures and the moving bushes, when he suddenly thrust his face again close into mine across the firelight and began to speak in a very earnest whisper. He amazed me by his calmness and pluck, his apparent control of the situation. This man I had for years deemed unimaginative, stolid. "Now listen," he said. "The only thing for us to do is to go on as though nothing had happened. Follow our usual habits, go to bed and so forth. Pretend we feel nothing and notice nothing. It's a question wholly of the mind, and the less we think about them, the better our chance of escape. Above all, don't think, for what you think happens." "All right," I managed to reply, simply breathless with his words and the strangeness of it all. "All right, I'll try. But tell me one more thing first. Tell me what you make of those hollows in the ground all about us, those sand funnels." "No," he cried, forgetting to whisper in his excitement. "I dare not, simply dare not, put the thought into words. If you haven't guessed, I'm glad. Don't try to. They've put it into my mind. Try your hardest to prevent their putting it into yours." He sank his voice again to a whisper before he finished, and I did not press him to explain. There was already just about as much horror in me as I could hold. The conversation came to an end, and we smoked our pipes busily in silence. Then something happened, something unimportant, apparently, as is the way when the nerves are in a very great state of tension, and this small thing, for a brief space, gave me an entirely different point of view. I chanced to look down at my sand shoe, the sort we used for the canoe, and something to do with the hole at the toe suddenly recalled to me the London shop where I'd bought them, the difficulty the man had in fitting me, and other details of the uninteresting but practical operation. At once, in its train, followed a wholesome view of the modern sceptical world I was accustomed to move in at home. I thought of roast beef and ale, motor cars, policemen, brass bands, and a dozen other things that proclaimed the soul of ordinariness or utility. The effect was immediate and astonishing even to myself. Psychologically, I suppose, it was simply a sudden and violent reaction after the strain of living in an atmosphere of things that to the normal consciousness must seem impossible and incredible. But whatever the cause, it momentarily lifted the spell from my heart and left me, for the short space of a minute, feeling free and utterly unafraid. I looked up at my friend opposite. "You damned old pagan," I cried, laughing aloud in his face. "You imaginative idiot. You superstitious idolater. You—" I stopped in the middle, seized anew by the old horror. I tried to smother the sound of my voice as something sacrilegious. The Swede, of course, heard it too, the strange cry overhead in the darkness, and that sudden drop in the air, as though something had come nearer. He had turned ashen white under the tan. He stood bolt upright in front of the fire, stiff as a rod, staring at me. "After that," he said, in a sort of helpless, frantic way, we must go. We can't stay now. We must strike camp this very instant and go on, down the river." He was talking, I saw, quite wildly, his words dictated by abject terror, the terror he'd resisted so long, but which had caught him at last. "In the dark!" I exclaimed, shaking with fear after my hysterical outburst, but still realizing our position better than he did. "Sheer madness! The river's in flood, and we've only got a single paddle. Besides, we only go deeper into their country. There's nothing ahead for 50 miles but willows, willows, willows!" He sat down again in a state of semi-collapse. The positions, by one of those kaleidoscopic changes nature loves, was suddenly reversed, and the control of our forces passed over into my hands. His mind, at last, had reached the point where it was beginning to weaken. "What on earth possessed you to do such a thing?" he whispered with the awe of genuine terror in his voice and face. I crossed round to his side of the fire. I took both his hands in mine, kneeling down beside him and looking straight into his frightened eyes. "We'll make one more blaze," I said firmly, "and then turn in for the night. At sunrise, we'll be off full speed for Comorn. Now, pull yourself together a bit and remember your own advice about not thinking fear." He said no more, and I saw that he would agree and obey. In some measure, too, it was a sort of relief to get up and make an excursion into the darkness for more wood. We kept close together, almost touching, groping among the bushes and along the bank. The humming overhead never ceased, but seemed to me to grow louder as we increased our distance from the fire. It was shivery work. We were grubbing away in the middle of a thickish clump of willows where some driftwood from a former flood had caught high among the branches, when my body was seized in a grip that made me half drop upon the sand. It was the Swede. He'd fallen against me and was clutching me for support. I heard his breath coming and going in short gasps. "Look, by my soul," he whispered. And for the first time in my experience, I knew what it was to hear tears of terror in a human voice. He was pointing to the fire some 50 feet away. I followed the direction of his finger, and I swear my heart missed a beat. There, in front of the dim glow, something was moving. I saw it through a veil that hung before my eyes like the gauze drop curtain used at the back of a theatre, hazily a little. It was neither a human figure nor an animal. To me, it gave the strange impression of being as large as several animals grouped together, like horses, 2 or 3 moving slowly. The Swede, too, got a similar result, though expressing it differently, for he thought it was shaped and sized like a clump of willow bushes, rounded at the top and moving all over upon its surface, coiling upon itself like smoke, he said, afterwards. "I watched it settle downwards through the bushes," he sobbed at me. "Look, by God, it's coming this way. Oh, oh!" He gave a kind of whistling cry. "They've found us!" I gave one terrified glance which just enabled me to see that the shadowy form was swinging towards us through the bushes, and then I collapsed backwards with a crash into the branches. These failed, of course, to support my weight, so that with the Swede on top of me, we fell in a struggling heap upon the sand. I really hardly knew what was happening. I was conscious only of a sort of enveloping sensation of icy fear that plucked the nerves out of their fleshy covering, twisted them this way and that, and replaced them quivering. My eyes were tightly shut. Something in my throat choked me, a feeling that my consciousness was expanding, extending out into space, swiftly gave way to another feeling that I was losing it altogether and about to die. An acute spasm of pain passed through me, and I was aware that the Swede had hold of me in such a way that he hurt me abominably. It was the way he caught at me in falling. But it was the pain, he declared afterwards, that saved me. It caused me to forget them and think of something else at the very instant when they were about to find me. It concealed my mind from them at the moment of discovery, yet just in time to evade their terrible seizing of me. He himself, he says, actually swooned at the same moment, and that was what saved him. I only know that at a later date, how long or short is impossible to say, I found myself scrambling up out of the slippery network of willow branches, and saw my companion standing in front of me, holding out a hand to assist me. I stared at him in a dazed way, rubbing the arm he twisted for me. Nothing came to me to say, somehow. I lost consciousness for a moment or two, I heard him say. That's what saved me. It made me stop thinking about them. You nearly broke my arm in two, I said, uttering my only connected thought at the moment. A numbness came over me. That's what saved you, he replied. Between us, we've managed to set them off on a false track somewhere. The humming ceased. It's gone, for the moment at any rate. A wave of hysterical laughter seized me again, and this time spread to my friend too. Great healing gusts of shaking laughter that brought a tremendous sense of relief in their train. We made our way back to the fire and put the wood on so that it blazed at once. Then we saw that the tent had fallen over it and lay in a tangled heap upon the ground. We picked it up and during the process tripped more than once and caught our feet in the sand. It's those sand funnels, exclaimed the Swede when the tent was up again and the firelight lit up the ground for several yards about us. And look at the size of them! All round the tent and about the fireplace, where we'd seen the moving shadows, there were deep funnel-shaped hollows in the sand, exactly similar to the ones we'd already found over the island, only far bigger and deeper, beautifully formed and wide enough in some instances to admit the whole of my foot and leg. Neither of us said a word. We both knew that sleep was the safest thing we could do, and to bed we went accordingly without further delay, having first thrown sand on the fire and taken the provision sack and the paddle inside the tent with us. The canoe, too, we propped in such a way at the end of the tent that our feet touched it, and the least motion would disturb and wake us. In case of emergency, too, we again went to bed in our clothes, ready for a sudden start. It was my firm intention to lie awake all night and watch, but the exhaustion of nerves and body decreed otherwise, and sleep, after a while, came over me with a welcome blanket of oblivion. The fact that my companion also slept quickened its approach. At first he fidgeted and constantly sat up asking me if I heard this or heard that. He tossed about on his cork mattress and said the tent was moving and the river had risen over the point of the island. But each time I went out to look, I returned with the report that all was well, and finally he grew calmer and lay still. Then, at length, his breathing became regular, and I heard unmistakable sounds of snoring, the first and only time in my life when snoring has been a welcome and calming influence. This, I remember, was the last thought in my mind before dozing off. A difficulty in breathing woke me, and I found the blanket over my face. But something else besides the blanket was pressing upon me, and my first thought was that my companion had rolled off his mattress onto my own in his sleep. I called to him and sat up, and at the same moment it came to me that the tent was surrounded. That sound of multitudinous soft pattering was again audible outside, filling the night with horror. I called again to him, louder than before. He didn't answer, but I missed the sound of his snoring and also noticed that the flap of the tent was down. This was the unpardonable sin. I crawled out in the darkness to hook it back securely, and it was then, for the first time, I realized positively that the Swede was not there. He'd gone. I dashed out in a mad run, seized by a dreadful agitation, and the moment I was out I plunged into a sort of torrent of humming that surrounded me completely and came out of every quarter of the heavens at once. It was that same familiar humming, gone mad. A swarm of great invisible bees might have been about me in the air. The sound seemed to thicken the very atmosphere, and I felt that my lungs worked with difficulty. But my friend was in danger, and I couldn't hesitate. The dawn was just about to break, and a faint whitish light spread upwards over the clouds from a thin strip of clear horizon. No wind stirred. I could just make out the bushes and the river beyond, and the pale sandy patches. In my excitement, I ran frantically to and fro about the island. calling him by name, shouting at the top of my voice the first words that came into my head. But the willows smothered my voice, and the humming muffled it so that the sound only travelled a few feet round me. I plunged among the bushes, tripping headlong, tumbling over roots, scraping my face as I tore this way and that among the preventing branches. Then, quite unexpectedly, I came out upon the island's point and saw a dark figure outlined between the water and the sky. It was the Swede, and already he had one foot in the river. A moment more, and he would have taken the plunge. I threw myself upon him, flinging my arms about his waist and dragging him shorewards with all my strength. Of course, he struggled furiously, making a noise all the time, just like that cursed humming, and using the most outlandish phrases in his anger about going inside to them and taking the way of the water and the wind, and God only knows what more besides, that I tried in vain to recall afterwards, but which turned me sick with horror and amazement as I listened. But in the end, I managed to get him into the comparative safety of the tent and flung him breathless and cursing upon the mattress, where I held him until the fit had passed. I think the suddenness with which it all went, and he grew calm, coinciding as it did with the equally abrupt cessation of the humming and pattering outside, I think this was almost the strangest part of the whole business, perhaps. For he had just opened his eyes and turned his tired face up to me so that the dawn threw a pale light upon it through the doorway, and said, for all the world, just like a frightened child, "My life, old man, it's my life I owe you, but it's all over now, anyhow. They found a victim in our place." Then he dropped back upon his blankets and went to sleep literally under my eyes. He simply collapsed and began to snore again as healthily as though nothing had happened, and he'd never tried to offer his own life as a sacrifice by drowning. And when the sunlight woke him 3 hours later, hours of ceaseless vigil for me, it became so clear to me that he remembered absolutely nothing of what he'd attempted to do, that I deemed it wise to hold my peace and ask no dangerous questions. He woke naturally and easily, as I've said, when the sun was already high in a windless hot sky, and he at once got up and set about preparations of the fire for breakfast. I followed him anxiously at bathing, but he didn't attempt to plunge in, merely dipping his head and making some remark about the extra coldness of the water. "River's falling at last," he said, "and I'm glad of it." "The humming has stopped too," I said. He looked up at me quietly with his normal expression. Evidently he remembered everything except his own attempt at suicide. "Everything has stopped," he said, "because—" He hesitated, but I knew some reference to that remark he made just before he fainted was in his mind, and I was determined to know it. "Because they found another victim," I said, forcing a little laugh. "Exactly," he answered, "exactly. I feel as positive of it as though I feel quite safe again, I mean," he finished. He began to look curiously about him. The sunlight lay in hot patches on the sand. There was no wind. The willows were motionless. He slowly rose to his feet. "Come," he said, "I think if we look, we shall find it." He started off on a run, and I followed him. He kept to the banks, poking with a stick among the sandy bays and caves and little backwaters, myself always close on his heels. "Ah!" he exclaimed presently. "Ah!" The tone of his voice somehow brought back to me a vivid sense of the horror of the last 24 hours, and I hurried up to join him. He was pointing with his stick at a large black object that lay half in the water and half on the sand. It appeared to be caught by some twisted willow roots, so that the river couldn't sweep it away. A few hours before, the spot must have been under water. "See," he said quietly, "the victim that made our escape possible." And when I peered across his shoulder, I saw that his stick rested on the body of a man. He turned it over. It was the corpse of a peasant, and the face was hidden in the sand. Clearly the man had been drowned but a few hours before, and his body must have been swept down upon our island, somewhere about the hour of the dawn, at the very time the fit had passed. "We must give it a decent burial, you know." "But I suppose so," I replied. I shuddered a little in spite of myself, for there was something about the appearance of that poor drowned man that turned me cold. The Swede glanced up sharply at me, an undecipherable expression on his face, and began clambering down the bank. I followed him more leisurely. The current, I noticed, had torn away much of the clothing from the body, so that the neck and part of the chest lay bare. Halfway down the bank, my companion suddenly stopped and held up his hand in warning, but either my foot slipped or I had gained too much momentum to bring myself quickly to a halt, for I bumped into him and sent him forward with a sort of leap to save himself. We tumbled together onto the hard sand, so that our feet splashed into the water, and, before anything could be done, we had collided a little heavily against the corpse. The Swede uttered a sharp cry, and I sprang back as if I'd been shot. At the moment we touched the body, there rose from its surface the loud sound of humming, the sound of several hummings, which passed with a vast commotion as of winged things in the air about us, and disappeared upwards into the sky, growing fainter and fainter, till they finally ceased in the distance. It was exactly as though we had disturbed some living yet invisible creatures at work. My companion clutched me, and I think I clutched him, but before either of us had time properly to recover from the unexpected shock, we saw that a movement of the current was turning the corpse round so that it became released from the grip of the willow roots. A moment later, it had turned completely over, the dead face uppermost, staring at the sky. It lay on the edge of the main stream. In another moment, it would be swept away. The Swede started to save it, shouting again something I didn't catch about a proper burial, and then abruptly dropped upon his knees on the sand and covered his eyes with his hands. I was beside him in an instant. I saw what he had seen. For just as the body swung round to the current, the face and the exposed chest turned full towards us and showed plainly how the skin and flesh were indented with small hollows, beautifully formed and exactly similar in shape and kind to the sand funnels that we'd found all over the island. "There, Mark," I heard my companion mutter under his breath. "They're awful, Mark." And when I turned my eyes again from his ghastly face to the river, the current had done its work, and the body had been swept away into the midstream, and was already beyond our reach, and almost out of sight, turning over and over on the waves, like an otter. That was The Willows by Algernon Blackwood, published in 1907, narrated by Tony Walker.